Lin Xiaojin entered the shop alone. Only the robots scanned out her higher genes. Lin Xiaojin did not know. In the high-tech developed area, privacy is not easy to protect. This shop sells the source of nature. Lin Xiaojin is more or less some curiosity. After entering the shop, inside only a row of transparent screens. Each screen shows an item. There are instructions below. Lin Xiaojin curiously walked towards the first one. Each screen was roughly only the size of a tablet. The image on it was of a red fruit, shaped a bit like an avocado. But instead of green, it was red. The thorn fruit came from the planet Hurka. It was a very high-value nutritional fruit, with a nutritional content of up to 8%. It was a great tonic for a weak body. Lin Xiaojin looked down one by one. Most of them were all kinds of food. This shop sold pure natural food with high nutritional value. As we all know, nutrients are all extracts. Although they are said to be nutritious, eating them for a long period of time still has an effect on the body. Just like some poor people. Without money they can only eat nutrients. It doesn't affect their daily life, but their physical quality, including their life expectancy, will be greatly reduced. Lin Xiaojin understood that all these nutrients were like food for all kinds of things they added preservatives to. And the products sold in these sources of nature were all purely natural things. Sure enough, wherever you go, pure and natural things are good. Lin Xiaojin continued to look down at the prices. The most common one was priced at 599 star coins. The most expensive one is also 3,999 interstellar coins. The appearance is similar to the size of a watermelon. This thing is really expensive. And the highest nutritional value is about 50%. Lin Xiaojin hadn't measured the nutritional value of her spatial fruits. But thinking of the impatient look of the girl who had purchased it from her, Lin Xiaojin looked at the price again. And Lin Xiaojin instantly felt that she was selling low. Lin Xiaojin saw that there was also a light curtain detection machine in the very center. So she walked over and took out the apple from space and put it on. General food detection is very fast, probably a few seconds to complete the detection. But Lin Xiaojin, this apple waited almost a minute. This is only detected. Afterwards, Lin Xiaojin looked at the machine, which showed unknown origin, high food, nutritional value of up to 90%, and also contains 10% of the energy. So high! Lin Xiaojin took the apple back, and then casually ate it. She saw that the highest nutritional value of 50% here is already worth 3,999 interstellar coins. This apple is another fruit containing energy and nutrition up to 90%. It is estimated that it can be sold for a few thousand interstellar coins. Right? No wonder that girl was so eager to buy it from her today. Her 100 star coins were really sold for less. Lin Xiaojin nibbled on an apple and continued shopping. She still didn't know that she had alarmed the shop manager by uploading such a random side of data. Lin Xiaojin continued shopping for other items. In front of her was the advanced VIP area. Lin Xiaojin's gene level was high, and she was able to go in. The VIP area could only be entered by people with an alien energy level of 5 or higher. Lin Xiaojin's spatial alien energy level happened to be level 5. Entering the VIP area is different. The price of every single thing in here is more than 100,000 interstellar coins. And the shops next to the hospital are just one word expensive. Because the hospital is full of sick people. So this shop sells things that are good for the body, naturally expensive. Lin Xiaojin saw a fruit worth 300,000 interstellar coins, which can improve the body's genetic constitution. And a long time to supplement the effect is even better. But it is all on the screen. Can't see the physical object. Don't know how this thing is. But can body genetic quality. This makes Lin Xiaojin is very heartwarming. But the price is also very expensive. Lin Xiaojin continued to look down. Actually found the heart of grass and trees, which has an introduction from a distant galaxy outside the green plant star. Unique production. Has a strong life force. Can improve the genetic quality of the body to recover wounds. A value of 100 interstellar coins. The quantity was all shown on the screen. There were only 2 left. Lin Xiaojin's eyes lit up when she saw this. 1,000,000 interstellar coins for one? She has a lot of space grass and wood hearts. Not only that, there are also grass and wood hearts that are bred by grass and wood elves. 1,000,000 interstellar coins, this can make Lin Xiaojin shaken. She is just too short of money now. This is not just money? Only here I wonder if it can be sold? Lin Xiaojin was thinking about it. From inside the shop quickly walked down a woman. Wavy curls were a speciality that all moon sand stars had. The woman's attitude was very kind when she saw Lin Xiaojin, and then quickly inquired what kind of food Lin Xiaojin had just measured out on the testing apparatus. You're talking about this? Lin Xiaojin took out an apple and said, Yes, it's this one. The nutritional value of this test is very high, and it also carries energy. May I ask from which planet did this come from? The woman inquired with slight excitement. Lin Xiaojin looked at the woman's excited eyes. She didn't say anything. The woman immediately said, If you tell us, we will give you a certain amount of payment. Sorry. That planet. I definitely won't tell you. Lin Xiaojin rejected it outright without even thinking about it. This thing was output from her space. The woman had just checked Lin Xiaojin's information, and knew that Lin Xiaojin was from a Chenlong planet with a novice protection period. Perhaps this was a speciality of Chenlong planet? The woman had already reported this information. And when Chenlongqing opened, they would travel to Chenlongqing to check it out. In that case, can I leave you a contact information? The woman asked. Lin Xiaojin nodded. This was no problem. In the future when she ran out of money, this thing could be sold. Her space still had quite a few things. Do you guys take this thing? Lin Xiaojin took out a small heart of grass and wood from her space. When the woman saw this thing, she directly froze, her pupils falling unblinkingly onto Lin Xiaojin's hand. This is the heart of grass and wood? The woman said in shock. You're actually holding it in your hand like this. The woman's face changed drastically. With a very frightened and wasted look, Lin Xiaojin saw that the woman in front of her was so exaggerated. If she didn't hold it in her hand, then how would she be able to hold it? Can't blame the woman in front of her for being exaggerated. But their hearts of grass and trees are very difficult to get. And these hearts of grass and trees need natural crystals to hold. Otherwise, the longer the energy of this heart of grass and trees will overflow, which also protects the energy of the heart of grass and trees. After all, it's 1,000,000 interstellar coins apiece. Not everyone can afford to consume. And this kind of stock is not high. All of their shops combined only have 2. If you want to buy it, all of them also need to be booked. So to speak, all of the items in the VIP need to be booked. And all of them have a quantity. Do you accept this here? I want to sell this, Lin Xiaojin said. Collect. The woman was already too excited to speak. Just her eyes staring at the heart of grass and wood in Lin Xiaojin's hand. After the woman finished speaking, she hurriedly called the robot to fetch the crystal box. It's like this. We need to test it again and charge it based on the value, the woman said. If she collected this heart of grass and wood, then she also had a 1% commission. It's fine. Lin Xiaojin didn't care that much. After all, she still had quite a lot of space. Right now these hearts of grass and trees weren't very useful to her. Plus the grass and tree elves lived in her space. She didn't lack this thing. Saying that, the woman carefully took the heart of grass and wood from Lin Xiaojin's hand and put it into a crystal box. Nothing could be seen from the appearance. I hope the energy doesn't spill over. If it does, our purchase price will be discounted, the woman explained to Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin nodded. This thing was in her space. The energy shouldn't spill out. The woman put the box of the heart of grass and wood on top of the testing instrument. The blue light screen began to scan. Soon the results of the scan came out. Because there had been something like this in the instrument before. It was analyzed very quickly. Unlike an apple, which was unknown, so the instrument needed to be searched for, entered, and scanned again a little slower. Soon the value of the heart of grass and wood came out. The energy didn't spill out in the slightest. There's actually no spillage. The woman was also greatly surprised to see the results. Then this heart of grass and wood, how much price can you take? Lin Xiaojin asked. The price of the heart of grass and wood in their shop was 1,000,000 interstellar coins. They must have a profit if they want to sell it. It's not possible to give it to her for 1,000,000 interstellar coins. The price we acquire is 900,000 star coins. The woman laughed. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. This shop was also really dark. 900,000 star coins. Turned around and was able to sell it for 1,000,000, directly getting a 100,000 profit. Alright. Then I'll sell too. Although Lin Xiaojin was a little dissatisfied with the price. But she didn't have much money right now. So let's sell 2 first. Sell? Sell 2? The woman looked at Lin Xiaojin in surprise. Selling on 1 was already amazing. Actually selling on 2. Right. Lin Xiaojin responded. Lin Xiaojin sold very painfully. Both sides hit the money, and the deal was done. The woman watched Lin Xiaojin collect the money and left with a satisfied heart. Then she hurriedly took the 2 hearts of grass and wood, carefully put them away, and then quickly reported them to the higher-ups. Chen Lanqing's new entrant to the galaxy, able to obtain the heart of grasswood. Could it be that he had participated in the Starshine competition? The woman had also occasionally paid attention to this competition. Most of the sources of the heart of grass and wood were from the green plant star, or participants from the Chen blue star. But most of them got one, and it was already very good. And she didn't expect that the woman just now actually took out 2 at once. Lin Xiaojin went out of the shop with nearly 2 million star coins in her hand, instantly evolving from poor to well-off. Lin Xiaojin continued to stroll around a few shops, all of which sold food and all kinds of nutrients, and also included some healing robots. Lin Xiaojin looked towards a cute robot. This is a Nani-style robot that specializes in taking care of children, Lin Xiaojin said as she saw the introduction. Lin Xiaojin found that in the Moon Sand Star, like robots, this kind of high-tech product instead wasn't very expensive. Only the food and high-level nutrients were expensive. Lin Xiaojin bought a Nani robot. Bought 3. There are 3 children at home. 1 person 1. A total of less than 20,000 interstellar coins. Lin Xiaojin has not been shopping for a long time. And also for a long time without this feeling of paying. Think back in the Chilan star. What you want to directly charge can be. After all, their planet has long become the world of zombies. To be honest, when that kind of not spending money, that kind of feeling is still very cool. Resulting in her now need to spend money to buy things. More or less a little hard-take. If all collected into the space, that would be very cool. But this kind of shopping is still a very good feeling. Lin Xiaojin bought a lot of small robots and high-tech, mainly to put the space to the Green Star research. Only research cannot also need materials. This kind of thing here will not be sold. It seems that you have to go to other planets. Like Kodak Star. Their planet is almost all the wholesale materials of various machines. Lin Xiaojin thought to wait until after finding Zhu Jingjing to go to Kodak Star, to buy some of the materials of the machine. These robots are not expensive. Then those machine materials are even cheaper. Wait until you buy a batch of materials. Let the Green Star they transform and manufacture it, so that the Chen Blue Star can also be transformed. At least the whole place where they live transformed. Wandering around for a while. Still no news from Xiao Nuo and Wang Han, so Lin Xiaojin wandered around the hospital. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo, 2 people have always had a sense of each other. Just went in Chen Lanqing because of a twin zombie inexplicably established contact. Xiao Nuo used his powers, and Lin Xiaojin's eyes suddenly dilated and looked towards the hospital. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly positioned Xiao Nuo's communication system, which was automatically switched on after the 2 of them bought this device. She couldn't enter the main gate because she couldn't enter without a registered appointment. But if Lin Xiaojin didn't enter the main gate, she was also able to instantly move into the interior of the hospital as usual. Lin Xiaojin's instantaneous distance had long since become farther away, and her instantaneous distance nowadays was the same as her spatial range. Since the spatial upgrade, she hadn't used instantaneous transfer. She directly spatial coverage. Such a long distance. So Lin Xiaojin was also surprised. After all, in the beginning, she was able to instantly transfer 1,000 meters. Now the distance was far enough. Spatial coverage also has an additional benefit. That is, after her spatial coverage to the surrounding buildings are manifested in her space, like a transparent shadow. 3-dimensional map? Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but marvel. This space upgrade was also too worth it. After the space coverage, it can only cover the buildings. The surrounding people can't be seen. If it can see the people, it would be even more awesome. However, other people cannot see. But Xiao Nuo she is still able to accurately locate. After all, Xiao Nuo is also able to enter her space. As long as she is able to enter her space, she is now able to spatial coverage accurate positioning. Maybe in the future continue to upgrade. By then, the surrounding people are able to locate. The next second Lin Xiaojin appeared directly beside Xiao Nuo, which startled a few people in the corridor. After Lin Xiaojin appeared, he realized that Wang Han and Xiao Nuo were surrounded in the center, with security robots on both sides. Xiao Nuo wasn't too surprised to see Lin Xiaojin, who suddenly appeared, but said in a deep voice, "We found Zhu Jingjing." "Great. Where is the person?" Lin Xiaojin heard that he had found Zhu Jingjing. This was a happy thing. He hadn't thought that this would go so well. But after looking round, he didn't see anyone. He only saw these few security-type robots with weapons in their hands just about to attack them. Anna, treating a highly contagious patient, contracted the virus herself, and is now being in the isolation room, Wang Han said with a frown. They went through the registered therapist. They originally wanted to ask if they knew Anna, but they happened to hear that their hospital had accepted a person with a high-level infectious virus a few days ago, and all the people who had been treated had been sent to the isolation room, including Anna. So, Wang Han rushed in directly, and the two of them directly threatened force and found the isolation ward. But it was full of guarded security robots. These robots were all security level, and their rank was not high. Please go out immediately. Otherwise we are about to report to the Star Police. The security robots immediately issued a warning. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly when she heard it. Wang Han was unable to resist wanting to rush inside, but was stopped by both Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo. Let's wait. If we report to the Star Police, we might be charged with disturbing the hospital, Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. She had read the Star Police. If it was disturbing the peace, then a fine was a small matter. It was that they would probably go to jail. They had just entered the galaxy, so they couldn't enter prison right off the bat. Let's withdraw first. I'll bring you in later, Lin Xiaojin said calmly. She was now at instantaneous distance, and this hospital couldn't stop him at all. Wang Han held back his impulsive mood. He knew that rushing over like this wouldn't help. I'm afraid. Lin Xiaojin watched Wang Han's emotions stabilize, and only then did the three of them slowly back away. However, the two of them disturbed the security of the Moon Sand Hospital. They were fined a total of 5,000 interstellar coins, and they could not enter the Moon Sand planet again within a year. Being fined 5,000 interstellar coins was better than being arrested by the Star Police. By the time they left Moon Sand Hospital, the security robots were staring at them. This was already on the Moon Sand Hospital's blacklist. We'll have to come another time, Lin Xiaojin said, although there didn't seem to be any difference between day and night. But how were they going to be able to hide their appearance? The two of them were already on the hospital's blacklist. I'll instantly move in myself first and take a look, Lin Xiaojin finally said after thinking about it. You guys aren't sure if Anna is in there, and it's full of viruses. My antivirus is stronger than yours, Lin Xiaojin said. The virus that was infected in Yusha Hospital was definitely not an ordinary virus. Not to mention that Zhu Jingjing was still a healing ability. No way. Xiao Nuo frowned. This was very risky. He could not let Lin Xiaojin go alone. Brother Xiao is right. I can't let you go alone and risk your life. Take me with you, Wang Han said in a deep voice. If it really gets infected and you two get poisoned, then I still have to take care of you two by myself? Who will save Anna? Besides, it's not 100% sure if it's Anna. I'll go in first to explore and probe, Lin Xiaojin said. Although not 100% sure, Wang Han vaguely felt that it was, because for a long time Zhu Jingjing didn't reply. Besides the dialogue he heard with Xiao Nuo, it was very likely, if it was their local therapist, they would definitely be saved. Only those of them who were trafficked were just thrown into the isolation cabin to fend for themselves. You guys wait for me nearby. Lin Xiaojin directly disappeared in place after saying that, and did not leave Xiao Nuo a chance to speak. Xiao Nuo frowned slightly as he looked at Lin Xiaojin, who had already disappeared. Brother Xiao, what's inside is definitely Anna. So if Lin Xiaojin goes in like this, it's too risky if she gets infected. Wang Han was also very worried. Let's find a way to blend in again. Xiao Nuo was never a sitting duck, and would not really let Lin Xiaojin go in alone. Xiao Nuo and Wang Han both thought of a way. This is not Chenlan Xing. As long as you change your appearance, you will be able to hide from the cameras probing. This is all identity information scanning. As long as you have been entered in once, then you will be able to enter no matter how you change. How do I get in here? Wang Han was a little worried, frowning at the hospital's main entrance. Those are robots. I'll try to disable them and modify the program, Xiao Nuo said experimentally. This method was not sure if it was feasible or not. He did not have much certainty. Although what Xiao Nuo said was somewhat less reliable, Wang Han still trusted Xiao Nuo. Xiao Nuo's lightning system was different from others, and after he was promoted to level 7, he even had a magnetic field that could disrupt these electronic products. So it should be possible to modify the code. Right? But after all, this was an advanced robot. Xiao Nuo hadn't learnt it systematically, so he didn't say it too absolutely. On the other hand, Lin Xiaojin directly instantaneously entered the place she had just brought Xiao Nuo and Wang Han away from. As soon as she entered, she saw the security robots at the entrance coming towards her. Lin Xiaojin directly dodged the robots with successive instantaneous movements, and then directly entered the quarantine area. The quarantine areas all had gates. Lin Xiaojin directly spatially covered and checked out the buildings. The gates were all heavily locked and required body scanning to enter, although Lin Xiaojin was able to forcefully break open the doors. But then, he was afraid that he would alert other people. Lin Xiaojin's spatial coverage. The buildings inside the gates all appeared clearly in her head. And in the next second, she disappeared into thin air. Lin Xiaojin still entered space, first to put on a defensive suit for safety's sake. And she didn't know if this defensive suit could resist the virus attack. Although Lin Xiaojin was still very confident in herself. Basic toxins were ineffective against her. But this was Moonsan Hospital. Like a terminal cancer in Chinlexing. Here it was just an ordinary minor disease. This virus even needed to be quarantined in Moonsan Hospital. So it was definitely not some ordinary viral infection. So it was still right for Lin Xiaojin to be careful. After putting on the defense suit, Lin Xiaojin came out in space. There is no security robot in the isolation ward. But the door is so heavy. I'm afraid that ordinary people who want to come in can't come in. Of course. Except for the existence of some special psychic abilities. But who would be looking for death to come here? Rows and rows of wards. Lin Xiaojin looked towards the first one. Inside the transparent glass enclosure, there was a person locked up inside, covered in pus sores. Although Lin Xiaojin has seen a lot of disgusting scenes, but there is no delay in seeing the next time still disgusting. Lin Xiaojin successively looking round did not find Zhu Jingjing's shadow. Lin Xiaojin thought of these pus-covered people. The bottom of the eyes of a piece of panic. Zhu Jingjing will not also become that, right? Impossible. Lin Xiaojin quickly rejected it. She looked round, and there was no figure of Zhu Jingjing. She would not be mistaken. Then where did Zhu Jingjing go? Soon she heard a familiar voice. Lin Xiaojin followed the voice to a house. Lin Xiaojin silently hid in the doorway. Anna, they arranged the two of us here. They are simply not giving us a chance to live. Ai Tao said angrily. These people were all infected by the virus. None of those local therapists were arranged to come in. Just a few of them who were trafficked and sent in. I'm worried about how Zhu Zhu is doing now. Zhu Zhu had a nanny bot to look after her. But she hadn't been back for days. And she didn't know how long she was going to be here. All of Zhu Jingjing's connections here had been cut off. And she suddenly thought of that person called Lin Xiaojin, who had said that he had come to look for her. Unfortunately, she only replied at that time that she was in Yushaxing. And those people directly broke into the house, and directly took her away by force. Zhu Jingjing's heart was in turmoil. Anna, why don't we escape? We are the ones who were abducted and sold. Saying that we have to pay them 100 star coins to leave is a lie. Ai Tao was a little overwhelmed. They would not let them leave here at all. 1 million interstellar coins is to give them a thought. Like Anna, 3-star therapist is only more than 3,000 interstellar coins. She occasionally heard those moon sand star people. 3-star therapists' income at least also has tens of thousands of interstellar coins. They are too much difference. The world was supposed to be unfair. Let alone them outsiders. She was just a level 1 healer and wanted to hang around. But she didn't expect to actually be placed here. This virus is very strong. Even we recovery masters may be infected. The toxicity is very strong. The genetic toxin can't be resisted by ordinary people at all. It requires long-lasting nutritional treatment. And there will be after effects even after it's treated. Ai Tao fretted. It was not known why they were infected with this virus. They were all people from other planets. And there were already quite a few people who had been sent here. Those who were able to live here. The daily expenses were also very expensive. Escape. How do we escape? Zhu Jingjing sighed. In her heart she also thought about escaping. She wanted her child. But how could she escape? There were security robots everywhere. As soon as they went out, they would be locked. Suddenly a voice came out from behind Zhu Jingjing. This voice was familiar and unfamiliar to her. Anna! It's really you, Lin Xiaojin said excitedly. Although Lin Xiaojin had already roughly heard that it was Zhu Jingjing's voice when she heard the familiar voice inside. She still didn't dare to be sure. But after seeing the person in front of her, she was immediately sure. You are? Zhu Jingjing looked at Lin Xiaojin in front of her with a puzzled face. Lin Xiaojin thought that her hair had changed color. And the color had changed. So Zhu Jingjing didn't recognize it for a moment? I'm Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin frowned and said. How could she see unfamiliarity from the bottom of Zhu Jingjing's eyes? Zhu Jingjing's head hurt a little. Her brain flashed a picture. It seemed like she had seen the person in front of her in a dream. I seem to have seen you in a dream. Only then did Zhu Jingjing hold back this sentence. This sentence sounded a little puzzling to Lin Xiaojin. Anna? You don't recognize me? Lin Xiaojin seemed to react and said. We have contacted each other Wasn't it you who told Yu Shaoxing? Wang Han all came over to wait for you outside the hospital. Lin Xiaojin said in a breath. Ai Tao listened to the dialogue between the two people and seemed to understand. You are Zhu Jingjing's family? We were all trafficked to this planet, all lost our memories. Ai Tao seemed to calm down a bit and said. Knowing that the two people knew each other, she hurriedly closed the door of the room. She didn't know how the woman in front of her came in. But she definitely didn't come in through the regular channels. So it was better to avoid being found out. Lost your memory? Lin Xiaojin looked at Zhu Jingjing's appearance. Zhu Jingjing nodded and said. Yes. But I vaguely remember some. Although she only remembered some vague fragments. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. For a moment, she didn't know what to do for the best. After a long time, she said. Is there any way to recover your memory? Zhu Jingjing shook her head and said bitterly. I can only promote my supernormal ability. Make a self-breakthrough. Self-repair. Or find a high-ranking therapist to help me recover my damaged brain cells. No. I still know a method. It's something I discovered by chance. Idamo said with sudden excitement. She heard the doctor of the department that day received a patient with a serious infection. She was an infected memory trauma in her head. At that time, there were two choices. A senior doctor to help restore the damaged brain cells. But it takes a long time. Because the therapist's supernatural ability can't be hollowed out all at once. Which will also be damaging to the therapist's body. There is also a kind of brain replenishing liquid. It is extracted from a kind of animal that has extremely strong recovery power. I don't know how many animals can only extract a few milliliters. In short, it is expensive. But the recovery is extremely fast. Not only can it be recovered in a short period of time, it can also enhance the brain cells of a person. Many rich families would buy it to supplement their children. Lin Xiaojin heard Ai Tao's words. She decided to make a whole bottle of this brain tonic first. First let Zhu Jingjing recover her memory before she can do so. Otherwise, even if Lin Xiaojin takes Zhu Jingjing out to identify with Wang Han can't. But it's expensive. 2 milliliters is worth 200,000 star coins. Zhu Jingjing frowned and said. That's okay. Why don't you wait here? I'll go and fix you a whole bottle. Lin Xiaojin said without hesitation. If she had been before, she might have really fretted. But even if she didn't have the money to buy it, she would still find a way to steal a bottle. Zhu Jingjing heard Lin Xiaojin's plain words. This was 200,000 star coins. The woman in front of her actually wanted to buy it for her without hesitation. Can you help me look at the child? Zhu Jingjing didn't know why she had a very intimate feeling of trust towards the woman in front of her. She was believing that they used to know each other, as well as those intermittent fragments in her dreams. Your daughter with Wang Han, Lin Xiaojin said. Back then Xiao Xiao's penetrating eyes had already seen that Zhu Jingjing was pregnant with a daughter back then. Zhu Jingjing nodded, then told Lin Xiaojin the address. Lin Xiaojin received the address and stayed to wait for her here, then disappeared from the spot. Disappeared? Ai Tao looked at the person who disappeared out of thin air. Her eyes bulged out in surprise. Ai Tao opened the door of the room. The outside was also empty. Now Ai Tao knew how Lin Xiaojin came in silently. If she had this supernatural ability, she would have escaped long ago as well. Zhu Jingjing's brain was a little confused. But after seeing Lin Xiaojin himself, she was reassured. Zhu Jingjing silently read Wang Han's name twice. And her heart throbbed inexplicably. That's why she was so convinced to tell Lin Xiaojin the location of her daughter. Because she hadn't gone back for a long time, and was really relieved. She should be coming back. Right? That's 200,000 interstellar coins? Ai Tao was still a bit incredulous. Well, she will. Zhu Jingjing nodded. She believed that Lin Xiaojin would definitely. Anna, you'll soon be taken away by your friend. I'm happy for you. Ai Tao was genuinely happy for Zhu Jingjing. But at the same time, there was some loss inside. She didn't have a good friend like Lin Xiaojin, who could find her when she was abducted. She had checked that her genes came from a nameless small planet outside the galaxy. The galaxy couldn't even enter. So how could she find her? Not to mention the galaxy was so vast. AI Tao. Don't say that. Zhu Jingjing was getting a little hard to listen to. But I'm afraid it would be tough for Lin Xiaojin to take her away on her own. AI Tao shook her head and didn't continue to say anything else. After Lin Xiaojin left, Zhu Jingjing's heart has been hanging in the air. Lin Xiaojin instantly out of the hospital. After contacting Xiao Nuo, found that these two people actually mixed into the hospital again. Although I do not know how these two people do it. Or to send a message to Xiao Nuo to let him hurry out and say. This kind of thing is still better to meet and say. She is afraid that the message on the finished. Wang Han directly cannot help but go to find Zhu Jingjing. After about 5 minutes, the two people flew out of the hospital. Lin Xiaojin told the two people about seeing Zhu Jingjing. Xiao Nuo did not have much of a reaction. But Wang Han heard that Zhu Jingjing lost her memory and instantly became nervous. Do not worry. We now go to see the child. The child is still small, so many days have been on their own. Anna is very worried. Her memory and so on. We find the child after the purchase of brain replenishing liquid. And then bring Zhu Anna out not too late. Lin Xiaojin said. Now know the location of Zhu Anna. She certainly will not lose. Wang Han heard Zhu Anna's words that stabilized. Good. Let's hurry to see the child now. Wang Han's face was very tense when he said this. It was his child. He hadn't had the responsibility of being a father since he left for so long. Lin Xiaojin, the three of them rented a small bus and traveled according to Zhu Jingjing's address. It wasn't very close to the hospital, but the drive would take an hour. Zhu Jingjing lived in the ordinary dormitories of the employees who had been trafficked here. Soon they arrived at a high building. Except for those employees, they couldn't get in. There were robots AI brushing their faces at the entrance. Lin Xiaojin just wanted to prepare space coverage. Instantaneous transfer to take the three people in. Only to see Xiao Nuo's fingertips a transparent electric current directly into the electronic robot. Zip zip zip. Go. Xiao Nuo said calmly. Wang Han followed closely. Lin Xiaojin wanted to say that they would call the police if they forced their way into the robot like that. But they walked in and the robot scanned their whole body. They didn't even stop them. What's going on here? Lin Xiaojin curiously asked Xiao Nuo how these robots ignored them. These robots are all electronic products. I merely disrupted their systems. The equivalent of covering their eyes. Xiao Nuo explained. As if the camera had been disturbed. Lin Xiaojin nodded her head when she heard Xiao Nuo's explanation. This time she knew why both of them had been blacklisted by Yusha Hospital and were able to enter the hospital as well. Lin Xiaojin had always known that Xiao Nuo's thunder system was different from other people's thunder systems, and was always able to have other functions developed by Xiao Nuo. At least the lightning system she had seen didn't have such multiple uses. The three people entered the building without any problems. And the room fixtures were the same on each floor. At 1502, Lin Xiaojin remembered the door number that Zhu Jingjing had said. 1502 was also the 15th floor. And they needed to take the lift, which quickly took them to the 15th floor. This is 1502, Lin Xiaojin said as she looked at the door number. Entering was all about face recognition to be able to enter. Lin Xiaojin was just about to destroy the gate when Xiao Nuo pulled her back. Soon the gate was opened. Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but be a little envious of Xiao Nuo's skill. The three people hurriedly entered the room. A small flat. A glance was able to look at the head. Where's the child? Lin Xiaojin looked round and didn't see it. Wang Han walked over towards the master bedroom. Then the Nani robot realized that there was an intruder and let out a burst of dripping alarms. Then Xiao Nuo directly interfered with the robot. A little girl over a year old was lying on the bed motionless. And all three people instantly tensed up when they saw this scene. Zhu Jingjing hadn't come back for such a long time. The family had long since run out of food. And although there was a Nani robot to take care of her, children also needed to eat. Wang Han's hand shook with nervousness. They didn't dare to go over. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly walked over and touched the child's vitality. Still alive. It's just that the vitality is very low. Lin Xiaojin frowned and said. If they came a day or two later, it was estimated that the child would starve to death here. Thinking about it was a bit frightening. What to do? Wang Han was a bit flustered. He hadn't been so flustered when his own arm was broken. But seeing the child's pale little face, his whole body panicked. Don't be nervous. Lin Xiaojin was instead a little more calm. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly took out space water from space. And Lin Xiaojin gently held the little baby up, taking out a small spoon from space again. She fed the space water into the child's mouth 1 spoon at a time. The whole child drank 50 milliliters of space water. Lin Xiaojin felt the child's energy recovered a lot, and only then stopped feeding. But for a while, this little guy wouldn't be able to wake up. Let's wait here, Lin Xiaojin said as she looked at the child. Lin Xiaojin put the child on the bed and went out of the bedroom with Xiao Nuo, leaving Wang Han to take care of the child. After all, it was his child, and he hadn't seen him for a long time. Leaving them a little private time. The small flat is not big. There is no kitchen. Only the bedroom, living room, and bathroom. But the environment is not bad. Compared to her brother was sold to the Black Iron Star is much better. If he wasn't sold here, it would have been tough for Zhu Jingjing to have a child by herself in. About an hour later, the child woke up and suddenly saw a strange person, crying in fear. The child has always stayed in the room. In addition to her mother, she rarely see other people. So sudden people directly to the child scared to cry. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo heard the child crying and rushed to the house. The child was scared and hid inside the bed, crying all the time and shouting for her mother. Wang Han was standing beside him at a loss for words, wanting to coax the child but not knowing how to do so. Lin Xiaojin is also the first time to see Wang Han like this. Think of before he cut zombies' ferocious appearance, and now do not know what to do. Some of the two awe. Lin Xiaojin first took out a few large cherries from the space. Originally she wanted to take an apple, but apples are too big for little Zhu Zhu. Look what this is. Lin Xiaojin took the cherries and strolled in front of Zhu Zhu. The child hadn't seen anything before, was very curious and quickly stopped crying. Are you hungry? This is food, Lin Xiaojin said and bit into one, and made a very tasty expression. The child is just over a year old, and has not seen any people, usually on their own, although very good at cheating, but also very timid. The language is very lacking. After all, there is only a naughty robot in the house. Zhu Jingjing came back every day and very limited time. Not long after the child has arrived in Lin Xiaojin's arms. She also took out the plush little doll from the space. Little girls seem to be born to like this. But the child in front of me saw the first reaction is actually crying. Estimated never seen before is very afraid. This character and Zhu Jingjing a little similar. At first are very timid. But the child in the reaction and very like. Go with Godmother. Godmother take you to find your mother. Lin Xiaojin touched Zhu Zhu's hair and said softly. Zhu Zhu regained a lot of strength. So Lin Xiaojin was ready to go to the hospital to buy the brain tonic solution first before taking Zhu Jingjing away. When Wang Han tried to get close to little Zhu Zhu, the little guy got a little scared and kept drilling into Lin Xiaojin's arms. Adapt slowly later. There will be plenty of time later. Lin Xiaojin looked at the lost Wang Han and comforted him. This matter cannot be rushed. Xiao Nuo also followed. Well? Wang Han nodded, seeing the child more or less a little excited. After calming down, he also knew that this matter could not be rushed. But Lin Xiaojin coaxed the child in a few strokes, making him the real father, more or less a little upset in his heart. But Lin Xiaojin is also a girl, and raised 2 children. There is a kind of natural affinity. The child is easy to like. Think of this, Wang Han is not so difficult. But the two of them, after all, blood is thicker than water. I believe that they will soon be able to adapt. Lin Xiaojin held the child. The 3 of them immediately rushed towards the hospital, asking the location of the pharmacy from the intelligent robot. They directly rushed over. You guys want to buy a brain tonic? The therapist of a Moon Sha Xingnan said. That's right. My child's nutrition is a bit unable to keep up. So I want to buy a bottle for my child to replenish. Lin Xiaojin said calmly. She had heard from Zhu Jingjing's friend that this brain tonic liquid would be bought by rich people for their children as well. The therapist didn't say anything either. This kind of situation was uncommon, but had been encountered before. But these 3 Qinlan, a planet that had just entered the galaxy, would actually be so rich. Well, I've prescribed it for you. Wait here. The robot will send it over to you in a while, the therapist said. Good. Lin Xiaojin nodded. Her account was also deducted 200,000 star coins. She now had over 1.6 million star coins left. Anyway, she was broke, she could still buy the heart of grass. Not long after the transport robot came over, Lin Xiaojin had already been face recognized when she paid. The robot also sent it directly to Lin Xiaojin based on face recognition. Inside is a metal box. Lin Xiaojin picked up and opened inside only the size of the nail-cap glass bottle. Inside a little bit of golden liquid. This is the brain-replenishing liquid. Directly injected into the body with a syringe. Of course, it can also be taken orally. But the effect of oral cannot be as good as the injection. Lin Xiaojin got the brain-replenishing liquid and put it into the space. The three of them went out of the hospital and looked for a shop. It was impossible for Lin Xiaojin to take the child and then take the two of them in. After all, it was too conspicuous. You two take the child and wait here. I will go in later and bring Zhu Jingjing out directly, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin just put the child on Wang Han's body, she cried. Handing it over to Xiao Nuo didn't work either. It seems that this child can only be put to sleep. So to the little bitty brood milk powder. This guy grew up so big has not drunk more. Run a bottle on the finish. Children drink milk are sleepy. This little guy is no exception. In a short time, nestled in the arms of Lin Xiaojin, fell asleep. Lin Xiaojin took out the card from space and put the little baby in it. Then took the toys and gave them to Wang Han. If the child woke up in the middle of the day, these two people would have something to coax the child with. If it went well, she would soon be able to take away Zhu Jingjing. As long as she found a way to take her and instantly leave. Lin Xiaojin directly transited to the place where she looked for Zhu Jingjing before. But this room and Zhu Jingjing. Lin Xiaojin slightly frowned. Lin Xiaojin did not see two people. So from the room directly put on an isolation suit. Directly out of the room ready to look for Zhu Jingjing. This place is so big in total. And she cannot go out. To find it is only a matter of time. Soon she found Zhu Jingjing. Lin Xiaojin stuck to the wall and looked inside along the transparent glass window. Zhu Jingjing is using alien energy bed to do treatment. Lin Xiaojin saw Zhu Jingjing's face pale. Lips are not much blood. One-time use of energy is too much. The therapist uses the alien energy, but also need their own blood and nutrients. Very soon Zhu Jingjing is a bit deficient. Waiting for Zhu Jingjing's energy to completely dry up. The robot inside only issued a prompt. Zhu Jingjing can leave. Lin Xiaojin saw here. The bottom of the eye is slightly cold. This group of people simply do not take Zhu Jingjing as a person. So energy depletion is very hurtful to the body. Zhu Jingjing's body weakly walked out. Just ran into Lin Xiaojin. Zhu Jingjing was surprised to see Lin Xiaojin and almost made a sound. Fortunately, she didn't have much strength at the moment. Go. Lin Xiaojin took Zhu Jingjing and directly instantly moved to the room they were in before. Lin Xiaojin looked at Zhu Jingjing's body was so weak. Her space instantaneous transfer to take someone is also consuming. The farther the distance of the instantaneous transfer to take someone, there will be a sense of vertigo, nausea and vomiting and other side effects. Of course, the stronger the body, the smaller these side effects will be. Lin Xiaojin took out space water from space and said, "You drink this first to recover some energy." Zhu Jingjing looked at the water Lin Xiaojin handed over. Although she didn't know what this was. But she subconsciously trusted Lin Xiaojin very much. She believed in her own intuition. So she directly drank it without hesitation. The dry energy in Zhu Jingjing's body was moisturized after drinking the space water. And Zhu Jingjing's entire face looked better. Lin Xiaojin looked at Zhu Jingjing getting better. Then took out the brain tonic liquid she bought from space. She said, "That friend of yours is talking about this. Right? Do I have to give you an injection now? Or will you use it when I take you out?" Now. Zhu Jingjing instantly got excited when she saw Lin Xiaojin seeing the brain-replenishing liquid. She had always wanted to regain her memory. She wanted to know who the father of her child was. That always appeared in her dreams, and everything she wanted to know. People who have not lost their memories will never know how painful it is to be without memories. Without memories, the whole brain is blank. Yes, Lin Xiaojin responded. This was a lounge, and there was no shortage of syringes. Lin Xiaojin took one over and carefully got the brain-replenishing liquid into the syringe. It was only 2 milliliters, but it was 200,000 star coins off. The instructions say that the injection is more effective. So bear with it. Lin Xiaojin took the syringe and prepared to stick it into Zhu Jingjing's arm. To be honest, she had also given injections to people and was still a little nervous. When she was a child, she was afraid of injections. She was afraid of pain. Even now her recovery ability was very strong. But she wouldn't let herself get hurt easily because the recovery ability was strong. But it didn't mean that it wouldn't hurt all. It doesn't matter. Zhu Jingjing was very bashful. She had suffered more pain than this now. Lin Xiaojin nervously injected the brain-replenishing liquid into Zhu Jingjing's body. then slowly pulled out the syringe and watched Zhu Jingjing close her eyes. She didn't know how long she had to wait. How long will this brain-replenishing liquid be able to be absorbed? Lin Xiaojin was not sure. All she could do now was to wait patiently. So Lin Xiaojin leaned against the metal cabinet and waited for Zhu Jingjing with her hands on her chest. The liquid of the brain-replenishing liquid instantly Zhu Jingjing's blood quickly entered Zhu Jingjing's brain, quickly repairing Zhu Jingjing's damaged and shielded brain nerves. Along with the repaired brain nerves, the images of past events appeared in front of Zhu Jingjing one by one, like a TV fast playback. Zhu Jingjing felt that a long time had passed. But in Lin Xiaojin's opinion only 5 minutes had passed. When Zhu Jingjing opened her eyes again and looked at Lin Xiaojin, it was still the same familiar eyes. Xiaojin. Recovering her memory, Zhu Jingjing sat up and jumped into Lin Xiaojin's arms. It's good to remember. If you lose your memory, I still don't know how Wang Han will face you, Lin Xiaojin said with a smile. Maybe he needed to pursue Zhu Jingjing all over again? He's coming, Zhu Jingjing said excitedly. I'm waiting outside for you. And your children, Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin also did not dare to imagine that if the two of them went one step later, it was estimated that Zhu Jingjing, they would not be able to see the child. Lin Xiaojin did not tell Zhu Jingjing about this matter, lest he feel guilty in his heart. And again, the child is no longer a problem now. Lin Xiaojin was just about to take Zhu Jingjing away when she was stopped by Zhu Jingjing. Can we take AI Tao away as well? She is also a healing ability, and her hometown is outside the galaxy, probably can't return, Zhu Jingjing said. Zhu Jingjing and AI Tao were perhaps in the same boat and had a pretty good relationship. Lin Xiaojin thought about it and nodded. She should have no problem bringing two people. AI Tao is also a healing psychic. The healing system is still very useful. AI Tao was also brought. They could only wait here for a while. This room was considered their lounge. She and AI Tao were in charge of this, a total of 5 rooms. Good. Lin Xiaojin nodded and answered. When Zhu Jingjing heard Lin Xiaojin agree to take it away, her heart was relieved. In fact, if Lin Xiaojin didn't agree, she wouldn't blame anything. Healing faculty of the alien is still very rare in other planets. AI Tao is actually also very talented, just that she doesn't want to cultivate it. I'll go look for her, Zhu Jingjing said. Lin Xiaojin nodded and waited in the room for Zhu Jingjing to come back with AI Tao. About 10 minutes later, AI Tao was helped back by Zhu Jingjing. Lin Xiaojin also hurriedly took out the foreign energy water from the space and fed it to AI Tao. Only after a while did she slowly recover. Thank you, Anna. AI Tao will recover to say to. She is really very grateful. Did not think that Zhu Jingjing will think to take her away. She also did not hesitate to agree. And stay here will only be consumed internally to death. Although she now did not recover her memory. But she has been very grateful. To be able to take her away is already a great fortune. But how are we going to go? AI Tao frowned slightly, not knowing how to leave. Close your eyes. You two are weak. You might feel a bit dizzy, Lin Xiaojin instructed the two of them, saying. The two closed their eyes. Lin Xiaojin grabbed one in her left hand and one in her right hand. Spatial coverage to directly locate where Xiao Nua was. She had a connection with Xiao Nua. Instead, she was able to, through spatial coverage, to be able to lock Xiao Nua's location. Just as Lin Xiaojin said. Zhu Jingjing felt a burst of vertigo. AI Tao is even weaker. Not only vertigo, but also some vomiting. The two people instantly appeared outside the hospital. Wang Han saw Zhu Jingjing excitedly, directly ran over to put Zhu Jingjing in his arms. Anna! Wang Han's voice was hoarse and excited. Wang Han. Anna was also excited, eyes frame red. But soon she found Wang Han's left side empty. Where is your arm? Zhu Jingjing looked surprised and suddenly realized something. Her eyes reddened and snapped tears. Zhu Jingjing hadn't cried for a long time. She had always been very strong, especially under such circumstances. But seeing Wang Han's arm gone, she still couldn't help but shed tears. Wang Han wiped Zhu Jingjing's face and said, It's still the same as before. Mom. Zhu Jingjing, who had been crying, stopped crying. Just now Xiao Nua and Wang Han coaxed her, but coaxed her for half a day. Zhu Jingjing looked at her daughter safe and sound, the heart which put down, and hurriedly carried the child over. Xiao Nua then let out a long breath. Well, this is not a place to stay for a long time. Let's hurry up and leave. There will be plenty of opportunities to slowly catch up in the future. Lin Xiaojin said. Right. Otherwise wait until they realize we're not here. I'm afraid they'll look for us. AI Tao said with some concern. Although they were all trafficked here, maybe the Moonsan Hospital didn't dare to report to the Star Police. But now that they were in the Moonsan Star, they would be able to find them without alerting the Star Police. And now luckily they had just finished their treatment, so they wouldn't be searching for them for at least a short period of time. Good. Wang Han responded, tightly pulling on Zhu Jingjing's hand. As for why he brought out one more person, Xiao Nua and Wang Han both did not ask. This question will be told to them all later. A few people quickly left. Lin Xiaojin hastily rented a car out of the Yusha Urban Hospital, but also to rent a flying machine. This time Lin Xiaojin rented a super expensive fast flying machine. But even the fastest will have 2 days to reach the place where the flying machine is parked. When she got on the flying machine, Lin Xiaojin asked, how often will you guys treat them? Will they find you? After each treatment, we will rest for a day. And on the second day, they will send nutrient solutions to replenish our bodies. AI Tao said. The nutrient solution that was sent was some poor quality nutrient solution. Although it replenished their bodies for a short period of time, it would make their bodies worse and worse. Then in that case, they might find out that you guys aren't there in a day. Lin Xiaojin said with a slight frown. Theoretically, yes. Zhu Jingjing also had some worries. The places they passed by along the way were scanned by the system. And once they found out they weren't there, they would soon be able to pinpoint their location. Don't worry. I've shielded the system magnetic field along the way, Xiao Nua said calmly. He knew that there was a possibility that this could happen. So as early as Lin Xiaojin brought the two of them out, he had shielded those electronic signals all the way. Great. Lin Xiaojin gave a thumbs up toward Xiao Nua. AI Tao was also a little curious to look at Xiao Nua. This friend of Zhu Jingjing's are not simple. One is able to bring people to instantaneous distance so far. The other is actually able to shield these electronic signals. I don't know how he did it, and was able to interfere. AI Tao was a little envious that Zhu Jingjing had such a good friend with her husband. Not far away from thousands of miles to look for her. But will she have friends? AI Tao does not know. Because she now has no memories of the past. Even if there is, her home planet is far away outside the galaxy. Now she can be brought out by Zhu Jingjing's friend is already very lucky. After that, where should she go from here? Zhu Jingjing seemed to see AI Tao's thoughts. She said, you come with me to our planet, where you will be a bit freer. And when you have the chance in the future, you will also recover your memories and find your hometown. AI Tao was a little embarrassed to be seen. But she knew that wherever she was now was better than being in that consuming moon sand. Thank you, Anna. Thank you all. AI Tao bowed deeply towards Zhu Jingjing and Lin Xiaojin as they expressed their gratitude. Although Xiao Nua had already interfered with the system, the two of them, AI Tao and Zhu Jingjing, were more or less still a little nervous. After all, a day without leaving Lunar Sand Star. Their hearts had been hanging in the balance. But Zhu Jingjing was okay. After all, Wang Han was accompanying her. Blood relationship is always the closest. This is only 1 day of contact. Zhu Zhu from the beginning of the resistance has quickly accepted Wang Han. I didn't remember you at the time, so the child took my surname. Zhu Jingjing said with some embarrassment. It doesn't matter with whose surname, as long as I can find you and the child. Wang Han said sincerely. From the day they were separated, he was thinking of finding them all the time. Besides, Zhu Zhu is also very nice to hear. Change it to Wang Zhu. Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but laugh out loud when she heard this. It's really that this name is too funny. Lin Xiaojin forced herself to hold back her laughter and said, I also think Zhu Zhu sounds good. There was a total of such a big place in the flying machine. Besides, Lin Xiaojin's hearing had always been very good, and the two of them didn't intentionally avoid other people when they spoke. So not only did Lin Xiaojin hear it, Xiao Nua and AI Tao also heard it. Zhu Jingjing also nodded with approval. Lin Xiaojin continued, now that you have all met, there will be children in the future. The second child can think of what to call it. Zhu Jingjing heard Lin Xiaojin's words. Her face slightly flushed. Wang Han also seemed to be a little shy, didn't say anything. When my energy is restored, I will slowly restore your arm, Zhu Jingjing said, although she now drank Lin Xiaojin's space water. But her energy had not fully recovered. I can also help, AI Tao said in a hurry. Although she was only level 1, but she also had recovered energy. Actually, I found out about us recovery masters. Everyone's recovery factor is different. Zhu Jingjing suddenly said. Well, yes. AI Tao also nodded. Although they all use the ability to recover and heal. But everyone's physique is different. Like Zhu Jingjing's supernatural ability. For recovering wounds, blood and flesh aspects to be stronger. AI Tao, although she only has a level 1 recovery system ability. But her energy is more biased towards detoxification. That's why she was caught where she was. Her level 1 detoxification ability is also comparable to level 3. Everyone's recovery system healing had a different direction. Just like the Thunder system. Although the same Thunder system Exalt, the traits of each Thunder system were different. To put it simply, the same kind of psychic ability had different qualities in different people. 2 days passed quickly. They returned the rented flying machine and traveled directly towards their parked airship. Getting on the airship, Lin Xiaojin immediately started up to leave Moon Sand Star, watching the airship rapidly rise, getting farther and farther away from the ground of Moon Sand Star, completely flying out of the atmosphere. Zhu Jingjing and AI Tao only then breathed a long sigh of relief. Finally leaving that damn place. AI Tao said excitedly. In the future she would be able to live for herself, without having to consume her own energy. She would finally be able to feel at ease to cultivate her powers in the future. Leaving Moon Sand Planet. Leaving that hospital so that she would be able to cultivate. Are we going back to Chenlan Star now? Zhu Jingjing asked. It had been a long time since she had returned to her hometown. Zhu Jingjing was also very excited. Although their hometown was all zombies nowadays. No. I'm going to go to Kota Star. The distance isn't very far. Now that Chenlan Star is in a state of disarray. We need to buy a batch of materials. Lin Xiaojin explained. When the others heard Lin Xiaojin's words, they didn't express any objections. They had made a trip out this time. Searching for Zhu Jingjing was the main thing. But since they had come out, other things also needed to be purchased. But going to Kodak Star would take almost 7 days. If there was a light-speed ship it would be good. The speed would increase even faster. Of course, it would be nice to be able to enter a teleportation point. But most of the teleportation points are not open to the public. And the establishment of a long-lasting teleportation point also requires an expensive price. In the galaxy, the main means of transport is still the spaceship. And in the galaxy the average life expectancy per capita is 500 years. So this consumes a few days on the road is nothing. Lin Xiaojin had deliberately checked the information of Kodak Star. Those wholesale materials were cheap. Lin Xiaojin had already thought of what to buy. But that also required money. Hopefully her remaining 1 billion or so star coins would still be enough. It would be good if we were to encounter one that robbed us. Lin Xiaojin said softly. Robbery? It's dangerous to even meet a star thief. Zhu Jingjing said. Although they were in the hospital but had occasionally heard of such things. Because the galaxy was too big. Even with the galactic guards. The star police. Some of the star thieves simply couldn't be caught because the star police were all very few. Dangerous? Not dangerous? That's coming to give us money. Lin Xiaojin said calmly. Wang Han also told the story of how they encountered the star pirate before they came. But that star pirate was really too poor. But it was fortunate that they encountered that star pirate. Or else they wouldn't even have the star coins to enter Moon Sand Star. Zhu Jingjing was a bit unsure. Ai Tao also felt strange. Usually people beg not to meet a star pirate. This person was good. Begging for a star pirate to rob them. Lin Xiaojin did not give them an explanation. But the expected star pirates did not appear. Of course, not always have good luck. Encountered some poor strength star pirates. If they encountered a strong star thief, then I'm afraid they would only be able to run away. But most of the strong star thief is hanging in the star police wanted list. Time passed quickly. A few days later they arrived at Kodak Star. There was no need to pay a fee to enter Kodak Star, as most came here to buy the materials here. Although there were no star coins to pay, there was a docking fee, which was only 20 star coins. There wasn't any greenery on Kodak Star. As far as the eye could see, it was a sea of metal houses that glistened in the sunlight. The highest floors almost reached the bottom of the clouds. And it is estimated that there are more than 200 floors high, which is only rarely seen in other planets. But it can be seen everywhere in the planet of Kodak Star. The buildings here are so high. Zhu Jingjing couldn't help but say, yes. Ai Tao was also very amazed. After they were abducted and sold they lived in the hospital of Moon Sand Star. They hadn't even been there. Solely once in a while. They could still go on a star network. but they only learn about the big events in the upper galaxy. And there were so many planets in the galaxy that they couldn't even look over. These high-rise buildings are also considered a speciality of Kodak Star, where robots can be seen everywhere. And there are also people who look like they have merged with robots. Some people have broken legs. Treatment needs to spend a lot of money. It is better to direct mechanical legs. In the Kodak Star is not only cheap but also practical, but also can be upgraded to increase a variety of functions. When Wang Han saw this, he couldn't help but want to install a mechanical prosthesis for himself, especially when he saw that the mechanical prosthetic limbs installed by some people were very smooth. Only the outside was a layer of silver-colored metal, and there was a hint of flow when he looked at it vaguely. A few of them were like country people entering the city, looking dazzled. This time, Lin Xiaojin mainly came to buy various materials for making robots. So he walked a few more houses. There were also rental cars here that were very cheap. And not only were they cheap, but they were also very fast. The car screen had an introduction to the situation of Kodak Star. With those machine materials, Lin Xiaojin also saw that there were also many people from other planets of all shapes and sizes here. The car screen has introduced a variety of materials. There are a variety of assembled mechanical equipment. The price of the materials are very cheap, because you need to make their own assembly. There are also semi-finished products that need to be assembled by themselves. And the rest is all the assembled equipment, which is going to be expensive for the assembled equipment. Lin Xiaojin looked at some of the materials, like automatic construction robots. According to your design drawings, he can automatically build ordinary 500 interstellar coins. Some of the more expensive is to build fast 3,000 interstellar coins ranging. This kind of she intends to directly can buy finished products. The most expensive is the weaponry, security system, and anti-star theft system, and security robots and so on. Wang Han saw a finished Quicksilver's mechanical arm. The brain chip control is no different from the real person, even more sensitive, but also has the power-type alien second-level power. Some of the mechanical legs also have jets that allow people to fly in the air. This also has a mech, as if Iron Man's device. By this set of equipment, is not Iron Man? Zhu Jingjing couldn't help but say when she saw the steel device on the screen. Look at the price. Lin Xiaojin pointed to the price. 4,990,000 star coins for a set. Too expensive. Zhu Jingjing spat. Zhu Jingjing looked at the expensive ones. There were also some ordinary cheap ones that were only 1 million interstellar coins. And there were even cheaper ones that were 200,000. 300,000 whatever the price of the interstellar coins were. Those ordinary mechanical arms also only have some ordinary functions, but also very flexible. With the normal arm, there is no difference. Such a big planet sells a lot of materials, mainly concentrated in two large cities. The first is the AG city where they are, and MO city. These two cities. There was also T city, which was the city that mainly sold equipment. Lin Xiaojin had specially done her homework when she traveled to Kodak Star this time. The metal materials in Kodak Star were very cheap, but other things were expensive. Lin Xiaojin thought to herself, if she puts Tuan here, she would probably go crazy with joy. There are metals everywhere, but Lin Xiaojin wouldn't dare to put Tuan out. She can't afford to lose money. Rare things are expensive. Besides, Tuan is a cherished species. If it is coveted by people, then it will be more than worth it. This city is too big. I'm afraid it will take a month or two to stroll around. Both sides of the street were full of shops selling all kinds of materials. In addition to Lin Xiaojin, who had interstellar coins, Zhu Jingjing had only saved a few thousand interstellar coins. And Ai Tao was even more pathetic, with only a few hundred. Wang Han and Xiaondua, two people, are not a penny. Although looking at all want to buy, but have no money. Men are naturally attracted to machinery. Lin Xiaojin has the most star coins. Bought a lot of things. Only a few hours, hundreds of thousands of star coins spent out. Shopping was still very fun, especially for the likes of them, who hadn't seen anything before. Lin Xiaojin also bought quite a few materials. All of them primary. She was going to buy them back for her son to play with. Right then and there to put together Lego. Have you guys noticed that this Kodak Star is all about selling materials? Not a single food shop, Lin Xiaojin said. Inside the galaxy, because of technology, alien energy developed. Compared to outside the galaxy, cultivation is very little, because there are more high-tech and easier things. The primitive things are naturally being slowly instrumented. The crowd heard Lin Xiaojin said so also found this point. Although this city are selling equipment, machinery, materials. But so many other planets to come here. Shall not stay and eat? Accommodation places Lin Xiaojin they did not see a. Lin Xiaojin here bought an intergalactic encyclopedia query. Later they learned that this city only sells materials. And that other planetary outsiders, who want to stay in Kodak Star need to go out of the city to stay in the small towns below. Lin Xiaojin and the others had wandered around quite a bit. And the city waited until 5 p.m. to close. So these outsiders went to the small city next to them to stay. Lin Xiaojin and the others couldn't come to Kodak Star and leave in one day. So they planned to stay here for a few more days. And they had only wandered through half of the city this morning. They took a small car and went to the small town outside to rent a house first. Then came back tomorrow to shop. The city outside wasn't too far away. And it was only a 30-minute journey on the trolley. And the speed of this trolley was faster than even the high-speed train. Each trolley traveled on a set track, and the price of renting a trolley was very cheap. Soon they were out of the city and came to the small town. They just left the city. The car's screen automatically sent a message. It was a brief description of the small town and an introduction. And several of them looked at it carefully. The accommodations in the small town are all cheap. But the food is expensive. But you can buy nutrient solutions. AI Tao couldn't help but say as she looked at the introduction. To be honest, she hadn't bought food for so long because compared to the nutrient solution, food was really too expensive. Why was all the food in this galaxy so expensive? Outside the galaxy some planets had grown quite a few things. Of course there are planting areas within the galaxy. But the vegetables and fruits that are planted are expensive. Besides, in such a high-tech society, a bottle of nutrient can solve a few days of nutrition. Who would want to have to eat every meal in every day? They all rented a small car down our shops. Lin Xiaojin has just booked a room. They go directly on the line. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo, Wang Han and Zhu Jingjing. AI Tao can only own. So Lin Xiaojin only booked 3 rooms. The 3 rooms were only 300 interstellar coins. The price was very cheap. And each room was 30 square feet with a separate bathroom. The building they lived in had a total of more than 30 floors. And she found that the floors that lived in the small urban area were probably all 30 floors high. And it looked very neat. The entire stay was robot-only guided, and there were hardly any Kodak Star people to be seen here. There were also security-type robots outside patrolling back and forth. Lin Xiaojin and their rooms were all booked next to each other. They hadn't eaten much after a day of shopping. Lin Xiaojin took buckets of instant noodles and fruits from space and gave them to Wang Han and Zhu Jingjing, as well as one to AI Tao. This is very much appreciated, AI Tao said with some excitement. She knew that food was expensive. She had already planned to buy her own nutrient solution. But she didn't think Lin Xiaojin would give it to her. Lin Xiaojin looked at AI Tao's excitement and laughed. You are Zhu Jingjing's friend. That means my friend. Zhu Jingjing heard Lin Xiaojin's heart was very grateful. Lin Xiaojin could help her to bring AI Tao out with her. She was already very touched mentally. Lin Xiaojin helping her was a sentiment. Not helping her, she wouldn't care. Thank you. AI Tao was very grateful. The few of them were going to rest here for the night and wait until tomorrow morning to continue shopping. Wang Han and Zhu Jingjing hadn't seen each other for a long time. So they definitely had a lot to say. So Lin Xiaojin specially booked a parent-child room for them. In Kodak robot fighting is very famous. This every child from birth to cultivate the design. Assembly robot. Here from the primary school are also these robots. And even they will hold a robot fighting competition every 10 years. Basically, the top 10 robots are sold for a high price. Especially the top 3 robots. There was a huge screen in the room where they were staying. And Lin Xiaojin opened it up to show the past robot fighting competition. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo both ate while watching this robot competition. It's so awesome. This mecha defense system is awesome. Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Kodak Star's physique was relatively thin and weak. Its genetic level was generally not high. And Kodak Star's awakened alien was pitifully small. But Kodak Star's brain was good. Intelligence is high. God closes a door for you and will open another window for you. Xiao Nuo. Look, this round shield is lightning proof. Lin Xiaojin said directly on the big screen. The introduction on it was a round shield that mainly protected against lightning and fire powers. The advanced round shield could prevent level 7 lightning fire attacks. Xiao Nuo is a level 7 thunder system. I wonder if it can withstand Xiao Nuo's attack. The robot fighting competition was quite interesting. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua were watching with great interest. Unconsciously, the two people saw late at night. The physical quality of the two people is relatively good. Xiao Nua 3 or 4 days without sleep are fine. Lin Xiaojin's genetic level nowadays. A month or 2 without sleep is also very energetic. So the two of them directly watched the whole night. Wang Han and Zhu Jingjing. The two of them first ate the food given by Lin Xiaojin. Zhu Jingjing hadn't tasted food for a long time, and her eyes were slightly red as she ate it. Little Zhu also chirping drinking milk. After drinking milk nestled in the arms of Zhu Jingjing fell asleep. Zhu Jingjing carefully put Zhu into the baby bed. The two people looked at the sleeping Zhu. The psychology is very stable. Wang Han put his arm around Zhu Jingjing's waist and said softly, "It's hard to give birth to a child." Zhu Jingjing turned back and hugged Wang Han. She gently shook her head and said, "I also gave birth to the child safely. But you still have one arm missing. I won't separate in the future." Wang Han said fondly. Zhu Jingjing nodded. This night they slept very late. Zhu Jingjing and Wang Han. The two of them hadn't seen each other for so long and talked for a long time. Ai Tao looked at the reddish apple in her room. She didn't know what kind of food it was, or if it was a local fruit of their Qinlan Qing. Ai Tao carefully took a bite and put it in her mouth to chew. The sweet flavor filled her mouth. She usually drank nutrient solution and didn't even know how to chew food. Biting down on a chunk made her swallow and almost choke herself. So delicious. Ai Tao couldn't help but say it. Not only was it delicious, it actually had a hint of energy. This shocked Ai Tao. This kind of food was actually given to her out of hand. This friend of Zhu Jingjing's was really generous. Ai Tao only ate half of it. The remaining half of it she didn't want to eat, and hurriedly found a bag to put half of the apple in. Ai Tao also did not sleep. She just ate half of the apple. There is also a trace of energy in the body. She rushed to cultivate. Her current level was only level 1. She would have to cultivate even more properly in the future to raise her alien ability level. Ai Tao knew clearly that this was different from being in Moon Sand Star. To follow Zhu Jingjing and the others, then, she needed to raise her alien ability level and increase her value before she could do so. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua watched the robot fighting competition for the whole night. It was quite interesting. Lin Xiaojin table in front of a pile of snacks and melon fruit peels. The two people also drink some beer. Kodak Star was not only wholesaling these metal materials. Making these metal robots was also very famous. After we buy the materials, why don't we go to Moda City and take a look? Lin Xiaojin said. Moda City was the large capital city of Koda Star, and it was also a paradise for robot fighting. Good. Xiao Nua nodded. He certainly wanted to see it. But we don't have much money. Lin Xiaojin sighed. This was a hard injury. Suddenly Lin Xiaojin thought of something. At that time when she was in Moon Sand Star, someone came to buy her fruits. And the shop he shopped at, Nature Source, was also very expensive. She would like to sell things here. But selling things here requires approval, and a series of other formalities. Besides, it's troublesome for aliens to want to open a shop here. Not only do they need entry information and so on, but they also have to pay certain fees. In short, it is difficult for aliens to open a shop here. But she still thought of the shop that sold the heart of grass and wood, and left her contact information at the beginning, as well as the person who sold the fruits also added her. She then remembered that she hadn't even replied to the message after that person added her. After Lin Xiaojin replied to the message, the other person also replied in seconds, hoping to buy Lin Xiaojin's energy fruits in large quantities, and the price would also increase. Lin Xiaojin didn't intend to sell them now, but this was indeed in her plans, because right now, the source of income was limited to selling fruits and vegetables from her space. There was also the heart of grass and wood from the wood elves. And Lin Xiaojin also discovered that the heart of grass and wood in space was undergoing a kind of mutation, or evolution. In the past, the heart of grass and trees could only be condensed by the wood elf split trees. But now Lin Xiaojin's space fruit trees had actually started to condense, probably because of the wood elf's influence in addition to the upgrading of her space. Early in the morning, Lin Xiaojin and a few of them went out. This planet is too big. They also want to wander around more. This day Lin Xiaojin had bought quite a few materials. Lin Xiaojin looked at her account and saw that she only had a few thousand star coins left. The money is almost spent. There aren't enough things. Lin Xiaojin said painfully. Shopping without money wasn't one of the most painful things. What was even more painful was the three of them. who had no money, and could only look but not buy. It was even more painful. Let's go back to Chinlan Star first. We've been out for so long. I don't know how Lucky Star and Little Buzzy are doing. Lin Xiaojin somewhat missed the children. Zhu Jingjing nodded. She also especially wanted to go back to Chinlan Star. No matter where the hometown is always the best. Anna, your hometown is really like you said, are all those kind of zombies? Ai Tao said somewhat nervously. Zhu Jingjing nodded and said, I guess it's also now. Not only are there zombies now, there are also mutated monsters and mutated sea beasts. No need to be afraid. Zhu Jingjing thought that Ai Tao was scared. So she said in a hurry. Ai Tao shook her head and said, No. Being there is better than being in Moon Sand Hospital. Although Moon Sand Hospital seemed safe. But there was no freedom. And every day was also consuming their life force. These zombies might have been a bit troublesome for them in the past. But now they were wealth. Now going back to Chinlanqing and thinking about how to earn interstellar coins, this was the big thing all. Going back to Chinlanqing. We have a bunch of things to do. Lin Xiaojin said with a headache. In the past few days, everyone had fully realized the problem of needing to get money. Without money nothing could be done. It would take about 7 days for a few people to arrive at Chenlanxing by airship. Chinlan Star. Ever since Lin Xiaojin left with Wang Han and Xiao Nuo, they were the only ones left here. Luckily they had left behind the boundary. Otherwise the group next to them would have tried to come and steal things from time to time. But with the energy of this boundary, the level 4 bloodthirsty monsters would have to attack for a while. Not to mention those ordinary level 1 aberrations. The highest level was also Ding Yunxuan's level 2, which the few of them could casually reach. Even Little Boy has been level 5. But Little Boy's ability is perspective eyes. Fighting cannot, but the equipment is strong. From the galaxy ordinary laser weapons can solve them. Small Good occasionally follow Xian, Li's sister to go to the surrounding sea. The deep sea under the sea there are many mutated fish monsters. But the level are not high. The monsters in the surrounding waters were all cleared out by them. The surrounding waters are still safe. Wait until Lin Xiaojin and the others come back. And find a way to isolate this side of the world. Little Buns and Lucky Star on the island to play happy. These days the size of the wind has also grown a lot. Carrying 2 children on the island from time to skate. Lin Xiaojin left behind the land walker is also land and water. During this period, they also went to the urban area a few times. The dilapidated ones were even worse. All of them were decayed black grass. It's really strange. The plants on our planet used to grow quite well. How come they've all grown so slowly since we entered the galaxy? Xian Li said with a puzzled frown. Not only did they grow slowly, but many of the plants had withered. In the past the barren urban areas would have been covered with green plants and weeds. Now they were all black and corrosive. Maybe it has something to do with the environmental weather here? Lin Xiaoran said speculatively. We can't grow vegetables in that case. Xian Li sighed. Plants that could survive were the survival of the fittest. Outside the island, Ding Yunxian purposely called Zhou Yingying over. Senior brother, it's too much of a hardship for you to bring a child over there. Zhou Yingying said with a frown. Ding Yunxian didn't say anything. He knew that everyone couldn't accept Zhao Rui. Do you still have milk powder there? I'll change it for you with that crystal bead. Ding Yunxian was a little embarrassed to say the purpose of this visit to Zhou Yingying. Ding Yunxian brought a few crystal beads with him. Zhou Yingying's face was a little embarrassed. The crystal beads were really of little use to them nowadays. Cultivating on their own also gave them more energy than the crystal beads. And they had driven away quite a few fish and beasts in the past few days. And had also obtained quite a few crystal beads. All of which they gave to their children to play with. However, Ding Yunxian was after all his senior brother. And the former affection was still there. Milk powder I have none here. Xia Jin and the others are out of Chenlanqing. But there is rice flour, do you want it? Zhou Yingying said. Good. Thank you very much. Ding Yunxian was a little slightly disappointed to hear that although there was no milk powder, but having rice flour was fine. This rice flour is still reserved by Lin Xiaojin for Lucky Star and Little Bun. I can't give you more. I still don't know when Xiaojin and the others will be back. Although Lin Xiaojin left enough for the 2 children to be older. The rice flour was also all for the children to eat during their supplementary meals. Good. Ding Yunxian said gratefully. It was good to have a bottle. Zhou Yingying let Ding Yunxian wait. She went back and told Lin Xiaoran. They are all brothers and sisters. So Lin Xiaoran took a bottle of rice flour in addition to a child to eat rice crackers to Zhou Yingying. In about 10 minutes, Zhou Yingying came out with the stuff. These two are for you. This rice cracker can also be eaten when melted with warm water, Zhou Yingying said. Thanks. Ding Yunxian was very grateful, and even handed Zhou Yingying the crystal beads in his hand. No need. We don't need the crystal beads right now. After Zhou Yingying finished speaking, she found that Ding Yunxian's face was a little embarrassed. Zhou Yingying hurriedly smiled awkwardly and said, Elder brother, you should quickly go back and give it to the child. 7 days later, they finally returned to Qianlanxing. At this moment, Qianlanxing's newbie protection period had already passed. Lin Xiaojin had bought a lot of materials this time, and had already let the Space Green Star them into the line assembly. Just after arriving at the periphery of Qianlan Star, Lin Xiaojin put the assembled instruments for connecting to the star network on the periphery of Qianlan Star. The rest of the connector into her island on it. Everyone wants to connect the star network will need equipment. This equipment Lin Xiaojin also bought a few medium ones. These few medium ones, Lin Xiaojin was prepared to give her brother, and Xian Li and a few of them, and bought a lot of ordinary cheap ones, in case of future backup. It feels so good to be back home. Zhu Jingjing sighed. Little Zhu, this is our home. Zhu Jingjing hugged little Zhu as she looked at the watery blue planet. Although the appearance of Qin Blue Planet was not as beautiful as other planets, in their hearts it was unique. Lin Xiaojin also missed Little Bun and Lucky Star very much. And this was the first time Lucky Star had been away from Lin Xiaojin for so long. The airship quickly landed on the island, and several people came out of the airship. Xiaojin, you guys are finally back, Xian Li and Zhou Yingying said excitedly when they saw Lin Xiaojin and the others coming back. Originally, Xian Li thought that they had gone out for a few days at most, but she didn't expect that they had actually gone out for almost a month. Anna! Xian Li was also very excited to see Zhu Jingjing behind Lin Xiaojin. Zhu Jingjing! Zhou Yingying also shouted excitedly. Xian Li. Zhou Yingying! Zhu Jingjing was also very excited to see familiar people, and several people rushed over and hugged each other. Anna, finally found you, Xian Li said excitedly. Well? Zhu Jingjing nodded her head. Their journey was also too difficult, especially the Starshine competition. This journey Wang Han and Lin Xiaojin told her a lot of things. Great! We're finally reunited, Zhou Yingying also said happily. Soon, the two of them noticed the child Wang Han was holding in his hand. Xian Li said, This is your daughter? At first, they knew that Zhu Jingjing was pregnant, and little boy had also seen that Zhou Yingying was pregnant with a daughter. Well? Zhu Jingjing nodded her head. Xian Li and Zhou Yingying instantly ran to see little Zhu. But Zhu rarely see people. Usually the nanny robot in the care. So some introverted. See so many suddenly appeared very enthusiastic people. The child buried his head in Wang Han's embrace is not show his face. Zhu rarely see people. Zhu Jingjing said somewhat guiltily. It's okay. The child is still small. Slowly will be good, Xian Li said. Zhu Jingjing also introduced Ai Tao to everyone. Although there was suddenly one more person, and it was not known what planet. But everyone knew that she was also a therapist. And the crowd did not say anything. Lin Xiaojin has not seen the children for a long time. So anxious to go to see the children. Resettlement of Zhu Jingjing and Ai Tao thing is left to Xian Li and Zhou Yingying. The island's room is very large. Zhu Jingjing directly arranged to Wang Han's room on the line. Ai Tao's room. Xian Li also arranged for her on the ground floor. Lucky Star and the little buns in the big living room to play. See Lin Xiaojin back. Both trotting towards Lin Xiaojin over. Lin Xiaojin and the two children played for a while. Xiao Baozi had grown a lot after a few days of absence. His eyes looked more and more like Lin Xiaojin. But his face and nose looked very much like Xiao Nuo. What has changed even more is Lucky Star. Her pupil's pink color is getting clearer and clearer. Lin Xiaojin they brought back safely this time. Zhu Jingjing naturally also want to celebrate. And for the situation outside, Xian Li and the others also want to understand some. At night, the castle large dining room. Lin Xiaojin had already let Lan Zhan make a table of sumptuous dinner, and waited until everyone had come. Ai Tao's eyes lit up when she saw the sumptuous food. She had never seen such food before. But now that no one else was eating, she naturally wouldn't either, and was now just sitting quietly. Not long after, everyone poured a red liquid. Ai Tao didn't know what it was, but was too embarrassed to ask. Zhu Jingjing on the side could see that Ai Tao seemed to be a little nervous. She quietly came to Ai Tao's ear and said, "This is red wine. You can taste it later." Ai Tao nodded her head in embarrassment. "Celebrating Anna's return today," Lin Xiaojin said with a smile on her brow. Zhu Jingjing was a little embarrassed and said, "It's also thanks to Xiaojin for saving me and Zhu Zhu." Ai Tao heard Zhu Jingjing's words and also hurriedly followed. "I also have to thank you. Why are you all so polite? We've all traveled all the way here. Life and death friends," Lin Xiaojin said with a smile. "That's right. From the zombies in Qinlanxing to the Starshine competition, they were all life and death friends who could give their backs to each other. Once when the disaster first started, Lin Xiaojin thought that hearts were all sinister and human nature was complicated. Too many people would have died then. And most of those who were able to survive at the beginning were selfish and self-interested people." Lin Xiaojin clearly remembers. When the zombie mutation, the people are just a group of ordinary people. Lin Xiaojin see which first death are some good-hearted people, but cannot say who is right and who is wrong. In the face of life and death crisis, everyone wants the right to survive. The face of life and death who are not exempt. You born I born. Of course, will choose their own, in addition to their own biological parents, loved ones, and who will pay for the life of others. Even parents. There are some selfish parents are not worthy. Of course, this is in the minority. They have come all the way. There are suspicions. There are doubts. No one is in the beginning can each other trust each other. This is a long time to establish the process. In such an environment, they are now able to support all the way to now is truly not easy. This friendship is more sincere. This was what everyone clearly understood in their hearts. Xia Jin is right. There's no need to say anything. Just drink and it's done. Zhou Yingying also said with a happy smile. Right. Xianli also said with a smile. The several children, Mu Xiao, Xiao Bozi, and Lucky Star. Zhu Zhu drank freshly squeezed fruit juice. Drink it, Lucky Star said obediently. Lucky Star liked drinking grape juice the most. The crowd happily ate a full meal and drank a lot of wine. But now that everyone had a high level of psychic ability, this amount of wine couldn't get much drunk at all. A few children were playing in the living room. Lin Xiaojin put a lot of toys and slides and so on. Zhu Zhu was a little nervous at first, but when she saw the toys, she was very curious. And Mu Xiubian came over to those cute little dolls. Zhu Zhu little girl like Lucky Star is a natural love for dolls and such cute toys. Quickly attracted by the little good Mu Xiaochan with 3 children playing. These days Mu Xiaochan is a big sister look. Has been taking these children to play. They were left with a few adults. And while they drank, Lin Xiaojin and the others talked about the things they had encountered outside this time. Lin Xiaojin told them that the Star Network had been established, and gave them the equipment for the Star Network, so that they could register when they had time. And then, they could connect to the outside world. Lin Xiaojin had also bought quite a few robots, as well as construction-type robots. Our planet is mostly zombies. I don't know if there are any other survivors yet. Xianli said. There are. Isn't the island next to us? Zhou Yingying said. Now that Qilan Star was sparsely populated, it was the time when there was a lack of manpower. And Ding Yunxian had brought hundreds of people. There are people next to us, but I'm afraid those people aren't easy to get along with. Xianli said with a slight frown. It wasn't like they hadn't dealt with each other before. Don't need to get along. Just need them to listen to us. Lin Xiaojin said calmly. Nowadays, the few of them were the strongest people in Qinlanxing. And in this world strength solved everything. The few people looked at each other seemed to understand what Lin Xiaojin meant. Lin Xiaojin told everyone else to familiarize themselves with the Star Network as soon as possible. She wanted to make a trip to the large cities around here tomorrow. She was going to collect all the supplies she could use into space. Lin Xiaojin planned to try to establish her teleportation points around the world in the next few days, before collecting the supplies. A few people roughly planned the division of labor. Lin Xiaojin left behind a few construction-type robots. They Qinlanxing needed to develop as quickly as possible if they wanted to gain a foothold in the galaxy. Lagging behind would lead to defeat. This saying applied there. The people discussed for an hour. Lin Xiaojin took Xianli to collect supplies tomorrow. Xiao Nu and Zhang wished to go and solve the matter of the small island next to them. Wang Han and Zhu Jingjing hadn't seen each other for a long time, first stayed in the castle and took care of a few children. Lin Xiaojin also stayed behind with the nanny robot she purchased. Ai Tao is also unfamiliar with this planet, so she also stayed. Brother Lin Xiaoran is responsible for a few construction robots, ready to expand the surrounding area in the future. This will be their base camp. After discussing the matter, the people went back and rested. At night, Lin Xiaojin watched as Little Bozy and Lucky Star both fell asleep. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua each held one and carried them back to their cots. There was one more child. Several children instantly played together, although at first a little uncomfortable. But children's ability to adapt is very strong. In a short while they played together. Little kids don't have that much heart and soul yet. Xiao Nua. I thought that we would be able to take it easy back home. I had wanted to come back and swing for the fences. Lin Xiaojin laughed helplessly. Unfortunately, this world did not allow it. No matter where you are, there is strife when there are many people. Even on our planet there used to be several big countries, let alone within a galaxy like this. Xiao Nua too was very open-minded. Lin Xiaojin nodded and said, let's first consolidate the resources of Chinalan Star and think of ways to earn money. Nowadays, this zombies may not be our resources. Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. The zombies were made whole by those people in the beginning. But the crystal beads in the zombie's head could be sold for a price outside the galaxy. But it was really hard to say within the galaxy. Tomorrow I will first go with Xianli to check out the whole planet. I guess I will stay for a few days, Lin Xiaojin said. Xiao Nua and Lin Xiaojin, two people from the beginning, have not been separate. This next go out for a few days. Lin Xiaojin's psyche actually still vaguely some discomfort. However, Xiao Nua's strength was high. He stayed here to solve that group of people. In fact, John Wish's supernatural ability was also strong enough. But the other party is, after all, there are hundreds of people. Only let John Willing one person in charge. Afraid to cope with it. The lights in the room had already been switched off. Only a small light remained. Xiao Nua didn't say anything. His gaze lingered on Lin Xiaojin's face. Xiao Nua lowered his eyes, his voice hoarse. We haven't been together for a long time. The next day, Xianli was ready and waiting for Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin went out this time because she wanted to try to establish a teleportation point. The distance she could instantly move nowadays was almost comparable to the distance of a third-tier county. Now that she had established a teleportation point, in the future, she wouldn't even need to take a flying machine. She could directly teleport to the location she wanted to go to with a single thought. And other people could do the same. Xianli thought Lin Xiaojin was going to pilot the road traveler. But Lin Xiaojin took out a two-person plane from space. The shape was similar to a round flying disc, which Lin Xiaojin had purchased the materials for in Green Star, and the others had assembled. This was very fast and mobile to drive. From the outside it seemed to have very little space. But sitting inside it was very comfortable. Two people sat in the flying saucer. The driving seats inside were two sets of soft sofas. There was a small round coffee table in the middle. Lin Xiaojin took out 2 bottles of drinks from space, and some small snacks to eat when he was bored. The continent they were on was Europe. So they went straight to the nearest continent's European city first. Lin Xiaojin set the place, and the flying disc started up. My former home is in Europe, Xianli said silently. Lin Xiaojin knew that Xianli had once settled abroad before, and then returned to school for unknown reasons. But Lin Xiaojin rarely heard Xianli talk about her family. Lin Xiaojin knew that Xianli's family was still relatively rich. This time, I went back to take a look by the way, Lin Xiaojin said. Xianli nodded, with a touch of unknown emotions under her eyes. They first went to Europe. Here is also once Xianli's home. Their family once immigrated here. The flying saucer was very fast. In a few minutes it had arrived in Europe. Target location has arrived. The flying saucer could only voice reminders. So fast. Xianli couldn't help but say. This was a bit faster than even the speed of the flying machine. Lin Xiaojin let the flying disc land at a high building. Let's go, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Good. The flying saucer opened and Lin Xiaojin and Xianli both came out while the flying saucer was put away into space by Lin Xiaojin. The skyscrapers were broken everywhere. The wall skin was damaged. Once outside the galaxy, these skyscrapers had long been crawling with greenery. However, since Chen Lanxing entered the galaxy, these plants slowly withered instead, leaving behind some yellowed leaves, and even some of them had turned into flying ash. Plants don't grow easily within the galaxy, Xianli said with a frown. The plants on the island they lived on were also gradually withering. It was also strange. The lifespan had increased. Those animals, the zombies, had increased. But the plants had withered. But there were also plants that survived. None of them were plants with extremely strong vitality. Country M. It had been almost 2 years since they left Chenlong Star. But hopefully some of the supplies were still usable. Let's go, Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin kicked open the door to the locked roof of the building. The hallway was a bit dim. Cobwebs everywhere. And a dark damp odor. But they had smelled any kind of disgusting odor. This kind they had long been used to. The dust on the ground is a thick layer. 2 people step on a foot is a thick print. 2 people just walked a few steps. Suddenly from the side scurried out a broken zombie. The clothes on the body has long been rotted. Only the dry fried body was left. And long nails. These zombies also had different degrees of evolutionary mutation after entering the galaxy. However, in the evolutionary mutation, it is not the opponent of Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li today. Lin Xiaojin are lazy hands, holding a laser gun in his hand. The head of the zombie was shot in the head. Although Lin Xiaojin didn't bring Blizzard, she brought a small robot with a cool appearance like a robot cat. Lin Xiaojin picked up the yellow crystal beads on the ground for the robot to scan, and gave it instructions to help her pick up these crystal beads. Lin Xiaojin had wanted to buy a few more combat robots. But the combat-type robots were the ones that were more expensive than the other machines. Lin Xiaojin also only bought 2. And it was more complicated to assemble. And Green Star needed time to do so. Xian Li saw the cute robot Lin Xiaojin took out and said, I also seem to want one. When Green Star is assembled, I'll give you one. Lin Xiaojin said generously. I'll be polite then. Xian Li really liked the cute robot. She also linked up to the Star Network and roughly understood a few things. But there were so many things within the Star Network that she could only get a superficial understanding for a while. But she also quickly understood one thing, that is the Star Coins. Without Star Coins nothing could be bought. Why don't we just keep all these zombies in captivity and have a real-life quiz? Xian Li suddenly said whimsically. It was like playing a game for a fee. Not only could you be a zombie, you could also collect these crystal beads and need to pay an entrance fee. Xian Li, we still have a bit of tacit understanding. In fact, I also had this idea in the beginning. But these zombies are too weak in rank. And the strength of the aliens in the galaxy are all very strong, Lin Xiaojin said. She actually kind of had this idea when Xiao Nua finished saying that these zombies were also resources. That's also right. Xian Li frowned slightly. These zombies of theirs were indeed of low rank. However, if it's just some kids coming to practice, it might be okay, Lin Xiaojin said silently. But even the children amongst the galaxies were not bad. Mainly because the zombies were too weak. It was also that they had become too strong nowadays. Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li both walked calmly through the building's corridors. And every now and then, the zombies would come over and interfere. Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li are very calm. But there are still a lot of zombies outside. Lin Xiaojin thought of Xian Li's words just now. Looking at these zombies. Or decided to keep some of them. After all, they are all resources. Lin Xiaojin put away the robot. It was only a short time ago. It had already collected thousands of crystal beads. Go. I'll take you to fly up. Lin Xiaojin finished speaking, and directly flew towards the world on Xian Li's arm. Lin Xiaojin's strength had become stronger. And her flying ability acted freely. Although it was a little less convenient to move with Xian Li, she was still able to fly. Wow! Xian Li hanging in mid-air without a bit of nervousness. But instead felt very exciting. Before the end of the world she liked to play high-altitude parachute jumping and other extreme games. You're holding my waist like this. Will Xiao Nua get jealous if he sees it? Haha. Xian Li couldn't help but say. 2 girls wrapped their arms around each other. Xiao Nua, what can he be jealous of? Lin Xiaojin still didn't know enough about men's possessiveness. Let's mainly find the large shopping malls. And the military's warehouses. Lin Xiaojin said. The food was probably all expired. But some clothes, pots and pans were still all usable. Right now, there were no factories in Chenlangsing that could produce these. These were all non-renewable resources nowadays. Unless Chenlangsing developed completely in the future. But I don't know how many years later. After all, the people of Chenlangsing were all pitifully small nowadays. It's still cool to hoard without spending money, Lin Xiaojin said silently. Thinking about before in Kodak Star, although buying something would cost interstellar coins. The density of zombies in Europe was much less than Asia. but it was also densely packed with zombies. All of these zombies must have mutated as well. If we are like this, if we are changing into ancient clothes, if the others see us, will we be taken as fairies? Xian Li said with a smile, after taking an imperial sword and matching it with the zombies all over the ground below. Does this look like they are defending the devil now? Haha. But besides the zombies, there's no one to see us, Lin Xiaojin said with a smile, feeling good about herself. In fact, Lin Xiaojin had also seen flying machines, and Kodak Star just put 2 wings like things on the back and could fly. But there were some small expensive. She didn't buy it. Besides, Lin Xiaojin was already able to fly, so she didn't need it. But she could procure some when she had money. Where is the biggest shopping center in M country? Xian Li pointed at the iconic building and said. Lin Xiaojin heard Xian Li's words and slowly flew towards that side. Lin Xiaojin's flying speed was very slow. The two of them landed directly on the large orb on the top floor of the shopping center, which was covered in rust and dust. Lin Xiaojin hammered the tempered glass above with a light punch, clattering and shattering like rain. Afterwards, Lin Xiaojin took Xian Li and jumped down. This floor was the top floor. There weren't any zombies, only dust all over the floor, and cobwebs. This is a high luxury brand, a famous big shopping mall in the entire country of M, Xian Li said with a sigh. Every item here, the cheapest, is in the 5 digits. It's all ours now, Lin Xiaojin said indifferently. Not only was this place theirs, the entire Qinlanxing was theirs, and Lin Xiaojin was only planning to raid all the famous large shopping malls. She didn't care about the rest of the things in those small counties. Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li, 2 people, quickly charged a shop. Outside, the dusty things, Lin Xiaojin mostly confiscated, are straight to the treasury. Almost everything is collected into the space. In the space, Lan Zhan, small clouds they have a busy, has been non-stop in helping to sort out Lin Xiaojin from outside the collection of supplies. Most of them were clothes and shoes, and furniture. These things were non-renewable resources nowadays, so she collected as much as she could. She was also prepared to expand around the island, and then concentrate these zombies to see if the whole zombie adventure park could be built in the future. Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li have received numb hands in the past 2 days. From the excitement at the beginning, to the back of the gradual fatigue. Lin Xiaojin remembered when the teleportation back is to see the F country of the city is afire. So driving a flying saucer, and Xian Li came to the F country. First of all, collected a lot of supplies here. Furniture, quilt, and clothes and so on. The 2 people also changed clothes. From the beginning of the defense clothing. Now the 2 people, Lin Xiaojin wore a red dress, plus black leather boots. Xian Li is a blue dress, white leather shorts, plus high heels. If in the past, they would never wear this. Now the strength is here. These zombies do not have any threat to them. The 2 people are naturally how beautiful how to wear. Not only that, the 2 people also in the dilapidated city, behind the ground full of zombie corpses, but also posed for a lot of photos. Each photo had a fractured beauty. Xiaojin, you said that the fire you saw at that time was in this area? Could the fire have been caused by thunder? Xian Li said. In a city like this, who could possibly survive here again? Lin Xiaojin was sure that she hadn't been mistaken. She had indeed seen a fire in this area at that time. They are now in a small town in Country F. This country is not like Country Z where there are a lot of people. This town is sparsely populated. After the zombie mutation, also can have a chance to survive. Not like Z country once infected when the spread of the speed is very fast. Almost all the zombies in this town have been eliminated. The ground is dry corpses. These zombies, even if they are burst ahead, the body is also a long time will not decay. Some of the zombies' corpses were surrounded by all kinds of flies, which were all mutated and would be infected with viruses if they stared at humans. But now Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li's resistance is not afraid of these. The 2 walked in the deserted town, surrounded only by the silent rustling sound of the wind blowing. There is also the sound of 2 people stepping on the ground. It seems that there is no one else around. The houses of the town in Europe are still built, still beautiful, although vaguely dusty. Some like the gray town in a horror story, but vaguely can feel that it must have been a very beautiful town before it fell into disrepair. A small cottage, planted around the grass and trees, have long since withered. A piece of depression. No more popularity. Only dead air. I don't know how long it will take for Qinlanqing to recover. Maybe it will take a long time. Then again, maybe this place will only become more and more dilapidated in the future. And what kind of mutation will happen to these zombies in the future? These are all unknowns. But Lin Xiaojin would also build a new home they lived in. And none of these things would threaten him. This town has obviously been cleaned up, Xian Li said, as he looked at the zombie corpses around him. When those people came to capture slaves from their Qinlanqing, they couldn't have captured everyone in Qinlanqing. They also possessed escaped. Like in the fringe towns, the population was sparse. Unlike when they were in the town of Raising Horse, where the population gathered and was easily discovered. It was possible for someone to escape. Two people walked on the deserted road. Some sigh. Once F country, these idyllic towns are very beautiful. The whole town is surrounded by flowers. Lin Xiaojin thought of the entire Qinlan star was like this, could not help but feel a little melancholy. And there was no telling what the future development of Qinlan star would be. There were just too many planets in the entire galaxy. What's wrong? Xian Li asked when she saw Lin Xiaojin suddenly stop. Lin Xiaojin pointed her finger at the dilapidated villa next to her and whispered, "There's movement there. Let's go take a look." Xian Li nodded and silently followed behind Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin's hearing and eyesight were not comparable to Xian Li's. The fact that she couldn't hear anything didn't mean that Lin Xiaojin couldn't hear. The door of the villa is locked. Lin Xiaojin just lightly kicked the door, which even 10% of the force was not used. The dilapidated villa looked quiet, but there were gray traces on the ground. Xian Li also saw them. The two followed the traces directly to the first floor. Suddenly, next to a hiss, a zombie rushed over. Lin Xiaojin directly took the laser gun and shot towards its head. I did not expect to actually let the zombie dodge. The zombie's head dodged over, but the shoulder did not dodge over, and was directly shot with a large mouth. And the rotting flesh was directly burned. When Lin Xiaojin was about to fire the second shot, this zombie actually ran away and directly jumped from the first floor. Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li both froze. Zombies are unconscious. They bite when they see someone. How could they run away? Kind of interesting. Lin Xiaojin's eyes lit up with interest and said, "She ran away." Xian Li looked out of the window. The zombie that Lin Xiaojin had shot was running into the distance. Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li seemed to have found something interesting. "Come on. Let's go take a look." Lin Xiaojin wrapped one arm around Xian Li and flew straight down. Although Lin Xiaojin was able to fly but not fast, and she had to bring Xian Li with her. So after flying down, the two of them directly ran to find that strange zombie. Is this zombie conscious? That's unlikely, right? Xian Li frowned, guessing. They hadn't seen so many zombies that were as strange as the one they had just seen. Anyway, that zombie actually knows how to escape, so it must be unusual, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Xian Li nodded in agreement. Thinking of that zombie just now was indeed a bit strange. These zombies, even if they were all unconscious, even if they were injured, they would all rush to the front and gnaw on the flesh and blood. Perhaps because the entire Qinlan star into the galaxy. So the mutation occurred? In fact, Xian Li guessed pretty much the same. The timing of this person's mutation could be said to be very coincidental and lucky. He was originally a person who had been living here alone. And it just so happened that one day, he was infected by a high-level zombie, and was about to mutate into a zombie. But this time happened to be when Qinlanqing entered the galaxy, and the entire planet changed. The plants, zombies, and all the animals on the planet were affected. This person was infected with zombies turned into a half-human, half-corpse. Although the body was completely zombified, the brain was not. These Lin Xiaojin and the others didn't know. They just felt that this zombie was a bit unusual. The speed is quite fast. Lin Xiaojin looked at this zombie running so fast even after being injured. Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li were not panicking. Since Lin Xiaojin had found it, it was impossible to escape from her. Along the route Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li followed all the way. The ground there are zombies, dry-fried corpses. These corpses for a long time do not decay, but more and more dry and hard. Some of the zombie corpses were buried underground by dust. Over there. Lin Xiaojin heard the movement and pointed forward. The zombie seemed to have run too fast and fell directly into the water channel. Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li stood on top of it face to face. The zombie's legs seemed to be broken, and the whole body was lying in the water channel. This zombie actually fell down the gutter. Lin Xiaojin laughed. Maybe hiding from us to hide? Xi only guessed, thinking that the way the zombie escaped just now was very likely. The zombie that fell in the gutter hissed towards Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li with a horrifying expression. But the general zombie's eyes were rotting. This zombie's eyes were fishy green. Gray black eye bags still had thick green liquid attached to them. Roar. The zombie let out a roar towards Lin Xiaojin, who took out the laser gun that had just shot it and pointed it. When the zombie saw the laser gun in Lin Xiaojin's hand, it was obviously scared, and its entire body began to shrink back. Sure enough, this zombie hasn't completely lost its consciousness, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice when she saw the zombie's reaction. Quite funny. Xian Li also tried. And sure enough, this zombie had an expression of fear. But on a horrible face, this just looked even more horrible. Lin Xiaojin swept the zombie. Should be a male zombie. See the height of about 180 or so. Adult male. But the specific age of what? She could not see. The clothes on the body of the zombie has also long been rotted out of shape. Only on the feet there is still half of the rotting shoes. And half. Like trainers or something like that. This zombie is so peculiar. Lin Xiaojin has no intention to kill it. So Lin Xiaojin found a rope from space, tied up the zombie, and carried the zombie with one hand. At first, the zombie was very resistant. But after seeing the laser gun in Lin Xiaojin's hand, it immediately gave up struggling. So the two walked through the deserted and dilapidated town, dragging a zombie behind them. Although this seemed to delay their process a bit. But the two didn't care. Nowadays they were just gathering supplies and strolling around the dilapidated city in the meantime. There was no chance to travel to Country F in the first place. So now there's just a chance to take a good stroll, Lin Xiaojin said bittersweetly. Now it's also a different kind of fun. Gothic style. Haha. Xian Li also laughed along. Bittersweet? Right? Europe is like this. They're Asia. They Z countries still do not know what to become. But certainly not in Europe, so comfortable some. Asia's population base is too big. If they go to Asia, go to the third-tier cities, the crowds of zombies are estimated to be able to round up. Then, they can only keep cleaning up the zombies. Now first these city-state supplies in Europe to acquire a wave. The other 6 states, and then slowly collect is not too late. Think of it as a tour of the wasteland. However, their base side was also under intense construction. And the collected supplies Lin Xiaojin also needed to go back and send things back. They had been out for a few days now. And they didn't know how the children were doing. This zombie seemed to be fond of eating raw meat. If it wasn't for the laser gun deterring her, I'm afraid it would have pounced again. So Lin Xiaojin took a piece of raw meat out of space and tried to feed it to the zombie. Roar. Lin Xiaojin actually vaguely saw that the zombie's horrible face was somewhat excited. Oh, that green liquid flowing from its mouth is saliva. Right? Xian Li looked at the green liquid that kept coming out of the zombie's mouth. And the zombie's eyes kept staring at the raw meat that Lin Xiaojin had thrown to the ground. That's disgusting, Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but say. Lin Xiaojin loosened the rope, and the zombie rushed straight over, swallowing the entire raw meat raw in 2 or 3 bites, without even chewing. The zombie didn't seem too satisfied after eating a piece. It still wanted to eat. So it stared at Lin Xiaojin closely again. It seems like it's asking for it towards you. Xian Li actually read the meaning expressed by the zombie's green eyes. Lin Xiaojin tried again and threw a few pieces down. And the zombie gurgled and ate them all in one gulp, eating about half a head of pork as a whole. Her space actually still had some of the dinosaur meat that she had stored back then, as well as those mutated fish and beasts that she had stored back in Cold Water City. It can really eat. Its stomach is already bulging. I'm afraid it's going to leak out of the field if it eats any more. Xian Li pointed at the zombie's gray stomach, holding up like it was 8 months pregnant. Seeing this, Lin Xiaojin couldn't feed him any more. I'm afraid that if she fed him any more, she would burst. Lin Xiaojin also just want to see the limit of this zombie can eat. It seems to be quite able to eat. But even if you eat so supportive, the zombie is still have the desire to eat. Lin Xiaojin simply summarized it in 4 words. Not knowing hunger and fullness. However, Lin Xiaojin didn't need to point a gun at it anymore. It obediently followed them at the back. But it moved very slowly. Perhaps too much was fed at once. And the zombie didn't digest it. At night, Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li both simply found a bungalow as a landing point. Lin Xiaojin took out the robot, and soon the ground floor was cleaned. The zombie was tied to a pillar by Lin Xiaojin. Xian Li and Lin Xiaojin sat on the coffee table, on top of which Lon John had prepared a few small dishes. These cooked food didn't seem to have much appeal to the zombies. The two of them, Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li, eat and drink some freshly squeezed blueberry juice. This blueberry juice is so delicious. And the energy is still strong. Xian Li felt a surge of energy when she took a sip. The space water also seemed to have strengthened a bit because of the upgrade. And this blueberry juice was paired with the space spring water used to tie it up. The two people looked at the bulging zombie. Actually had the appetite to eat so fragrant. But in the disgusting picture they have seen, this zombie is just a small thing. This zombie closed its eyes. Xian Li found that the zombie suddenly closed its eyes, thinking that the zombie was dead. So he condensed the water balloon and hit the zombie's face. Roar. The zombie seemed to be angry and started to roar, roaring at Xian Li a few times before closing its eyes again. Xiaojin, are my eyes correct? Did it just mean that it was angry? Xian Li was a bit skeptical of her glasses. It was probably sleeping just now. Lin Xiaojin looked at the strange zombie thoughtfully. Having consciousness not to mention. It would actually sleep. It was really a bit abnormal. None of those zombies seen before would close their eyes, even if their heads were chopped off. So these days, Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li intend to observe this strange zombie. 3 days later this zombie's stomach had held back, and Lin Xiaojin continued to feed it a lot of things. Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li also purposely gave this guy a name. A cute and very funereal name. Morning. Morning. You want to eat meat again, right? But you just made Xiaojin angry. So I'm afraid you won't have any meat to eat. Xian Li walked up to Morning and said in a deep voice. Morning was always roaring. So Lin Xiaojin deliberately got angry at him for not giving it meat to see how she reacted. Roar Morning Funeral seemed to be a little unhappy, and its entire zombie head hung down. The zombie is hairless. The hair has long withered and fallen off. Xian Li saw that the zombie head are full of worms. Xian Li saw the head of the zombie, and the bugs are crawling. Xian Li cohesion out of the hand of a football-sized water ball, directly to the zombie from head to tail. A water ball cannot be washed clean. Xian Li and cohesion of a few more. Xiaojin, give me some shower gel. Xian Li said. Good. Lin Xiaojin took out a bottle of body wash from space and threw it to Xian Li. Xian Li was actually in the mood to bathe the zombie. Xian Li poured the entire bottle of shower gel on the zombie's body. And at first, the zombie was very uncooperative until a circle of ice cones instantly coalesced around the zombie. The zombie then obediently did not move. They would not have thought before that they would actually raise a zombie. It was like raising a pet. This zombie's IQ seems to have clearly risen recently, Lin Xiaojin said, as she looked into the eyes of the morning zombie. I've noticed it too. Is it because eating raw meat made it evolve? Xian Li guessed. It's possible. Lin Xiaojin felt the same way. At the beginning, Morning ate raw meat for a few days before digesting it, and it didn't eat much. But now its digestion was getting faster and faster, and it seemed that the consciousness had also become a little stronger. Lin Xiaojin didn't know how this zombie could retain a part of its consciousness, but it was a very peculiar aspect. If the entire zombie can have such an evolution, that to become a new race of Chenlan Xing. It's just a pity that this kind of change is only in this guy in front of him nowadays. We've almost searched this piece. We're going to take the flying saucer in a while. We have to clean it, Xian Li said. The flying saucer place is small. This zombie special they are going to take away. But stinky and dirty with them to stay together is very disgusting. Xian Li watched the whole zombie, and then realized that it was a male zombie. Ahem. The zombie after these few days of meat. These are not ordinary meat. Lin Xiaojin also mixed with some dinosaur meat to feed it. Dinosaur meat contains energy are 10 times higher than ordinary meat. A small piece is also enough for Morning to digest half a day. Morning's body was very dry, like skin and bones, but the overall skin was black and green, somewhat hard. Lin Xiaojin also deliberately took out a set of clothes. Although the zombie's hands and head are still flexible, but the whole body is relatively hard, cannot be curled. Some like the feeling of zombies. Xian Li and Lin Xiaojin, two people to help the zombie change to clean clothes. Looks like some more like a zombie. But the zombie's face is rotten meat. The flesh around the mouth was rotten, revealing the black and blue teeth inside. In order to see more comfortable, Lin Xiaojin took out a white bandage. From head to tail to the zombie tied a circle, wrapped tightly. At first the zombie also some resistance, but by Lin Xiaojin punched also honest. 2 people enough to give the zombie wrap dozens of circles. Does this look like the Deadpool of the M Country film? X only looked at the funeral was wrapped only the mouth and 2 green eyes exposed outside and laughed. Not very much. It's practically identical. It's just the difference of 2 knives. Lin Xiaojin also spat along. But this always looked much smoother. The 2 people put another muzzle on the zombie, and would only untie it when feeding it meat. Although this zombie had a mind. Its arms and legs weren't very flexible. So trying to untie the muzzle, it had no way of completing it. The 2 men took the zombie onto the flying saucer and prepared to go to another country. Where are we going next? X only asked. To our country Z, Lin Xiaojin said. Country Z has a large population, which means there are also many zombies. But the same country Z is rich in supplies. Before going, first go to the F country's military supplies to find out. Like some military supplies, military canned goods have a long shelf life. The entire Qin launching is in Lin Xiaojin's star network. As long as the previous Qin launching map directly scanned into the star network AI, including the Qin launching was connected to the satellite positioning system of the information can be found. So the target was quickly searched. The next day time, they went to Z country. Go to Z country, she is also ready to collect a few first-tier metropolis supplies. The first place to go is Mordor, where there is an abundance of supplies. Population? Not zombies. They went to the magic city at night. Dark. Nothing can be seen. To know that this place once overlooking the bottom are all the traffic lights, now become a dim and gloomy city. They didn't know how long it would take to build such a city. I'm afraid it would be many years later. After all, Qin Launching's population was pitifully small today. Not even in the thousands. What used to be the magic capital has now become a large ghost capital. Xi sighed. The once prosperous magic capital seemed to be as far as the eye could see. Lin Xiaojin directly let the flying saucer land on the rooftop of a tall building. There was a gust of wind, and the air was laced with the scent of decay. The magic city was worthy of being the magic city, with a huge population base. And they could already hear the hissing and roaring of the zombies outside from here. The zombies were hidden on the bars. They needed to stay here tonight and start scouring Mordor tomorrow. We'll go first tomorrow. To Gutland Commercial Street, Lin Xiaojin said. The Gutland Commercial Street was the top-ranked commercial street in Mordor, and the number 1 ranked commercial street in Mordor. At one time, Gutland's pedestrian street was about 5,200 meters long, with shops on both sides. And at a glance, there were modern buildings interspersed with old European-style buildings. And there were even more shops with light boxes that stretched on and on, with neon lights flashing under the night. Nowadays, I'm afraid it's just zombie carrion all over the place. The night was an uneventful night. The roar of the zombies kept irritating the mortars from time to time. In fact, Lin Xiaojin did not sleep for a night is not a big deal. She cannot sleep for a few days and nights and still have the spirit. But Xi is not okay, unless you drink the spirit of the liquid, in order to maintain enough spirit. The zombie is a zombie. Lin Xiaojin found that the zombie will not close their eyes at night. Only in the daytime will have 1 or 2 hours closed eyes. That should be sleeping. Xi has fallen asleep next to him. Lin Xiaojin is standing on the railing overlooking the bottom. Although the bottom is dark and blurred, but Lin Xiaojin still see the zombies wandering in the street in the dark. Not 1 or 2. Casually sweeping a street there are hundreds, or even thousands of zombies wandering. And even on the wall, there are some mutated zombies. They climbed on the wall and did not move. Like crawling geckos seemed to be waiting for food on the doorstep. But now that they have all turned into zombies, where is there any food? These zombies can survive without eating or drinking, and can also evolve. But evolution is just a little slower. Unless it's like a zombie that has been fed raw meat. It seems to evolve faster? Lin Xiaojin glanced at the tied-up zombie. Conscious but not sure how to domesticate it, Lin Xiaojin directly connected to the Star Network. Directly from the Star Network search. See if there is a method to control pets. Or pet animals. Star Network has everything. There is a kind of electric shock chain, similar to the kind of dog chain, bound to the neck. Can always be detected. If the detection of pets have the intention to harm will send an alarm. Electric shock. There were neck chains, ankle chains, hand chains, all kinds of styles. Lin Xiaojin felt that this kind of thing was going to be more robbing than tying it up all the time. So he wanted to buy this thing. Their planet had just connected to the Star Network, and they didn't have the money to set up a teleportation point. This thing wasn't too expensive. It was only 2,000 astral coins, but the shipping cost was 2,000 astral coins as well. It can also be transported outside of their Chilan star. Chilan star is backward, and the traffic is not developed. Lin Xiaojin also searched from the internet the manufacture of this thing, the method of manufacture to the green star. She initially bought a lot of materials in the Kodak star, as well as initially in the dungeon of cold water also found a lot of things. After seeing this, Green Star said that this thing is very simple to manufacture. Lin Xiaojin immediately felt that she had saved another sum of money. She killed a lot of zombies this time, but also did not find the colored crystal beads. This colored crystal beads in its space, able to transform into a super high IQLs. Now although there are blue Zhan, small clouds, green star, red dazzle for people, but nowadays the space has become too much bigger, comparable to a city. These 4 people are also too few. Moreover, these people are all very intelligent, can help her do many things, and loyal. Thinking of this, when it was dawn, she decided to go hunting a wave of zombies to find out if there were any colored crystal beads. With so many zombies, 1 or 2 would always appear. Right? The next day, Xian Li woke up early and saw Lin Xiaojin standing on the rooftop, with an extra metal collar in her hand. Lin Xiaojin also didn't expect that Green Star and the others had made this thing in one night. But the appearance of this thing didn't look as delicate as the ones from Star Network. But the efficacy that it should have was still there. What is this? Xian Li curiously looked at the thing in Lin Xiaojin's hand, which looked like a collar in appearance. It's the collar. Made for it. Lin Xiaojin pointed at Morning. Lin Xiaojin walked over and directly put the collar on the Morning's neck. And with a dripping sound, the collar was directly embedded in the Morning's neck. Lin Xiaojin threw a round button similar to a watch to Xian Li. This can control it. Give it to you. The controller Xian Li held in her hand. If Funeral didn't obey, she would press it, and the collar would emit an electric current. This is really an electronic collar for training pets. But this thing is more advanced. Can alarm, and can also locate and check the location at any time. Strange. How come none of these zombies are attacking us anymore? Xian Li looked at these zombies curiously. If it were the past, these zombies would have already pounced on them. But these zombies are surrounding them, and have no intention of making a move. Maybe it's because of it? Lin Xiaojin looked back at the zombies walking behind them, and guessed. It? Xian Li also looked at Morning suspiciously. So Lin Xiaojin tested it. Lin Xiaojin directly threw Morning into the herd of zombies in front of them. Those zombie groups, however, avoided it, and then the zombies behind them started to attack towards them. Xian Li directly condensed a group of ice cones to directly pierce the heads of the surrounding zombies. These crystal beads Lin Xiaojin can't afford to waste, releasing the robots to help her collect the crystal beads. Sure enough, Lin Xiaojin's guess was right. Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li walked in front of the zombies, and the surrounding zombies stopped attacking them and started wandering aimlessly. This mortar is a special zombie? Interference? Xian Li walked in front of Morning and observed it. The zombie didn't look at Xian Li but at Lin Xiaojin. Opened his mouth and showed fishy green liquid outwards. The white bandage was dyed green. Hungry again. Lin Xiaojin looked at Morning's appearance and knew that it had opened its mouth for food again. However, when Lin Xiaojin found out that Funeral had this advantage, she purposely gave Funeral 2 more large pieces of meat today. This is quite good. We don't have to have so many zombies to mindlessly attack us, Lin Xiaojin said. Although the strength of the zombies was low, they couldn't help but be outnumbered. With so many zombies, they had to fight for quite a while. But with the zombies, it saved a lot of effort. Although I don't know what kind of physique the zombies have. As long as they stand within 100 meters of him, these zombies will not actively attack them. In a short while, the robot has collected a lot of zombies. There is a colorful crystal bead. Lin Xiaojin saw very happy. Finally have a colorful crystal bead. So many days has been she killed a lot of zombies. Tens of thousands of crystal beads are also there. This only got one. Lin Xiaojin can't wait to put the colorful crystal beads into the space. Soon the colorful crystal beads coalesced. Because of the spatial changes, it made the colored crystal beads coalesce even faster. Little Cloudy and a few of them also came over, nervously looking at the new partners that were about to arrive. We already have 3 males now. Can Master arrange for my sisters for me? Little Cloudy said. Blue Zhan, Red Dazzle, and Green Star were all 3 men. And only Little Cloudy was a female figure. Good. Lin Xiaojin answered cheerfully. Little Cloudy was very happy to hear Lin Xiaojin's words, and all looked at the colored crystal beads expectantly. Not long after, the colored crystal beads gradually coalesced into a human form. Lin Xiaojin imagined a cute and adorable image. And soon the colored crystal bead appearance coalesced into the image of a cute girl. So cute. The little cloud was cute by the girl said. Colored crystal beads just coalesced out. Someone confused however for Lin Xiaojin, she was immediately able to sense no. Lin Xiaojin's space of consciousness. There was another pinch of fire. You'll be called Little Moon from now on. Lin Xiaojin said with a smile. She had just thought of an anime when she condensed the shape of Little Moon Air. American Girl Warrior. Sailor Moon. Haha. So Little Moon's appearance had 2 long yellow twisted braids. The colored crystal beads coalesced were all highly intelligent geniuses. Although they didn't have any other supernatural abilities. They had a high IQ. Lin Xiaojin looked at the few little elves in the space, and had an indescribable feeling in her psyche. She remembered the ancient myths of Qianlan Xingzi country. The legend was that Noah created man. And in the West, Adam and Eve. But now in this space, Lin Xiaojin had created such a few little elves with her own hands. Although they weren't born from Lin Xiaojin's womb, the feeling was the same. They were incomparably loyal to Lin Xiaojin, being their creator in general. Little Yuer's appearance made the several little elves very happy. And Lin Xiaojin believed that it wouldn't take more than a few days for Little Yuer to reach a normal level in all aspects of language. Lin Xiaojin still underestimated Little Yuer, probably because of the upgrading of the space. In the upgraded space, the colored crystal beads coalesced out of the elves' IQs were even higher instead. Little Yuer's IQ was much higher than theirs. The space has a machine developed by Green Star. Little Clouds 150. Green Star. Blue Jean. Red Dazzle 200. But Little Yuer is with 280. In the next few days, Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li were very comfortable with the zombies. Surrounded by zombies, but none of them besieged them. Every now and then Lin Xiaojin would sweep a wave of zombies for the robot to collect. Especially Lin Xiaojin took out a grenade cannon from space. This cannon was bought from the galaxy. A cannon directly destroyed thousands of zombies. This zombie looked a little shivering. Lin Xiaojin found out. About 10,000 zombie crystal beads inside will appear a colorful crystal bead. The collected crystal beads were directly used to fill up the space. Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li stayed in the Magic City for nearly a month. In the middle of Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li also went back to send the supplies back, but also accompanied the child to stay for 2 days. Now the entire island around the construction of a circle of walls. Construction-type robots are still very fast. After all, do not need to rest, just need to recharge can. Xiao Nuo and Zhang Wang had already agreed with Ding Yunxian that those of them who joined them would be able to obtain certain resources. They came up with a name called Chunxing Alliance. Of the remaining 100 people, as long as they went to kill sea beasts with crystal beads, they could use the crystal beads to exchange points to obtain all kinds of living materials. The one in charge of the exchange transaction was now Zhou Yingying, and Lin Xiaoran was still in charge of the surrounding expansion and various buildings. Xiao Nu and Wang Han are trying to find ways to expand the surrounding islands and build sea bridges. If the two of them wanted to do it in the past, it would be a fantasy. But now there are construction robots and large robots that can complete the construction. The surrounding fortress. Security is also needed to build. Zhu Jingjing and also Ai Tao were responsible for watching a few children, and they usually worked hard on their cultivation. At the same time, Lin Xiaojin also received a message from Rami Table and also ran in her, and also wanted to buy a large amount of energy fruits from her, and they would send people to get them. Lin Xiaojin thought that her star coins were almost at the bottom, and she also needed a lot of money if she wanted to build Chunlan Xing. Lin Xiaojin looked into space. The most abundant thing was apples, and the growth cycle in space was very fast. With the improvement of Lin Xiaojin's spatial supernatural ability and the addition of the wood elves, one of the fastest growing ones was blueberries. Blueberry cycle 2 days can bear full. Now the space of the planting area has long been expanded, and are machines for harvesting. However, in the past, Lin Xiaojin's demand was not that great, so it was all eaten as it was picked. Lin Xiaojin spoke to La Ninger and also La Tabler. She has quite a lot of apples, although there is only one apple tree. But it is a giant apple tree. But the price needs to go up. Lin Xiaojin didn't know the value of this energy fruit before. Now that she knew, she wouldn't be so stupid to sell it that cheap. Just enter the galaxy did not understand. Now she has long consulted the relevant information in this regard. Lan Ninger and Rami Table is naturally aware of. Went out of Lan Ninger with 100 interstellar coins to buy. At that time her heart is also very shocked. Is simply to pick up a big bargain. Lan Ninger and Rami Table received Lin Xiaojin message is also expressed understanding. Lin Xiaojin from the galaxy to see. About 400 interstellar coins is possible. In fact, Lin Xiaojin can be sold in the more expensive. But after all, it is the first customer. The price is right on it. Rami Table and Lan Ninger also both agreed. They would be guests at Shenlan Star in 10 days. Lin Xiaojin agreed, and let the space fruits be collected after they ripened in the next 2 days, so that there could also be a wave of inventory. Lin Xiaojin also sent them the coordinates of Shenlan Star. Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li collected supplies for a few days in Magic City, as well as the crystal beads, and went back with morning. Raniner and Rami's Table would be coming soon, so they had to go back. The supplies were almost collected, so Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li took the zombie directly back to the island. Is it really a zombie? When Zhou Yingying and a few others heard that Lin Xiaojin had brought this strange zombie over this time, they couldn't help but follow. Really? Xian Li said seriously. Why is he wrapped up almost like a dumpling? Zhou Yingying looked at Deathstroke's entire body wrapped in bandages, and said with an amused expression, Doesn't this look like Deadpool? Xian Li said calmly. So to say, but it is like. Zhou Yingying said with a nod. Several were very curious about this zombie. Zombies they had seen too many. None of them were conscious. Several people took turns to test the zombie. Found that this guy is really conscious. But maybe the IQ is not too high like. Maybe retained half of the human mind? It won't evolve into the look of a vampire in a TV series in the future. Right? Zhou Yingying had seen a lot of films about vampires. Vampires only suck blood. This guy eats raw meat. Cooked it doesn't eat, Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin had also fed roasted cooked meat. And this guy didn't eat any of it. Feeling a disgusting look in his eyes. Then will he eat us? Zhu Jingjing said with some nervousness. Although they all had good strength. But there were still children at home. This guy wouldn't go crazy and bite. Right? Lin Xiaojin deliberately told everyone about the thing on the zombie's neck, which was specially designed to control the zombie. Deliberately gave the zombie a whole big cage, and temporarily locked the zombie in for the time being. Tick-tock. Chen Lanqing's external alarm system sounded. Lin Xiaojin thought it was Laniner and Rami's Table coming. It's not them. Lin Xiaojin frowned. Uninvited guests. That spaceship had directly broken through Shenlan Star's protection system. It couldn't be helped. The Shenlan Star's protection system was really bad right now. Lin Xiaojin used the Star Network to link up with the other party, and warn them to leave Shenlan Star. However, the other party didn't even chance Lin Xiaojin's warning. Instead, they entered the urban area of Asia and actually started hunting zombies. They're plundering our resources. Should we tell the Star Police? Xian Li said. It's been reported. Since we are the lowest planet, we don't have priority. The case is ranked 500,628 cases. Now, Zhang Wish said with a frown. They thought the Star Police was much of a deterrent. But there were actually so many cases? That means we can only rely on ourselves. Lin Xiaojin said with glowing eyes. They had recently learned about some interstellar laws. And if there was an invasion of their planet, they were able to protect themselves. After the Starshine competition, there was a large wave of new planets in the galaxy. And after these planets passed the novice protection period, a large wave of star pirates had mischievous thoughts about these planets. Of course, it wasn't just Shen Blue Star. All the other planets were the same. Only that Shenlan Star didn't have any people. Only zombies. And these zombies were artificially made in the first place, which could be counted as energy. And as the zombies evolve, the grade of the crystal beads will also get higher and higher. It can be said that nowadays, Shenlan Star, the zombies, the mutant beasts, are all energy sources. Our system scanned out that there are a total of 7 of them. Wang Han said in a deep voice. 7 people. But the energy level wasn't checked out. Their system scan was still too low level. This was the first time they had come to their Shenlan Star to grab resources. They must not back down. Not only must they not back down, but they must also be thunderous. Since they've come, let's let them have no return, Lin Xiaojin said in a cold voice. In this way, They left behind Zhu Jingjing with Ai Tao, Zhou Yingying and a few small children in their base. And Blast Wind was also left behind. Lin Xiaojin, Xiao Nuo, Wang Han, Xian Li, Zhou Yingying, and his brother Lin Xiaoran. The 6 of them together would solve those outsiders. There are 7 of those people, and only 6 of us. We won't be unable to defeat them. Right? Zhou Yingying said with some worry. Don't worry. There's still Tuan Tuan, Lin Xiaojin said calmly. Tuan Tuan has evolved from an iron-eating beast into a silver-eating beast, and its strength is comparable to that of a 7-star alien. Those people are now scavenging for their energy in Country Z. They can't just sit back and do nothing. The 7 of them rushed to Country Z in Lin Xiaojin's flying machine. Country Z. Those people were shooting zombies in large numbers and collecting the crystal beads in their heads. Perhaps because of the large population in Asia. The evolution of zombies was faster than that of zombies in other states. And the zombies here were generally level 2. Someone is coming our way. It's probably someone from Chunlan Star. One of the female star thieves said. Chun Blue Star. The ranking in the Star Shine competition is still quite high. The strength should be good. Should we retreat first? The woman hesitantly said. And the strength is good. It's just a few people. We also scanned the Chun Blue Star when we came here. There are only a few hundred people in total. The rest can be these energy crystal beads. This can make us a small fortune. Another man said with a smile. The woman still wanted to say something. But the others are now attracted by these energy crystal beads. I'm afraid they can't listen to what she said. They used to loot the king's resources and run away, trying not to cause conflict. There are only a few hundred people in total. Let's exterminate all the people here. And then let that Chunlan Star Lord pass Chunlan Star to the boss. We will be the owner of Chunlan Star in the future. We won't have to drift back and forth like this. Another bald man said excitedly. The others' eyes instantly lit up when they heard the bald man's words. A light is right. There are only a few hundred people in this Chun Blue Star. If the Star Police find out, I'm afraid we'll be wandering. Another man frowned and said. It's only a few hundred people. We just need to make these few hundred people disappear in a short period of time. And let the Lord of that Chun Blue Star take the initiative to give it to us successively. The Star Police won't be able to find out anything. The bald man continued. A few people drifted a bit, all looking straight at their boss together. While they were hesitating, a flying machine descended from the sky, and several people came out from it. None other than Lin Xiaojin and the others. The place they plundered was none other than Country Z's city. Once, it was a first-tier luxury city. The buildings around it had long been destroyed, and the entire street was filled with zombie flesh. The scent of Russian carrion and a fishy, putrid smell permeated this place. Fortunately, Lin Xiaojin and the others were all wearing defensive suits. Otherwise this kind of scent, even if they had long been accustomed to it, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to withstand this disgusting smell. On the ground, the broken flesh of the zombies. There are all kinds of densely packed bugs crawling on it, like some ants. Now one by one mutated a few times bigger. The broken flesh of these zombies attracted these ants. And as soon as they hit the ground, the surrounding ants surrounded them instead. Zhang Zhuang directly burned a piece of the surrounding ants to death with one of his fire abilities. Anyone who commits an offense against my Chunlan Xing dies, Lin Xiaojin said coldly. Those few star pirates' faces changed slightly when they heard Lin Xiaojin's words. And the crowd didn't talk nonsense and directly opened up. These few star pirates were indeed quite strong. Not comparable to the star pirates they first encountered back then. But they were still not Lin Xiaojin's opponents. Several people were instantly beaten and spat out blood. 3 people died. 2 people were seriously injured. The remaining 2 people saw the situation and wanted to escape. Those 2 people want to run. Xian Li saw the remaining 2 people fleeing in the direction of the airship. However, with Lin Xiaojin's instantaneous transfer in place, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Lin Xiaojin instantly went over and directly took the Star Pirate's airship into space first. The remaining 2 people, their faces changed drastically, saying, "Don't kill us." The 2 of us were also forced by the Star Pirates. These 2 remaining people were 2 women. We can give you all the star coins in our accounts. The other woman also pleaded. I just said that those who commit offenses against my Chunlan Xing will die. Lin Xiaojin directly killed these 2 people without the slightest hesitation. These 2 human women still had grenades hidden in their hands. I'm afraid they wanted to die with Lin Xiaojin. But unfortunately Lin Xiaojin was much faster at killing. After solving these star pirates, Lin Xiaojin took out the spaceship. The spaceship was not much. Now it was just right to give them another one for nothing. Let me see how many crystal beads this star pirate robbed us of, Zhou Yingying said. They also brought a storage-type robot, which was full of crystal beads that had robbed them of Qinlan Xing. There were more than 50,000 in total, which was a total of more than 50,000 zombies. It was only a moment's effort that made them rob so many crystal beads. These crystal beads are placed in the base well, but there are 3 colored crystal beads inside. These 3 colored crystal beads Lin Xiaojin wants, so that her space can have a few more L's. The bigger the space, the more these L's the better. It would also be good if in the future, her space could produce a race, although they could only live in Lin Xiaojin's space. And occasionally they could be released outside of her space by Lin Xiaojin. But nowadays, Lin Xiaojin's space was not a small world, though as her level increased, this small world would get bigger and better. Lin Xiaojin checked this star pirate's interstellar coins again. There were more than 3 million interstellar coins. This star pirate was much richer than before. 3 million interstellar coins. I was hoping, thanks to the star pirate coming to our planet, Xianli said with a smile. Where is this a star pirate? It's here to give them money. Right? But also cannot be taken lightly. These are a few people's small star pirates. They cope with enough. Lin Xiaojin also know that there are hundreds, thousands of star pirate groups in the galaxy. If it is really those star pirates come to their planet, I'm afraid that they cannot cope with it. However, those star pirates would not come to rob a starless planet like theirs. I'm afraid. In fact, Qinlan Xing, with Xiao Nua's alien ability level, it was completely possible to apply for a star level. But Qinlan Xing was too weak nowadays, even if the planet was starred. But their infrastructure and all sorts of equipment simply didn't match up. And instead, it would bring trouble to their planet. The main thing now was to vigorously develop the planet. It seems that our planet's zombies are also a large amount of energy, John Wish said. This was a trouble. The people deliberated for a while, and decided to clear the zombies for the next time. These crystal beads were not reserved for themselves, but for others? Although these crystal beads were small in energy, but gathering a little makes a lot, and they all needed strength as well. Let's first clear out all the zombies in Europe, leaving only a portion of the zombies in Asia, Wang Han said. We also have billions of people in Xinjiang. We clean up more than half of them, and we also have billions of crystal beads. Zhou Yingying got a little excited at the thought. A mosquito was meat even if it was small. Zhou Yingying's level is not too high yet. These crystal beads are still very useful to upgrade her strength. Although the energy of these crystal beads become auxiliary when the supernormal ability is cultivated to the back, and more is to rely on oneself. A few people returned to the base. Xiao Nu and a few of them began to clear the zombies and collect the crystal beads. Lin Xiaojin also purposely brought them a few robots to pick up the crystal beads. This time Lin Xiaojin didn't follow them, because Lan Ninger and Lamizuo should be arriving soon in the next 2 days. Xiaojin, Ding Yunxian is here, saying that he has something to discuss with you, Zhu Jingjing said. These days of robotic construction, the people next to them were gradually joining in. As long as they acquired crystal beads, they could exchange supplies from them. Because they were here, there were just too few people, so it had long been mechanized. Lin Xiaojin was not considered to hate Ding Yunxian. It's just that later on, this guy was with that Zhao Rui, and she hated that Zhao Rui naturally didn't have much of a good face towards Ding Yunxian. Lin Xiaojin nodded. So she went to see Ding Yunxian. These days Ding Yunxian looked much better than before, especially with Ding Yunxuan's strength. He had already redeemed the connector of the star network with a crystal bead. The price of exchanging this thing wasn't cheap. Those people didn't choose to exchange this. Only Ding Yunxian had spent a large amount of crystal beads to exchange this star net connector. Through the star net, he learnt a lot of things, and why the lifespan of Shenlan star had increased, and they entered the galaxy again. Xiaojin. Ding Yunxian was a little embarrassed to see Lin Xiaojin's cold face, but he still spoke. I know that you hate me because of Zhao Rui's matter, but I connected to the star network, and know that Qinlanqing's manpower is just too small, Ding Yunxian said. Qinlanqing had an entire planet, yet there were only so many hundreds of people. Lin Xiaojin was also aware of this, but it couldn't be helped. The population was hard. She couldn't just let everyone have children now. Could she? In fact, Lin Xiaojin had also thought about it. The galaxy was so developed. There wouldn't be no cloning technology whatsoever. But Lin Xiaojin had overthought it. The science fiction films that she had seen in the past in Qinlanqing were not all available in the middle of the galaxy. Entering the galaxy, the genetic level changes. It can be said that everyone's genes are locked. Want to clone that is impossible. Not only can not be possible. Enter the galaxy. The life expectancy has become longer. The birth of a child, this kind of thing, on the contrary. It has become difficult. Because of cell optimization, genetic optimization. Other planets in the galaxy are strongly encouraged to have children. Lin Xiaojin stopped Ding Yunxuan's intention to come. She did not immediately agree to Ding Yunxian, but rather considered it. Ding Yunxian also left on his own accord without further pestering. 3 days later, Lin Xiaojin received a message from Lan Ninger and Ramendra. They had entered Qinlanqing. Lin Xiaojin, as the host, would naturally go to greet these two. This is your Qinlan star? Lan Ninger saw the holographic projection of the spaceship. A ruin of a city. And quite a few zombies gathering. This was completely different from what she had imagined all. She thought that Lin Xiaojin had so many energy fruits in his hands. She thought that the planet must be special to be able to grow these energy foods. That's why she and her brother must have a look at Qinlanqing. But she didn't expect this to be such a scene here. Oh. Yeah. It might be a bit different from what you imagined. Lin Xiaojin seemed to have guessed what Lan Ninger was thinking. Then where did you grow all that energy food from? Lanel couldn't help but ask when she saw that none of the plants here could survive. Lemezuo hurriedly pulled back and said, Sorry. My sister's statement is rather straight. No harm done. Lin Xiaojin said calmly. Only then did Lan Ninger realize that she seemed to have said the wrong thing. She shouldn't have probed Lin Xiaojin about where those plants were grown from. As long as she was able to sell them. I didn't mean to. I'm just a little curious. Lan Ninger said with an awkward smile. It's fine. Lin Xiaojin shook her head to indicate that it was fine. I'm afraid that whoever came here would be curious for a bit. But Lan Ninger should be younger and more direct in nature. At the time, and the moon sand star is also. Look at her hand apple directly over to buy. If it is other people, I'm afraid will not do so. However, Lin Xiaojin for Lan Ninger does not hate. On the contrary, Lemezuo experience more. It is very calm. Should ask on the question. Should not ask, by no means talk too much. They came this time is to buy products from the hands of Lin Xiaojin. As for this thing from where to come, even if he asked, Lin Xiaojin can tell him? Although the rest of Qinlanqing is dilapidated, the construction of this island is quite good. Lin Xiaojin took Lan Ninger and Rami table directly to the living room. There were several kinds of fruits placed in the living room, including apples. Lan Ninger saw the apples, and couldn't help but pick them up. She had bought a few last time and her mother became addicted to them, feeling that eating other foods had no texture. Radinal also saw that there were other water foods, none of which she had ever seen before. All of these? Lanil said curiously. These are other varieties. I also have some stock. You guys can try them. Lin Xiaojin said. You can taste them? Lan Ninger couldn't help but taste them one by one when she heard Lin Xiaojin. The rummy Tabletop didn't taste it, and was holding a small testing instrument in her hand. Miss Lin, can I do a test? Rummy Table inquired towards Lin Xiaojin. Of course you can, Lin Xiaojin said. They are to buy. Of course they need to test it. This can be sold at a good price. So delicious. This one is tart and sweet. Lan Ninger held blueberries in her hand and laughed. There is also this cucumber that tastes crunchy and refreshing, as well as this banana that is somewhat sweet and sticky. Rami Table did not taste but the table of 5 kinds of food into the line test. The results of the test is out of its expectations. The nutritional composition of each food is not all. Like this blueberry, high energy and rich in extremely high anthocyanin. This anthocyanin is extremely beneficial to people with poor eyesight. Although other foods also have nutrients. But the food in front of him is not only high in composition, but also contains energy, which is incomparable to ordinary food. Although in the galaxy where nutrient solutions were popularized, people could extract nutrients from all kinds of food. But this kind of nutrient that contains energy is still very rare. And it looks like some nobles will not give their family members to drink nutrients. Although nutrients are convenient and relatively simple to extract and manufacture. If you want your body to be genetically sound, directly ingesting food is much better than extracted nutrient solutions. Nutrient solutions only replenish daily nutrients. But food not only replenish daily nutrients. It would also enhance the body cells and optimize the body. These kinds of fruits are very high in energy, Lamaho said with great surprise. Like energy liquids are also extracted and compressed. The energy content of food in general is not too high. But the energy content of these fruits that Lin Xiaojin took out are all very high. Not only is the energy content high, but there are also a variety of different super high nutrients. Lamaho was a little excited after the test. Although these things are expensive, but in the galaxy, there is no lack of rich people. This high energy, high nutrient content food, very suitable for making children's nutritional meals. In the galaxy, children are still very precious. Especially the child protection law. Very strict. In the Star Police are also all optimal sequences. Because in the galaxy, the higher the genetics, the more difficult it is to get pregnant. Ordinary galaxies are harder to get pregnant, not to mention those with even higher genetic levels. So those people pay a lot of attention to the physical nutrition of children. Even those people from ordinary families, who drank nutrient solution themselves, would buy fine food for their children. How many of these are there? Can I have all of them? Lamaho suppressed his excitement and said, Of course you can. But it needs to be given to you in batches. Of course the price of each of these fruits is different. Lin Xiaojin said. This is what Lin Xiaojin just decided. Because the several kinds of fruit energy that Lamaho measured out, the nutrient composition is different. Then naturally the price is also different. Moreover, Lin Xiaojin's space production also needs to be updated once every few days. The elves in the space are also planting. When Lin Xiaojin also left a lot of seeds. Fortunately, recently got colored crystal beads have a few. And now there are a few more people in the space to be busy. Lin Xiaojin discussed the price of the first batch with Lan Ninger and La Mizwa, as well as the quantity. So that if you want to order a second batch in the future, you can contact them directly from the internet. They will have specialists to receive and deliver them. In the end, Lin Xiaojin asked Lamaho if this food measuring machine could be purchased. She had so many fruits and vegetables in her space that she wanted to measure them, so that she would have a bottom in her heart. Miss Xiaojin, I'll give this to you, Lamaho said very generously. How can this be? Lin Xiaojin was more or less a little embarrassed. But Ranil also said that their family was doing this. There was a lot of this stuff. And their machines were state-of-the-art, with an accuracy rate of 100%. The accuracy of those purchased on the internet will have errors. Lin Xiaojin didn't continue to refuse when she heard Laninger's words. Then I'll take it. Of course I can't take it for nothing. The rest of the food on this table is for you, Lin Xiaojin said with a smile. Thank you. Areninga looked at the quite a few fruits still left on the table, and was a little too happy to close her mouth. This food was so much better than all the food she had eaten in the past. And she didn't know if it was because of the galaxy, the entire planet that had entered the galaxy. The food grown tasted rather bland. Ramiro and Lan Ninger didn't stay in Shinlan Star for much longer. After negotiating the business, the two of them took the spaceship and left. The 3 million interstellar coins for killing the Star Pirates belonged to the public purse, and Lin Xiaojin was going to use the money to buy Shinlan Star's security system. But the money from selling the fruits was Lin Xiaojin's private money. Time flies. 3 months later, the zombies in the whole of Europe have been cleaned up. The whole Shinlan Star's 7 continents. There is only Asia left to clean up. The crystal beads obtained in these days had already piled up a few coffers. Zhu Jingjing and AI Tao, 2 people, also succeeded in advancing. Zhu Jingjing has 4 levels. AI Tao 2 levels. But AI Tao's cultivation speed coupled with the crystal bead support, in a few days will be upgraded to the 3rd level. Just when in the Moon Sand Star their body loss is serious. In here daily eat are containing energy food. This body only slowly make up all. Lin Xiaojin's space has changed drastically in these 3 months. The elves in her space have expanded to more than 70 people. The entire space is planted with a large amount of greenery. And there are also some houses that they have built according to their own preferences. Her space was just like a small world. But even with more than 70 elves, in Lin Xiaojin's size, that was comparable to a 3rd-tier city nowadays. The population still seemed very sparse, with more elves and more plants. The production increased. Lin Xiaojin's space level had absorbed a lot of crystal beads in the past 3 months. And it was time to upgrade again. But this time, the upgrade actually didn't close the space. Lin Xiaojin thought that the space upgrade would take a long time. But this time, the upgrade only took an hour. But this time, the upgrade used nearly 200 million crystal beads of energy, coupled with Lin Xiaojin's cultivation, which allowed the space to advance. The space was upgraded to level 6. And the size of the entire space actually tripled, which made Lin Xiaojin unexpected. The entire space increased in size again, and was directly promoted from a third-tier city to a first-tier city. Expanding like this was a surprise to Lin Xiaojin. But it seemed like the number of Pokemon in the Space 70 was also very small. The spatial range had increased, and the distance she could instantly move had increased along with it. She was even able to use spatial coverage to feel the situation around her. Her space was now planted with the most plants, fruits and vegetables, including the small spring that was a little bit there at the beginning, which had now turned into a small lake with sparkling water that contained energy. Only the space was nothing but elves or plants. There were no animals. And yes, there was Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan didn't seem to like being outside. It liked to stay in Lin Xiaojin's space. Probably because of the effect of Lin Xiaojin planting a large bamboo forest for Tuan Tuan. They were all carnivores too. They couldn't always be vegetarians. Could they? Fortunately, there are many mutated animals in this Chang'an star that are still edible. And some of them, when consumed, are actually unexpectedly delicious. So, Lin Xiaojin Xiaodu beside the sea island deliberately captive. The biggest change in these 3 months was mourning. Although Lin Xiaojin recently did not care much about this guy, has always been Xionly in charge. Daily will hunt sea animals to feed to the funeral. Sometimes will also look for Lin Xiaojin to take some dinosaur meat to feed the funeral. Lin Xiaojin's inventory is not a lot, so he simply gave all of it to Xionly, letting Xionly be in charge. These 3 months, Lin Xiaojin almost all in the base, with Zhu Jingjing and Love Peach, 2 people with children. But usually Lin Xiaojin still have a lot of things. Space upgrades. The production also followed the increase. These 3 months Lin Xiaojin has made a lot of money. Morning IQ is not much change. The most change is the appearance of Morning. Morning is a zombie. The body is all rotting flesh rotten. Teeth are greenish black. But these 3 months ate a lot of meat. Morning's body has changed, although it is still as skinny as a bone. But the meat on the body is more muscular. For this reason, Xionly also let Zhu Jingjing help, to see if you can give the funeral to heal the skin on the body. Zhu Jingjing has not given the zombie treatment. Do not know if it can work. But also tried. Really did not expect. Actually can. So the funeral of the whole body will not have to wrap the bandage. Just the body of the skin greenish purple. Look very unhealthy. I do not know the funeral is not wrapped in bandages, wrapped in the habit of reason. Not wrapped in bandages. It is not willing to. The whole day holding a bandage in the hands of the strips. There is no way. Xionly and continue to give the funeral wrapped in bandages. Wrapped in bandages funeral happy for a long time. This morning, now only follow Xionly behind. Xionly raised the pet of doom. Zhou Yingying said with a smile. Lin Xiaojin raised wolves and pandas. Xionly raised a zombie. Zhou Yingying was thinking about whether she should also raise a pet of some kind. But what would be good to raise? But think about it or forget it. Xionly raised zombie. Every day to go to catch it meat to eat. Raise wolves. Lin Xiaojin also have to feed food. There are a lot of crystal beads. Not to mention the silver-eating beasts. That daily food are precious metal all. Raising a pet was so expensive. She'd better think about it. Lin Xiaojin had purchased a teaching system from the galaxy. By robots that would explain to small children every day. Children should be raised from a young age now. Sister Xiaojin, Mu Xiaoxiao said as she ran over towards Lin Xiaojin. What's wrong? Lin Xiaojin could see that Mu Xiao seemed to have something to tell her. Sister, I want to learn to shoot. Mu Xiao said seriously. Now in the base. Everyone is glowing and finding their own value in life. Mu Xiaoxiao has also been thinking. And she knows that she must keep working hard to live a better life. Perhaps because of the experience of the Star Shine competition, which has made everyone grow up. Not only Mu Xiaoxiao. Everyone realizes the importance of strength. If you want to protect your family and yourself in this galaxy, strength is the most important thing. Good. Lin Xiaojin smiled and stroked Mu Xiaoxiao's head. In the evening, while resting, Lin Xiaojin inquired from the Star Network that there were also so many schools on the planet. And there were also other planets that would recruit students from other planets. That is, students who stayed on the planet. Xiao Nua came back and saw that Lin Xiaojin was checking this information. He said, "You want to send little boy to the North Star? Beidou Star is the closest planet to us with 2 stars. And their planet also recruits students from other planets to study, Lin Xiaojin said. Generally like planets without stars. Or one-star planets, some people would send their children to other planets to study for a period of time. Beidou star is a 2-star planet. Now there is no school in Qilan star. There is only a piece of ruins. Little boy would have been a school grade. And this Beidou star, the disciplines in it had guns and armaments. That's why Lin Xiaojin thought it was very suitable for little boy. But she still had to ask Mu Shizhuang's opinion before she could do so. The tuition fee is of course also very expensive. 1-year tuition fee is 550,000 interstellar coins. And that's not even counting the rest. Lin Xiaojin wanted to earn money fast. Otherwise, what will little Bozy and Lucky Star do when they go to school in the future? However, the two children were still young, and there was still a period of time enough for them to struggle. The next day, Lin Xiaojin went to Mu Xiaozhuang and told her about this. Going to school in the Big Dipper? Mu Xiaozhuang also had some indecision in her heart when she heard Lin Xiaojin's words. But she knew that this was a great opportunity. Right. Xiaoho, you have a good talent for your supernormal ability. But not only do you have the talent, you also need to have the vision and knowledge. We can't go to school anymore. But you can. And the knowledge of firearms in the North Dipper star is very rich. So in the future there might be a chance to enter the Star Police, Lin Xiaojin said. The Star Police's examination was also very important. But the first threshold to become a Star Police was a diploma. At least a diploma from a 2-star planetary school would do. Of course, every planet can set up a school. But one of the schools that can enroll foreign planets, that must be qualified and graded on the Star Network to be able to do so. Beidou Star School. Although on the Star Network and also have qualifications. Although the school grade is not high. Only 3 stars. But nowadays it is also the best arrangement. Lin Xiaojin checked. The best school in the galaxy. The Imperial Sage Star School. The grade of 9 stars. As long as you graduate with excellence in it, you can directly join the Star Police. Or the Galactic Patrol. But where qualifications. Tuition fees are sky high. Nowadays, the best she could give Mu Xiaoyu was the North Dipper Star. It was close. And it was also a school of the upper stars. Think about it. If you don't want to go, I'll buy you some firearms courses from the internet. But you'll need to learn it yourself, Lin Xiaojin said. There was still a difference between learning on your own and being taught by a teacher. She could buy the best lessons and the most suitable firearms for little boy. 3 days later, Mu Xiaozhuang considered that she was going to go to school at Beidou Star. Mu Xiaozhou also asked for opinions like her brother Lin Xiaoran. Everyone was very supportive of Mu Xiaozhou. But they were also very heartbroken for Mu Xiaozhou. After all, she was going to study on the star at such a young grade. It's fine. We all have a star network and are able to contact each other at any time, Mu Xiaozhou said. Although she hadn't had a good fruit sleep in the past few days. And her heart was also a little nervous. However, Mu Xiaozhuang was not any other child. She had followed them all the way. Traveled through cities littered with zombies. As well as the Black Iron Star with its harsh environment. And also participated in the Star Shine competition with them. Escaping from death. She had long since become more than an ordinary child. Good. Then I'll contact you as soon as possible, Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin contacted the school of the North Star from the Star Network. And filled out a series of information. After passing the audit is to pay the star coins. Lin Xiaojin at first thought that it was a year of 550,000 star coins. And then realized that it was actually half a year of 550,000 star coins. Including food and lodging. In a month, there are 4 days of leave time to return to the home planet. The official school day is 7 days later. And if Lin Xiaojin drives the spaceship, it's only about 1.5 days before he arrives at Beidou Star. Mu Xiaoyu can still stay here for a few more days. Lin Xiaojin also prepared a lot of things for Mu Xiaoyu. 5 days later, Lin Xiaojin and her brother Lin Xiaoran sent Mu Xiaoyao to the North Star together. In the past few days, Xiao Nua, Zhang Zhu, and Wang Han discovered a strange underground tomb in Asia. Wang Han's family was originally a family of grave robbers. So the 3 of them went down to explore the tomb. This place is very peculiar. That is, any signals are interfered with here. Even such a powerful star network system is interfered with. Lin Xiaojin also want to go to check. But at the moment to send Mu Xiaoju to school is the most important. Wait until the Shuju sent to the North Star settled. They are not too late to come back to check. Being able to block signals. even the signals from the star network. Lin Xiaojin was very curious. Sister Xianli? Sister Jing. Sister Ai Tao. I'm leaving. Mu Xiaoxiao said. Cheer up. Our little good is the best. Xianli said with a smile. Mu Xiaoyu nodded seriously, and also said goodbye to Little Bun, Lucky Star, and Little Pearl. A few children were also crying. Mu Xiaoxiao was a big sister, and often played with them. Well, it's not like you won't come back. I'll pick you up after this month, Lin Xiaojin said. Mu Xiaozhuang is after all a little girl less than 10 years old. The first month first let her adapt. She will also go to pick up Xiaozhuang after a month. There were also 4 days of holiday a month. And when she came out this time, she would want to purchase a few teleportation points and establish a teleportation point from Beidou Star to Qianlan Star. In that case, Mu Xiaozhuang will also come back faster. Of course, establishing a teleportation point was pricey and required the purchase of a teleportation boundary point. Back when Rami Table had established a teleportation point in Qian Blue Star just to be able to get goods quickly, Lin Xiaojin was wanting to establish a teleportation point herself. After all, she was also a spatial ability. Let's go! Lin Xiaojin watched as it was almost time. So she got on the airship with Lin Xiaoran bringing Mu Xiaoxiao together. The airship started up and directly disappeared into Qianlan Star. Zhu Jingjing several people looked at the disappearing airship. They all had some faint reluctance. In the future, our children will eventually grow up, Zhu Jingjing said as she looked at the several children. Luckily, I don't have child troubles yet, Zhou Yingying said. Me too, Xianli said with a smile. You guys, you all have children sooner or later, Zhu Jingjing said with a grunt. Zhou Yingying also wanted children, especially seeing these cute kids. But he and Zhang Wang hadn't had any for a long time. Could it really be that the genes had been enhanced, and it was difficult to have children? Xianli does not have this trouble. She now does not have a man. And where to come to the child? In the past, she had a crush on Lin Xiaojin's brother, Lin Xiaoran. But Lin Xiaoran didn't have her in his psyche. They were more like comrades in arms. And Xianli is now more to enhance the strength to engage in career. When the career comes, excellent men will naturally come. Roar. The morning behind her seemed to be calling her. Is your gluttonous walker about to let loose? Zhou Yingying said. Morning Death not only had to eat meat every day, it also had to go out and let off steam every day. At first, Zhou Yingying thought it was funny. After all, it was a conscious zombie. But this guy seemed to not give them face, except for Xianli and Lin Xiaojin. When they went to say hello, the zombie just had a zombie face and didn't move. Xianli looked at the body of Morning eating has recovered a lot. She took her finger to poke Morning's head. Said, you are now more and more able to eat. Morning's head is really hard. Copper skin and iron bones. Poking twice poked her hand pain. Morning's green eyes were a little aggrieved. Xianli could not see this kind of emotion in it. It was very strange to look at. Obviously a face of horror. On the other hand, made a resigned expression. The difference was too great. Very difficult to bear. Let's go. Sister will take you to eat meat, Xianli said helplessly. Morning heard Xianli's words, and bumblingly followed behind Xianli. The day passed quickly, getting closer and closer to the Beidou Star. Mu Xixia's mood was getting more and more nervous. No need to be nervous. Brother, and your sister Xiaojin are both here, Lin Xiaoran said gently. Mu Xiaojin nodded and said. The airship sent out an alert that it had arrived at the Beidou Star and entered the atmosphere. There were also some fees to pay to enter the Beidou Star. But Mu Xiaozhuang didn't need to, as she had already enrolled in the Beidou Academy. So it was free of charge. Beidou Star is a planet that pays a lot of attention to force. And their supernormal ability is body mutation. Some are hands, some are legs, or some are eyes. It varies. Of course, a planet can't all inspire supernormal abilities. Like outside the galaxy, inspired supernormal abilities accounted for only between 30 to 50%. But within the galaxy, the rate of stimulation of psychic abilities is more than 50%. This was also considered very high. Although Qian Blue Star was a starless star, Lin Xiaojin and Lin Xiaoran's alien energy levels were both quite good. Both of them were level 6 psychics, which was also upper middle class in other planets. And if Lin Xiaojin's body gene level was taken into account, then I'm afraid that none of the people here would be able to compare to Lin Xiaojin. After the airship was parked, They took a land vehicle to the Beidou Star Academy. This academy was in Beidou Star's Ducheng. This Beidou Star's weather is a world of ice and snow all year round, Lin Xiaojin said. The entire ground was white. The sky was still drifting with operating snowflakes. And the streets were filled with large sweeping robots. Lin Xiaojin had also checked the weather information of the Big Dipper. Because the Big Dipper's location within the galaxy was special, each planet was extremely special. And it was said that some planets could also produce star cores. Star cores were something that Lin Xiaojin had also seen on a piece of post. Some planets mutated to produce star cores. And the planet could only spawn one star core at most. Star core this kind of very difficult to find. Any detection instrument cannot be found. It is said that the star core contains a strong energy. The general alien who wants to absorb it is impossible. Unless burst and die. Of course. Lin Xiaojin was just reading a random post. Although the weather in Beidou Star is cold. But all the people here are dressed very thin. Even some people are short clothes and short skirts. This Beidou Star's physique is resistant to the cold. Mu Xiao, you want to go to school here. You need to wear a defensive suit to do so. Lin Xiaojin still had quite a lot of defensive clothing. They took about 5 hours on the land vehicle before arriving at Beidou Academy. When they got off the vehicle, they felt a coldness coming. Lin Xiaojin's body was genetically strong and didn't fear the cold. The two of them, Mu Xiaozhuang and Xiao Nuo, had changed into their defensive clothing long ago. The gate of Beidou Academy. So beautiful. Mu Xiuju couldn't help but say. It was indeed very beautiful. The entire gate was made of ice. Crystal clear. And beside it, there was a statue of the leader of the Beidou Star. Let's go! You'll be going to school here from now on. Lin Xiaojin stroked the little boy's head. For the next 5 years, Mu Xiaozhuang would be going to school here. The gate they couldn't get in. The robot at the gate performed a scan, and then Mu Xiaozhuang's information appeared. This school was very strict. Except for Mu Xiaozhuang, they couldn't get in. Welcome new student Mu Xiaozhuang from Chenlan Star. A string of text was displayed on the machine's screen, followed by the robot taking Mu Xiaozhuang inside. Go in. We'll be in Beidou Star for a few days. Feel free to contact us if there's a situation. Lin Xiaojin pointed to the connector on his hand. Mu Xiaozhou nodded, a little apprehensive. Lin Xiaojin and Lin Xiaoran watched Mu Xiaozhou enter the academy. Mu Xiaoyan might be a bit uncomfortable when she first went to school. So Lin Xiaojin and Lin Xiaoran decided to stay in Beidou Star for a few days, as if they were traveling. The restrictions on aliens in Beidou Star are not that strict. The Beidou Star's looks are all more rugged and straightforward. And Lin Xiaojin found out that here, there are more women than men. Lin Xiaojin looked at Lin Xiaoran, who had been accosted for the 5th time today. She was all still standing next to her. And those women blatantly came over to Xiao Nuo to ask for contact information. Brother, it seems that your face is very popular here, Lin Xiaojin said with a not-so-good face. Lin Xiaoran's face changed slightly and said, Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin knew that his brother was a little embarrassed. So he didn't continue to molest his brother. Lin Xiaoran had just finished speaking. Another girl came walking towards Lin Xiaoran. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly, and took her brother's arm in public. The woman who walked up saw this scene, and didn't look too good. But didn't go back immediately. In Beidou Star, if there was a man that both parties had their eyes on, then either the two women would duel to decide where the man belonged. In Beidou Star, a woman's status was more honorable than a man's. This was because the chances of awakening an extraordinary ability were mostly women. For example, if both parents gave birth to a boy and a girl, 80% of the girls would develop psychic abilities, but only 20% of the boys would. So in Beidou Star is considered a planet where women are strong and men are weak. Lin Xiaojin had observed this Beidou Star. Most of the men were rather brown-looking. Although they had a robust body type, they were not good-looking. Lin Xiaoran's body type is tall and good. His looks are also mild. His skin is fair. And his angles are clear. No wonder these Beidou Star women all come up one by one to ask for Xiao Nuo's contact information. Only, what Lin Xiaojin didn't expect was that after she had kissed Xiao Nuo in public and declared her ownership, there would still be people coming up. Is this your man? A Beidou Xing woman came over and said boldly. Blind? Lin Xiaojin said breathlessly. The woman actually didn't get angry when she heard Lin Xiaojin mocking. But her eyes fell on Lin Xiaoran, sweeping without hesitation in front of Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaoran frowned. His eyes did not hide his dislike for the woman. And then he wrapped an arm around Lin Xiaojin's shoulders. Lin Xiaojin knew that her brother seemed like he had always been less than fond of other women besides her. The woman wasn't angry either, but put away her sweeping gaze at Lin Xiaoran, turned her head towards Lin Xiaojin, and said, "I'm going to duel with you." Hearing the woman's words, quite a few people from the surrounding Beidou Star gathered around, looking like they were watching. A duel? Lin Xiaojin felt a bit puzzled. At this time, there was a woman who was watching the fun and saw that Lin Xiaojin wasn't from their planet. So naturally, she didn't know the rules of their planet. So she kindly told Lin Xiaojin, "The women of our Beidou Star, if they have their eyes on a man and already belong to him, then they will start a duel, and whichever side wins will take the other's man away." The woman explained to Lin Xiaojin. Of course, if the challenge was lost, the other party would also pay the price. Lin Xiaojin didn't think that one day she would have to duel with another woman because of Xiao Nuo. Since ancient times, red faces have been a scourge. Brother, this nowadays you have also scoured once. Lin Xiaojin looked at Lin Xiaoran and said teasingly. Lin Xiaoran looked at Lin Xiaojin's eyes. He paused. His face was a little embarrassed. In the past, her brother's Olympic champion. There are also a lot of women. All of them are her to cover. Good. Lin Xiaojin was very quick to agree to the woman. Dueling she never brought fear. This alien just agreed? Amina's strength is very strong. She had her eye on several men, and she took them all. Amina took quite a few beautiful men through duels. But after a few months of dating, she dumped these men. Amina was recognized as a slag woman in Beta City. Soon the people watching around automatically dispersed backwards, leaving an open space for two people. A duel is nothing more than two people fighting. Lin Xiaoran silently stood behind Lin Xiaojin's left side. Amina saw Lin Xiaojin's look of confidence, inwardly sneered. After a while, the man beside her is hers. Around the flash place, the two girls stand in the center. The middle distance is less than 5 meters. Lin Xiaojin did not move, waiting for the woman first shot. Amina looked at half a day. Lin Xiaojin did not make a move. So Amina made the first move. Amina's supernatural ability. Both hands and legs strengthened. In the North Star, most of the strengthening is part of the body. Amina can limb strengthening is really good strength. Otherwise, how would often duel with other people? Amina's legs are strengthened at level 4, and his hands are strengthened at level 5. The crowd seemed to have seen the end. This alien man is going to belong to Amina again. But the next second, the crowd was severely hit in the face. Lin Xiaojin stood still without moving, only grabbing Amina's strengthened arm with one hand. Amina's face was suffocating red, and using all her strength, she couldn't break free from Lin Xiaojin's hold on her. How is it possible? Amina was very surprised in her heart. The other people who were watching were also whispering. This Amina is a hand strengthening level 5 Ah. How can she be controlled and unable to move? This alien might be some special psychic ability. Right? Another dipper said speculatively. This Amina. The aliens do not know what kind of special ability, and dared to directly duel. This time hit the iron plate. Some women gloated. It seems that there are quite a few women who have been robbed of their men by Amina. Amina's legs are also strengthened. Towards Lin Xiaojin kicked over. Legs rolled up a strong wind momentum. But soon was Lin Xiaojin's other hand subdued. This time Lin Xiaojin did not control her, but directly threw Amina out. Lin Xiaojin was collecting her strength. They were now in the territory of other people in the North Star. She couldn't kill people at once. Only the strength was just right to make Amina fall painfully. At most bruises and swellings. Ah! Bang! Amina fell to the ground. Not a moment before she slowed down and stumbled up. Amina didn't look too good. Her face was white, and she bit her lip. This was the first time she had lost a duel. But it was the aliens, who hadn't learned about their opponent's strength. I lost. Although Amina didn't want to admit this fact. She wouldn't renege. Lin Xiaojin said it didn't matter. She already knew this result, and didn't pay any attention to the crowd, and the Amina with a bad look on her face. Instead, she turned around. Lin Xiaoran had already held her hand, and the two of them left the place. And the people around them all made a path for the two of them automatically. Lin Xiaojin had wanted to stay here for 2 more days. But seeing how her brother was so inviting, it was better to go out as little as possible, and wait until they received the news that Mushuji was well. And they were leaving. She didn't want to receive dueling messages every day for the few days she was here in the Beta Star. The next day, Lin Xiaojin received a message from Mu Xiaoshu. All is well. Most of the Beta Star are female students. Mu Xiaoshu's young age and strong supernormal capabilities can be said to be a gifted student. The treatment here is still very good. After Lin Xiaojin knew, her psyche also relaxed a lot. So she returned to Qilan Star with her brother, and the two of them. Brother, this Beidou Star, you should come less often in the future. Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but say. Lin Xiaoran gently poked Lin Xiaojin's eyebrows and said, What? This is disliking brother? How come? I haven't blocked such trouble for you in the past? Lin Xiaojin said helplessly. 2 days later they returned to Qilanxing. Xiaonua. Zhangwang they found the next generation of ancient tomb complexes in Asia. All of them were made of rare jade. This kind of jade none of them had ever seen before. This kind of jade contained extremely high energy. It is full of energy and has amazing defense. As long as the jade door is closed, even Lin Xiaojin's full force strike can't leave a trace on it. Zhang Wang and the others also used laser guns to try. And it also did not leave any traces. This place was a good place to cultivate. Cultivating in here was 3 to 4 times as much as cultivating outside. So several people would take turns to cultivate in this ancient tomb chamber. Time flew by. Without realizing it, 5 years had passed. In these 3 years, the strength of several of them, because of that special secret room. Almost the average alien ability has a qualitative leap. Wang Han 8. Zhang Wish 8. Xian Li 7. Zhou Yingying 7. Mu Xiaoyao 7. Has been selected for the Galaxy Guard. Brother Lin Xiaoran 8. Zhu Jingjing 6 level. Wang Han's arm has also been restored as before. AI Tao 5 level. Her supernatural ability for detoxification energy is higher than Zhu Jingjing's. Xiao Nua time level 7. Thunder and Lightning has reached an amazing level 9. And her Blistering Wind has also reached level 8. Tuan Tuan has eaten the stock of space in these 3 years, and is 1 step away from evolving into a gold-eating beast. The most terrifying was Lin Xiaojin. Her spatial ability was promoted to level 8. But her body's genes had not yet broken through. Lin Xiaojin had eaten a lot of spatial grass and tree hearts in these 3 years. But her gene level was still a bit short. This gene breakthrough was just too difficult. However, space upgraded to the 8th level. Her space range is very large. The elves also from dozens to now have nearly 200. Management space elves are still Small Clouds, Blue Jean, Red Dazzle and Green Star, a few of them. After all, is the earliest in Lin Xiaojin spaceborne. The whole Qilanxing has also undergone radical changes. Although the city is still in a state of disrepair. But the zombies have been cleaned up by them. But the mutant beasts are more and more. They gradually occupy these broken cities. These mutant beasts are not as bloodthirsty as zombies. And some humans are still enough to pay these mutant animals for their own use. Like Zhou Yingying. She also paid a 2-headed mutant cat. Although it looks a bit strange. But it is still very obedient. Lucky Star, Little Bozy, and Juju have all grown up. Lucky Star's personality was more lively and cute. With her pink hair and pink eyes, she looked like a cute Barbie doll. Xiao Chen's eyes were very much like Lin Xiaojin's, while his looks were more like Xiao Nua's. And Xiao Baozi's copying ability could even copy other people's skills for a short period of time, albeit only for a minute. Juju perfectly inherited Zhu Jingjing. Lush and silky black hair. Her character was more gentle and understanding. These 3 children's daily food could be energy food. And they would be brought into the secret room for a few days a month. Juju also in 2 years old, when the stimulation of supernormal ability. Only Juju's supernormal ability is to make people all people cannot expect. Juju's supernormal ability is a mirror image split. She can create another self. She can create another self. Except for herself. Other people cannot distinguish. But this split also has a time and distance limit. The biggest change is Morning. Morning is still wrapped in bandages. But obviously see he has grown out of muscle. And language is no longer a problem. Morning all day with Xian Li behind. Can be said to be inseparable. Xian Li sometimes lock him outside. But he will still find a way to get out of the way. Continue to follow the back of the Xian Li. Funeral is the most listened to the words of the Xian Li. Other people's words. He never listened to. And occasionally listened to Lin Xiaojin words. After all, Lin Xiaojin also fed it for a period of time. In these 5 years, the birth rate of Qilanxing's children is still very high. Maybe because those people don't have high genes? In this year, Chen Lanqing's children also have dozens of children born, which is only a few hundred people. To know the other planets, hundreds of millions of people are not so dozens of children born, including Zhou Yingying is also pregnant for more than 2 months. You know that Zhou Yingying is also a level 7 psychic. Now can add strength, acceleration, but also can add spirit. In these 5 years, Lin Xiaojin established a long and stable relationship with Lan Ninger and Ramiro. With Lin Xiaojin's space upgrade, she has long been able to set up her own teleportation point. But it is she who needs to set up the teleportation point. It is only after she goes there herself that she is able to set it up. Lan Ninger heard that Chen Lanqing actually had such a high chance of getting pregnant. So she dragged her cousin and sister-in-law to come and stay here for a while, so that they might also be able to get pregnant. They were all long-time customers. Lin Xiaojin didn't say much, but if they lived in their Chen Lanqing, they would also charge for the room. Of course, because of acquaintances the price would be cheaper. In this way, Lan Ninger's cousin and sister-in-law lived here for nearly half a year, and did not expect to really get pregnant. As a result, the news that Chen Lanqing could increase the chances of pregnancy spread. So much so that many aliens stayed on their planet for a year and a half. Lin Xiaojin purchased quite a few large construction robots to build houses on the various islands. There were now more aliens living on Chulon planet than their locals. Xiao Nua. How could I have never thought that our planet was actually thriving like this in the first place? Lin Xiaojin said helplessly. However, the arrival of the aliens drove Lin Xiaojin's energy vegetables and fruits, which was a good income, aside from a few continents that were still very dilapidated. But there were indeed more and more building complexes on the islands throughout the sea. We can also consider having a second child? Xiao Nua said intimately, as he wrapped his arms around Lin Xiaojin. It wasn't like this idea hadn't occurred to Lin Xiaojin. After all, everything was still stable in her life right now. But her genetic level was too high. So if she wanted to conceive a second child at this time, I'm afraid that it would be much harder. But I don't know why in Chen Lanqing. It would increase the chances of getting pregnant. And that secret room, they didn't have a clue after 5 years. Even Zhou Yingying, Xian Li, and the rest of them blindly guessed if there really was some kind of secret treasure or something left behind by a Taoist immortal cultivator in the past on Chen Lanqing. Now Mu Xiaoshuo's grades join the selected Galaxy Guard, but want to really go in. I'm afraid that there is still a period of time. And Mu Xiaoshuo was also selected for the Junior Guard. As soon as the crowd got to Friday night, everyone would get together for a meal. Xiaojin, I've been on the Star Network recently, and I've seen several messages saying that several planets outside the galaxy have been corrupted. Have you guys seen this news? Zhou Yingying said. She was recently in the middle of her pregnancy, so she didn't cultivate much. So she played games online when she had nothing else to do. But she spent more time reading the news online. It doesn't look like corrosion either. It looks like it was eaten by something. Zhou Yingying finished, and even enlarged the picture she saw on the screen. I also saw this news, but it was quickly drowned out. Xian Li said. Maybe it was because it was just an ordinary planet outside the galaxy. Nothing like this happened inside the galaxy, so everyone didn't care. Lin Xiaojin looked at this ordinary planet outside the galaxy. The entire half of the planet was swallowed up. Ying. Zoom in the picture the biggest and take a look. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly and said, Good. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly as she looked at the picture that had been enlarged countless times by Zhou Yingying. Xiaojin, did you find something? Xian Li looked at Lin Xiaojin's expression and asked. Look guys. These black dots. Lin Xiaojin pointed at the black dots on the picture. This picture was uploaded by people outside the galaxy. The intention was to ask for help from within the galaxy. After all, the galaxy has a galactic escort, but the extragalactic equipment is still some pickup. The picture taken is just to see the exterior, the surface of the whole planet. Lin Xiaojin let only I zoom in on these black dots. My god, what is this? Xian Li frowned. They had seen many strange species. Bloodthirsty, scary, disgusting. But these black dots, they didn't look like any animals. Zhou Yingying searched for a few more devoured planets, and found that a few of them had these black dots. So he door-zoomed in one by one. But unfortunately none of them could be seen in their original form, like a black mist. Is it because the camera that took the picture is not clear? Zhou Yingying said speculatively. Xian Li shook his head. These photos taken should all be satellites. Right? Although the technology of planets outside the galaxy was not as developed as that inside the galaxy, the standard of the satellite taking photos was still there. Right? Then what is this black mist? Could it be that they are corroding these planets? How could a planet that big be corroded? Zhu Jingjing frowned slightly, also feeling incredulous. For a while everyone was a bit silent. Xiao Nuo looked at Lin Xiaojin, who was a bit moody. He comforted. Things are not serious yet. Besides, we are within the galaxy now. Lin Xiaojin nodded, although they were now far away. But seeing this picture, she always felt psychologically uneasy. But just as Xiao Nuo said, they were now within the galaxy. There were so many planets with high strengths within the galaxy, as well as the Galactic Escort Guard and the Star Police. They didn't have to worry too much. The sky has collapsed and there is a taller person top. In fact, with Lin Xiaojin, Xiao Nuo of their strength now can directly register for star planets. But Lin Xiaojin they all feel troublesome, so did not intend to go to the registration. Now this is also quite good. I thought that this matter would soon pass. But I didn't expect that after 3 months. This matter is getting more and more intense. Now almost Star Network. Every day there are such photos. The universe outside the galaxy. Everywhere is black and gloomy. Such news seems to have been suppressed. The entire StarNet was discussing it. And finally, after a month, the Galactic Guard and the Star Police jointly issued a notice, informing all planets to prepare their respective planetary protection. This was a newly discovered unknown creature, a race that used planets as sustenance for survival. The Galactic Guard had discovered this species long ago. A year ago, spawned from the depths of the universe. They named it the Black Abyss. They have tried to destroy it as well. But this species keeps on producing. As many as you kill, they will produce again. Now these species are devouring planets outside of the galaxy. There are boundaries within the galaxy, and today they are all safe. But these dark abysses, if they devour enough planets, are likely to break into the galaxy. Now that the Galaxy Escort Guard is extremely short on population, it is urgently recruiting all planets 7-star level or higher aberrations to join. When the crowd saw this notice, their faces didn't look too good. Looks like this Black Abyss is serious? I'm afraid the Galactic Escort Guard can't hold out any longer. That's why they're recruiting people like this, Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. The notice sent out by the Galaxy Escort Guard caused a serious panic within the entire galaxy. Many mechanical weapons and all kinds of energy have increased in price, Lin Xiaojin said helplessly. When Lin Xiaojin saw this news, she was prepared to save for a rainy day and purchase more weapon materials. But the reality of the galaxy's price hike could be much faster than her. Weapon prices, including material prices, have risen fiercely, Xianli said. After 5 years of renovation, their Chen Blue Star's protection ability was quite okay. But it still couldn't be compared to some planets with high grades. After all, those planets not only had high grades, but all the stored materials were much more than them. This time many planets with level 7 or higher alien ability were drafted. Lin Xiaojin and their Chenlong star did not register, so they did not receive the news of the draft. Now on the Star Network, there were also most of them who didn't want to care. Now this Black Abyss was only active outside the galaxy and didn't enter the galaxy, so they could just leave it alone. Now the Galactic Escort Guard seems to have taken this into consideration. So this time, as long as you join the Galactic Escort Guard to fight against the Black Abysses to obtain the corresponding points, you can enter the Holy Star to obtain genetic enhancement. The attraction of this condition was very great. Looking at Lin Xiaojin was a bit unable to resist. She had been stuck at level 7 genes for a long time. You want to join? Xiao Nuo had been with Lin Xiaojin for so many years. The two had long had a tacit understanding. Gene enhancement. You also know that I've been stuck in a bottleneck for a long time since my gene enhancement to level 7. Xiao Nuo nodded. He knew how tough it was to genetically upgrade. Even his gene level was only level 2. And it was hard for anyone else to upgrade. I'll join you, Xiao Nuo said. Lin Xiaojin knew that if she was going, Xiao Nuo would definitely go. Another month passed, and more people signed up online. And in the end, Lin Xiaojin decided to go. In order to raise her genes, she had been stuck at level 7 for a long time. And she felt that this was an opportunity for her. Xiaojin, you've really decided to go for it, Xianli said with a slight frown. Knowing that Black Abyss seemed troublesome. Their lives were stable nowadays, and the entire Chenlong star was getting better and better after the past few years. although their Chenlong star seemed to have become a moon center. But it was also driving a large chunk of their economy. Lin Xiaojin nodded her head. But when I look at the pictures, that dark abyss is very dangerous. We don't even know what he is until now, Zhou Yingying said with some concern. Lin Xiaoran also looked at her sister nervously. Don't worry. I have space. If there is danger, Xiao Nuo, and I can enter the space all, Lin Xiaojin said. This was also what she dared to go to participate in. That is, she had a bottom card. If there was no space, she would have hesitated. The crowd didn't say anything else when they heard Lin Xiaojin's words. Knowing that Lin Xiaojin wouldn't be in danger, they were relieved. Lin Xiaojin called Xiao Chen and Lucky Star to her. Dad, Mom's going out for a while. You guys have to listen to Uncle here, Lin Xiaojin said with instructions. Xiao Chen, as well as Lucky Star, both children were not very worrying. Don't worry, Mom. I've always been very good and obedient, Lucky Star said as she nestled in Lin Xiaojin's arms. Lin Xiaojin pinched Lucky Star's pink face and said, You're the one who loves to be naughty. These three children were the only ones that Zhu Zhu was more relaxed about. And his son was always clinging to Lucky Star. I will too. Lin Xiaojin had left Blast Wind and also Tuan Tuan to protect the several children. And they had all said that if Chenlongqing was in danger, they would go to that secret room at the first opportunity. That secret room had strong defenses. Lin Xiaojin was happy as she looked at Lucky Star and Little Bun. Although she knew that the current life was peaceful, the future dangers were still far away. But Lin Xiaojin vaguely felt that it wouldn't be that simple. Improving her strength was especially important. The next day, when Mu Xiaoxiao heard that Lin Xiaojin was going to join the Galaxy Guard recruitment, she immediately rode in on the teleportation point. Other people were paying a fee to use the teleportation array. Mu Xiao had already grown from a primary school student to a 15-year-old girl. Don't look at her 15 years old, but her special ability had already been upgraded to level 7. Mu Xiaoxiao's talent is still very impressive. Lin Xiaojin thought of her father. When the mutated zombie can still maintain rationality, if he was able to catch up and enter the Chenlongqing mutation, then he would probably be the same as today's mourners, and might even be more intelligent than the mourners. In fact, after they came back, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo also silently went to look for it, and didn't tell Mu Xijiao, but did not find. According to his father, Mutant Thunder system should be very powerful, but they did not find. Later, all the zombies in their Chenlongqing were cleaned up one by one. Sister Xiaojin, you signed up for the Galaxy Escort Guards recruitment? Mu Xiaoxiao said with an eager face. Yes. Lin Xiaojin didn't intend to hide Mu Xiaoyao either. Our pre-selected teenagers were also asked to participate in the draft. Sister Xiaojin, this dark abyss is probably even more dangerous than the ones illustrated online, Mu Xiaoxiao said. She had been attending school in Beidou Star for 4 years. And in the last year she was selected for the draft of the guards because of her excessive talent. Although she was only selected, but some news was unknown to outsiders. Don't worry. Sister, I still have the ability to protect myself. But from what you said, you're going to? Lin Xiaojin going, she was not worried about herself. But Mu Xiaoxuan going, she got worried instead. Well, we're just peripheral. Going to scout for information. We won't be in contact with those dark abyss, Mu Xiaoxiao said. Lin Xiaojin was only slightly reassured when she heard Mu Xiaoxiao. But like these gifted teenagers, they wouldn't let them go into battle so easily. Right? Mu Xiaoju still specially come back to tell Lin Xiaojin some internal news. These news is not allowed to spread out, so cannot be through the network information. Mu Xiaoju can only personally come back to tell Lin Xiaojin what they know. Mu Xiaoju with 3 or 4 hours also left. Selected juvenile guards cannot often leave. 3 days after the time of enlistment, the giant battleships of the Galaxy Escort Guard would travel to these planets and pick up these enlisted people. Lin Xiaojin received a notification soon after he saw that he had signed up, and would come here to pick them up 2 days later. In these 2 days, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo just spent more time with their children, and then sat and waited for the Galactic Escort Guard to come and pick them up. Arrived. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo both received the message at the same time. Dad? Mom? You guys have to come back soon, Lucky Star said with tears in her eyes. Good. Lin Xiaojin also kissed Lucky Star's forehead reluctantly. Mom and Dad, you guys be safe. Lin Xiaojin looked at Xiao Chen's touch, already not in 1 or 2 years old bun face. Only 6 years old vaguely have a sense of composure. Good. Take care of yourself. Take care of your sisters. Lin Xiaojin touched Xiao Qin's head. Godmother. I will miss you. Zhu Zhu also said with red eyes. Godmother will miss you too. Zhu Zhu looked much more gentle. Like a normal child. Exionly. Brother Lin Xia ran. They were all sending Xiao Nua and Lin Xiaojin off. Lin Xiaojin looked at Zhou Ying's growing belly and said with a smile. I hope I can make it back in time. Definitely will. By then you'll be a godmother again. Zhou Ying said with a smile. Lin Xiaojin also left enough food for them before she left. Lin Xiaojin brought Xiao Nua and instantly moved directly outside the Chenlong Star. At this moment, at the periphery of the Chenlong Star, there was a search of a huge battleship parked on the outside. Metallic blue in color, as if it had fused with the surrounding space. A ray of light scanned out from the metallic battleship, scanning Xiao Nua and Lin Xiaojin for a while. Confirming information, the giant battleship then opened a door, and Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua directly boarded the giant ship. This giant battleship accommodated tens of thousands of people easily, and the space inside was very large. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua just went up to the giant ship. A man wearing a silver and yellow high-level protective suit said, Enter the information of the alien ability and confirm the level. Good. Lin Xiaojin nodded. The man in front of her was none other than the Galaxy Escort Guard. And she was wearing the Galaxy Escort Guard uniform. They did have system equipment that could scan out the alien ability level. But the alien ability attributes could not be scanned out. Chun Blue Star. Lin Xiaojin Space Level 8. Lin Xiaojin deliberately concealed her body's genetic level this time. Chun Blue Star. Xiao Nua Thunder System Level 9. Space? Hearing Lin Xiaojin's reported alien ability attributes, he couldn't help but look at Lin Xiaojin twice more. An unranked planet like the Chun Blue Star was actually able to have a spatial ability, as well as a thunder system. They were the Galaxy Escort Guard, so naturally the information of every planet was there. Chenlongqing was the least populated planet in the galaxy, and none of them thought that Chenlongqing could actually emerge a 9th level psychic, so that they could all apply for a 2-star planet. But it seemed that Chenlongqing didn't apply. Perhaps the most famous thing about Chenlongqing is that the chances of having a child are very high when you live here for a period of time. So there are many people with high genetic levels who come to live in Chenlongqing to try their luck. But they didn't expect that most of them would actually get pregnant. So there are more and more people who want to come to Chenlongqing. Therefore, the price of living in Chun Blue Star has also become more and more expensive over the past few years. What attribute do you have to SpaceKit? The escort man inquired. Instantaneous movement. Lin Xiaojin casually said. The escort nodded and didn't ask anything further. They also had recruited spatial system adepts here, most of whom were from the Purple Star. The woman in front of him also had lavender eyes. So if she didn't know her identity, she might mistake her for someone from the Purple Star. There were more Purple Star spatial system adepts, and most of them were instantaneous. Of course, other galaxies would also awaken, but there were just more people from the Purple Star. However, like the Chun Blue Star, there were a wide variety of awakened psychic abilities. It really wasn't like other planets. Go in. Here are your seat numbers, the man said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin saw seat number 325.326. 2 numbers, nodded, and followed Lin Xiaojin backwards. There was still a lot of space inside the giant ship. There were a total of 3 days of passageways lined with wide seats. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua walked along the passageway towards the seat numbers, and the seats in front of them were all already occupied. Those who were able to sit here were all powerful people of level 7 or above within the galaxy. Lin Xiaojin could feel many lines of sight sweeping towards them as they walked past. Seeing the seat number, Lin Xiaojin pulled Xiao Nua and sat down. The seat was a row of 4. Besides Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua, there were 2 other people. Both of them were men, and it was impossible to tell how old they were by looking at their appearance. Originally, everyone knew each other and were all recruited. For a while, they were all very silent. No one opened their mouths. The speed of the giant ship is very fast, and this giant ship can directly travel through wormholes. Lin Xiaojin saw all wanted to buy one of these giant ships, but this kind of price she couldn't even think of. This seat of theirs was very spacious, and they could also lay the seat down to rest. And there were also nutrient solutions. However, coming here are all level 7 Alterans. It doesn't matter if they don't eat or drink or rest for a few days. After one day, This searching ship had already picked up tens of thousands of people. It seemed that the conditions offered by the galactic escort were still very attractive. I heard that this dark abyss has already devoured quite a few extragalactic planets. Yes. What kind of creature is this dark abyss? It hasn't even told us yet. With so many of us, and high-tech weapons, no matter what abyss it is, it won't be able to run away. With so many people, it was inevitable that there would be a lot of people talking. Lin Xiaojin and the four of them didn't talk much and were quiet. Xiao Nuo spent most of the time with his eyes closed. Lin Xiaojin knew that Xiao Nuo was cultivating. Xiao Nuo's diligence was much more diligent than Lin Xiaojin's, which was why Xiao Nuo's rank was higher than Lin Xiaojin's. Not to mention the fact that Xiao Nuo's supernatural ability was still a dual-system supernatural ability. Although this was a great advantage. At the same time, it also required double, or even multiple times, the diligence of others to be able to do so. I heard that the Galactic Escort has sent out 10 searches for giant ships. Such a big battle. What exactly is the situation? We are not very clear. Wait until the galactic boundary. It will definitely inform us. Let's wait. Lin Xiaojin listened to the few people in the back row discussing. She actually didn't know much about this dark abyss. But she always felt that the dark abyss was not simple. Soon, a voice appeared in the ship, and a small light screen appeared in front of everyone's seat. First of all, thank you all very much for being able to join us. I am the commanding envoy of this operation. Cully Wind. A very gentle-looking man in the light screen. Though the markings on his sleeve and shoulder looked to register no less. There were also people who immediately recognized Cull Gale. He's a level 10 alien. The strength is very strong. He exterminated that group of star pirates of the Exterminator in the beginning. The Exterminator star pirates were rampant. And they were still very famous in the galaxy as big star pirates. The key is that he's still young. Only 35 years old is a strong level 10 alien ability. You know it's hard to raise every level above level 7. However, sometimes the level of alien energy also can't represent anything. The level of alien energy is just the cultivation energy of the person. The most crucial thing is that this Cully Wind's alien energy is very powerful. I don't know how many women are chasing after Cully Wind. For these words Lin Xiaojin was just listening. Next we will release the specific news of the Dark Abyss. If some people want to leave out of fear, we won't stop them. But the news we received today cannot be spread out. Ku Lifeng said. When the crowd heard Ku Lifeng's words, this seemed to realize that this Dark Abyss didn't seem to be that simple. For the critical information, there were also some hidden things they had controlled long ago. In order to avoid panic. Next, a video was released on the screen, as well as a variety of clear and incomparable pictures, as well as various analyses. For the entire 20 minutes, the entire giant ship was silent. Lin Xiaojin was also more and more alarmed the more he watched. This dark abyss is born from the cosmic cracks. The number is extremely stable. You kill one, the cracks will be born again. In this way, it could be said that there was a constant stream of births. And these dark abysses were devouring planets for sustenance food. They devour planets separately, and then kill each other to devour other dark abyss and grow themselves. There are a few of these dark abyss whose strength bodies are already terrifying. The dark abyss would keep splitting up, then devouring planets and devouring their peers. And then a king dark abyss would emerge. The countless planets outside of the galaxy were surrounded by this kind of dark abyss. Once they gave birth to a kingly dark abyss one day. They didn't dare to imagine it. But it was also possible that they would only be outside the galaxy and wouldn't enter it. The galactic escorts had also sacrificed a lot to find out such information. Though Cully Wind had said that they wouldn't stop anyone if they wanted to quit. However, they were all sitting in the ship. And they were all representing various planets to participate in the recruitment. Wouldn't it be too humiliating to quit at this time? Now at this time, they had to go on. If they knew this news before, I'm afraid not many people would come. But then Ku Lifeng threw everyone extremely tempting conditions. That is, they could exchange the rewards listed by the Sacred Star organization based on the points they had gained from killing the Dark Abyss. Of course, genetic enhancement was just the foundation. The Holy Star organization. That was the only 6-star planet in the galaxy. The crowd only knew that the Sacred Star organization came from the Sacred Star. But no one had ever entered the Sacred Star, which was completely closed. Except for the Galactic Escort Guard, who only had contact with him. Lin Xiaojin looked at the rewards released by the Sacred Star organization. Just by killing the Dark Abyss to obtain the dark pearls in their bodies, they could exchange the dark pearls for various rewards. The rewards were very generous one by one. And there were even 300 dark pearls that could be exchanged for a 50-year lifespan. Lin Xiaojin saw this and couldn't help but be slightly shocked. What exactly is the origin of this Holy Star organization? Why can life expectancy also be used for redemption? Then how much life expectancy should their Holy Star be? But this Holy Star organization is too mysterious. There is no information about the Holy Star organization at all. Being able to redeem the lifespan gene shows how powerful this Holy Star organization is. The rest of the various rare items, all of which could not be purchased on the planet or were expensive. Seeing such a reward list, these people instead all looked forward to it. People die for money and birds die for food, without great benefits. Who would not rush in front for nothing? But the higher the benefit, the higher the danger. I'm afraid this is blood money, Lin Xiaojin said silently. So many precious things used to exchange that meant that the less easy this dark abyss would be to deal with. They also finally knew why it was necessary to enlist level 7 or above adepts, because adepts below level 7 were afraid that not only would they not be able to kill the dark abyss, they would also be devoured by it. This dark abyss can devour everything. Devour everything to strengthen itself. Think about being able to devour planets as a source of energy. Just this, no, this guy is tough. This is also Lin Xiaojin. They encountered the most terrifying creature. But the creature is the universe cracks grow from. Is it like a virus? What weakness does this dark abyss have? An alien from another planet behind him asked. Yeah. I'm sure the Galactic Guard have all been in a fierce battle with the dark abyss. So they should more or less understand it. Right? For a while, there were all sorts of murmurs in the ship. And the surroundings suddenly looked chaotic. Soon the screen Kuli iPhone said, the higher the grade of this abyss, the harder the body is. Our escort's advanced particle cannon can blast some low-grade abyss. For those medium can only make it suffer light injuries. Particle cannons, that was something even more advanced than laser cannons. The advanced particle cannon was more than enough to blast some level 7 aberrations. But it actually blasted the low-class dark abyss. This dark abyss's greatest ability is devouring. Through their mouths they will release a blue aperture. And those with strong attraction will be devoured by it. So all of you must be careful. Basically it's a summary of 2 points. The dark abyss has a hard body and amazing defense. They possess the ability to devour. As long as they are hit by its light, they will be devoured. The most important point is that the dark abyss's dark bead is in front of its chest. The dark bead is only the size of a black bean. For the dark abyss's physique is very miniature, which is equivalent to a small mole on a person's body. This dark bead is also the weak point of the dark abyss. As long as you hit the dark bead, or take the dark bead down, you will be able to kill the dark abyss. For low-grade abyssals, the dark beads grow on the back, while medium-grade dark beads grow on the chest. They hadn't seen a high-grade dark abyss yet. The low-grade dark beads were red. The medium-grade dark beads were purple. And the dark abyss was all black. So even though it was small, it was still very recognizable. Although it was possible to obtain the dark pearl, it was a bit dangerous to get close to the dark abyss. And the most important thing was that these dark abysses seemed to have telepathic communication. As long as one dark abyss received an attack, all the other dark abysses in the vicinity would rush over. This was a problem. They only had a total of 10,000 people in the ship. This time a total of 100,000 people were recruited. 10 searches for the ship respectively. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo, 2 people, are in the third ship. That is, the third detachment. Although everyone was a little hesitant, but seeing the list of rewards for exchange, it was worth it to take a risk in front of the huge benefits. Soon, the ship stopped at the galaxy's boundary finish. Followed by one of the giant ships were quite here. As long as through the boundary they can reach outside the galaxy. Here they also set up a rest exchange site. Is a small planet. Only the people of the Holy Star organization can move a planet. Right? There was no telling how they did it. Once they were ready they could take a small ship through the boundary. Once a month the boundary here would open, so that people from outside could come in. The boundary also just opened a gap. There are already people leaving the galaxy one after another. There are also people standing behind hesitantly. But all have already arrived here. The crowd has only seen the black abyss terrifying. But after all, they have not really seen it. So all of them do not have the intention of retreating for the time being. So enter the galaxy outside will be issued a galaxy escort exclusive uniform. Also equipped with a flying machine. so that in the galaxy outside the universe outside also be able to fly. This kind of flying machine is also only above level 7 alien can ability to drive. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua, two people naturally also share too. But Lin Xiaojin for the flying machine has nothing to do. Without flying machine, she also able to fly. One after another. There were already people out of the boundary. But most of them were mostly peers. And there was no chance that they would go out alone. Even if they were two people. They were very few. However, Chen Lanqing was now just the two of them. So naturally, it was just the two of them who were paired up. Not only were there flying machines, there were also small battleship airships. Each surged airship was able to carry 5 people. They were miniature battleships. And these battleships were all out of the Galactic Escort Guard. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua only 2 people. So cannot be directly assigned a search warship. Can only partner with others. Waiting for a long time. Finally waited. Smoke and Light Star is 3 people. Just with the 2 of them to ride a search warship. In fact, the same ride a ship even is all the way people. After all, the face of the Dark Abyss. They are different planets. Will inevitably be a little wary of these Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua are aware of. Not to mention that now Lin Xiaojin, they are still missing a person. Lin Xiaojin also had plans. They first took the airship with them to leave the boundary. Then Xiao Nua and Lin Xiaojin got off the airship. Lin Xiaojin thought so and did so. When the airship made it out of the boundary, Lin Xiaojin asked the airship to dock, and she and Xiao Nua got off the airship directly. Do you think those 2 Chen Lanqings are stupid? It's also huge outside the galaxy. And they just went down like that. The man from the smoky light star did not understand. Even if they don't go down, we'll find a way to get them off the ship. Another man from the smoke light star said. Not bad. The true danger of the Dark Abyss was unknown to anyone for the time being. But they were from 2 planets after all. And there would definitely be a rivalry. Even if they might be from the same planet. So those 2 men were still smart. If it wasn't for the fact that the galactic escort ships are all counted and must sit in enough numbers to leave, I'm afraid they wouldn't be with us. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua, 2 people got off the airship. Lin Xiaojin directly took out another small airship from space. Can only take 3 people mini-type airship. There is no means of attack. There is only one advantage. That is the speed. The 2 people got into the airship. The flow of space outside this galaxy is indeed much faster than inside the galaxy. Perhaps this is due to the long lifespan inside the galaxy? Lin Xiaojin guessed blindly. The Milky Way inside the galaxy was all colorful. Unlike outside the galaxy, which was mostly dark blue. Or black with sparkling starlight. They had only driven out for a short while when they saw quite a lot of various debris floating in the universe. Some with human bodies. These things, those planets escaped after dying in the universe. And I do not know why, like a person died and fell to the land. After a while will be decomposed. And then slowly disappeared into thin air. But the universe is not in the Milky Way. No matter what, even bacteria, bugs, corpses, as long as the universe into the Milky Way, it will always be floating, cannot be decomposed. Became a cosmic rubbish. I do not know how long to float. Will never disappear. Like the galaxy, each planet is technologically developed. And the rubbish that appears around their own planets will be recycled by themselves. And perhaps some good luck can also find some good things from these cosmic rubbish. Nowadays, those dark abyssals didn't know how many planets they had devoured. And some of them hadn't been devoured cleanly, and were just floating around outside. The further they went outside the galaxy, the more and more of this floating rubbish they saw. Lin Xiaojin really didn't dare to imagine that if their planet hadn't entered the galaxy in the first place, I'm afraid that it would have been devoured by the Dark Abyss as well. Right? That could be much more terrifying than zombies. There was simply nowhere to hide. Nowhere to hide. There's more and more floating rubbish. Lin Xiaojin frowned and said, Xiao Nua, I always feel that something is not simple. Is that galaxy escort hiding something from us? Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. There are so many floating things outside. But the information that the Galactic Escort Guard gave us doesn't have this. Perhaps they are that we are the vanguard. Xiao Nua frowned, vaguely angry, and said, 100,000 level 7 or above Xenos to be the vanguard. Both of them mentally felt that it wasn't simple. Perhaps the Galaxy Escort still somewhat underestimated the strength of the Dark Abyss? Look where. Lin Xiaojin directly enlarged the screen. A great planet. Only half of it was left. The other half was still there. It must have been devoured by the Dark Abyss. But only half of it. Let's go take a look, Xiaonua said. Good. After all, these dark abyss were all whole planets once they devoured them. Like devouring half of them, and actually not devouring them was also rare. So Lin Xiaojin piloted the airship directly into this gray Earth planet. The outer atmosphere had long been broken, and the entire gray Earth planet was exposed. The spaceship flew directly into this gray Earth planet that was only half left. The scenes below were spread in 360 real time. A few dark abyss devoured an entire planet in just a few days. The devouring power is truly terrifying, Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. If they were caught in the beams of the dark abyss, they would also be devoured. Don't worry. You and I won't. Xiaonua pulled Lin Xiaojin's hand and said calmly. Yeah. Xiaonua had time control. She had instantaneous movement plus space. They had the most perfect match. Lin Xiaojin nodded. I also don't know what purpose that Dark Pearl serves. The Holy Star organization spent so much resources to collect the Dark Pearl. Lin Xiaojin questioned. Not only Lin Xiaojin. The rest of the people had also stored this thought. And most of them even felt that this dark bead would not contain energy. If it contained energy, those of them might have kept it for themselves and wouldn't have thought of exchanging it. Right? But what was the purpose of this Holy Star organization wanting the Dark Pearl? Was it just to motivate them? Lin Xiaojin always felt that it wouldn't be so kind. Now they could only speculate here. If they wanted to know whether the dark beads had energy or not, then they would know by solving one of the dark beads. Lin Xiaojin, they were checking out this gray Earth planet. This place was all Earth. This Earth seemed to be pretty good. This planet there are no people surviving, and there are no other animals. It's purely an earthy planet. The two walked around the place without finding anything. Then the two left in the spaceship. Soon after, Lin Xiaojin spotted a broken airship ahead. The two looked at the appearance of the airship, and Lin Xiaojin frowned. Isn't this the airship sent by the Galactic Guard? Lin Xiaojin and the others had left the boundary in this searching airship, and those who came out of the boundary were traveling in such airships. The broken airship floated in mid-air. Let's go down and take a look, Lin Xiaojin said. Good. Xiaonua answered. The two of them put on their defensive suits and got off the airship. Lin Xiaojin led Xiaonua to directly teleport over. The entire front of the airship was shattered, while the entire body was split in half. There's no one inside, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Although there was no one inside, there were still quite a few things left inside, and the ones that Lin Xiaojin saw as good were all collected into space. Let's go, Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin also didn't find anything else useful. Wait. Xiaonua suddenly pulled Lin Xiaojin back and said, I'll use time rewind to take a look, Xiaonua said. Time backtracking. Lin Xiaojin seemed to have heard Xiaonua tell her that Xiaonua had the ability to flow spatial time within a certain range after his second skill time ability was promoted to level 7 in these years. He could see what happened here in the past through a range. But of course, the future could not be seen. Good. Lin Xiaojin responded and pushed back a few steps. Soon a colored light coalesced in front of Xiaonua. Many images were playing rapidly. Other than Xiaonua, other people couldn't see it clearly. But Lin Xiaojin was able to see it clearly, because their two skills were common. After about 2 minutes, the colored light disappeared. It's Dark Abyss. Lin Xiaojin saw the image, and said with a deep expression on her face. The Dark Abyss was black in color, somewhat resembling the appearance of the divine beast Kirin from the ancient mythology of Chunlan Xing, with 2 black horns on its head. Through the image, Lin Xiaojin saw that the dark beast had a purple orb on its forehead. That should be the dark bead that the Sacred Star organization was talking about. A purple dark bead. That represented a medium-grade Dark Abyss. I didn't expect that this airship had just come out and encountered a medium-ranked Dark Abyss that violently swooped over. The Dark Abyss's body was hard and directly cut through the entire searching airship. A few people in the airship then went to war. Unfortunately, in the end, they were unable to defeat the Abyss. A blue beam of light were all swallowed up by the blue light. There were also 2 people with special abilities that escaped. This Dark Abyss body is really strong, Lin Xiaojin said silently. Her physical qualities were just fine, so she didn't know if she could take on this Dark Abyss. Being able to devour planets. Could this Dark Abyss body not be strong? How powerful the energy contained in a planet was, especially with a planet that contained a star core. Even if this Dark Abyss was able to devour everything, Lin Xiaojin and Xiaonua still had the confidence to deal with this Dark Abyss. The skills of the two were enough to restrain the dark abyss. Xiao Nua. It looks like it's more dangerous for us to sit in the spaceship instead, Lin Xiaojin said, as she saw Xiao Nua's retrospective of the whole incident. This airship actually couldn't even scan Dark Abyss. Perhaps it was because Dark Abyss had a special physique on him that could avoid detection. None of the Galactic Guardians had told them this information. Or had they not discovered it either. I'll take you flying, Lin Xiaojin said with a smile. There are flying machines, Xiao Nua said. Although Lin Xiaojin was able to take people flying, it also consumed energy. So if he encountered the Dark Abyss, it would be best to maintain physical fitness at all times. Lin Xiaojin understood Xiao Nua's meaning and did not argue. Both of them took on the flying machine. The two people traveled through the universe and could also touch the stars and rivers in the universe. Lin Xiaojin gently touched it, and the silver-blue Milky Way dispersed. I also don't know how the universe was formed, Lin Xiaojin said, as she looked at the destroyed Milky Way. And how big and vast the universe was they weren't sure. Maybe it's just like your space? Xiao Nua said jokingly, as he looked at Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin's eyes lit up when she heard Xiao Nua's words. She said, it might be possible to guess so. We live in such a powerful cosmic space. Who knows how big this universe is? Maybe the universe also has boundaries. No matter how big the universe is anymore. If I have to, space keeps developing and growing. There's no telling what will happen. Isn't your current space a small world? Xiao Nua said with a smile. Lin Xiaojin thought of her own space. There were elves, houses and land. Although the population was small, to them, her space was their world. Not bad, Lin Xiaojin said with a sense of accomplishment. It was like building her own world. Little by little, her space would be even stronger in the future. The two chatted for a few moments before continuing to fly towards the distance. But the next thing they saw wasn't some beautiful Milky Way. There was all sorts of cosmic rubbish floating out everywhere. This is too much, Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. The further they went inside, the more of this rubbish there was. Although there were all sorts of rubbish floating around outside the galaxy, it wouldn't be everywhere like it was now. There were also floating rubbish and quite a few items. And Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua found quite a few useful things. The two of them hadn't come to kill the Dark Abyss. It was like they had come to the universe to pick up rubbish. A cosmic profession picking up rubbish? This profession seemed to be good and could pick up good things as well. Most of the things that floated over were broken things and corpses. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua flew in the universe for 2 days. This planet hasn't been swallowed yet. Lin Xiaojin looked at a half-black, half-white planet not far away. In the past, there were still a lot of planets outside the galaxy. But now she saw a lot of half-planets. These dark beasts stopped devouring half of the planet. And they didn't know what the reason was? Was it because it was hard to eat? Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua both seemed to be traveling. And in the next month, they wandered around about 7.8 planets, with the most one planet taken for almost 7 days. Some of the planets did manage to find quite a few good things. They were all unknown planets. None of the planets they went to had evolved humans. They were among the most primitive planets. One of the most useful things Lin Xiaojin got was ice crystals. This kind of ice crystals contained energy. Even at high temperatures it would not melt. Lin Xiaojin collected a lot of ice crystals in their own space. These ice crystals are full of cold air. But if made into an ice bed lying on it, it does have the effect of strengthening the body. These ice crystals are collected into the space. Let the elves are made into ice beds. Can increase their physique. The body genetic enhancement is also beneficial. Lin Xiaojin also got strange fruits, and specialized in testing them with a testing instrument set by Rami's table. Although it didn't contain energy, it did have an effect that could enhance a person's flesh and blood ability. This kind of food only grew some on ice crystals. This shape is a bit like a fig. But this fruit is watery blue. So Lin Xiaojin named it ice blue fruit. Put it in the space to raise a period of time. In the transplant cultivation, when the time comes, not only has the efficacy will also contain energy. Their luck is really good. Probably because Lin Xiaojin has a lucky kiss. And this energy as the lucky star grows up alien ability to enhance. The more energy she gives the lucky kiss is stronger. They continue to wander for another 2 months. Actually avoiding the dark abyss perfectly every time. And getting a lot of good stuff. Lin Xiaojin left a teleportation point almost every other section of her limit distance. These she could return at the first time no matter how far she went. The transmission points were set up so stealthily that ordinary people couldn't discover them. And without her energy permission, Other people wouldn't be able to enter the transmission points she had established. Each of the transmission points was the equivalent of a spatial channel that she had built, which saved a lot of money. It was important to know that buying a space construction point, according to the length of the distance, the cheapest would be 50,000 interstellar coins. Although Lin Xiaojin, Xiao Nua's luck had been good these past few months, the deeper they went, the probability of encountering a dark beast would increase. They had encountered a dark beast this time, whole in devouring a planet, devouring it at a very fast speed. While devouring the planet, which dark beast's body was also enlarged physically, Lin Xiaojin had good eyesight and saw the black dark beads behind the dark beast at a glance. That's a low-grade dark beast, Lin Xiaojin said with some eagerness. If it was a medium-ranked one, they might still need to think about it. After all, it was also the first time they had faced this guy. The devouring light spat out from that dark beast's mouth was very fast. As long as it was irradiated a little, it would be devoured. In this way, Lin Xiaojin thought of the gourd that collects demons and rushes at them to be able to collect them into the gourd. Only this thing is not a demon, but a dark beast. In fact, Lin Xiaojin thinks that the name devouring beast is not more reasonable, simple and easy to understand. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua both nodded in silent agreement. Lin Xiaojin directly brought Xiao Nua to instantly move over. Xiao Nua used time control at the first time, while Lin Xiaojin instantly moved to the back of the dark beast. Lin Xiaojin had already taken out the laser dagger from space long ago, and directly slashed at the back of the dark beast. The body is so hard. Lin Xiaojin frowned and said darkly, although the information had written that the dark beast's body was incomparably hard, but he didn't expect it to be this hard. However, it was good that Lin Xiaojin's strength was great. Lin Xiaojin directly used 10% of her strength before she directly chopped the dark bead of the dark beast. The dark bead was snapped off, leaving behind a black thick liquid, thick like asphalt. A bit of it landed on Lin Xiaojin's hand. It hurts. Lin Xiaojin's hand was directly perforated by corrosion. Although it was perforated, not a single drop of blood was left behind. And soon Lin Xiaojin's hand recovered. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly instantly moved away, and the entire body of that dark beast melted into a pile of black asphalt-like, gurgling black-green smoke. This smoke body is not poisonous, but more disgusting than poison is a stench, especially fishy odor. Even if Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua, who have seen a lot of things, have smelled all kinds of fishy odors along the way, they are not as bad as 1/10,000th of this one. Vomit. Lin Xiaojin really couldn't hold back and hurriedly brought Xiao Nua to instantly move away. It stinks. Lin Xiaojin slowed down and said, to her is simply comparable to a spiritual attack. Her sense of smell was originally a dozen cups of others. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly came out a random fruit from the space and hurriedly put her nose to smell it, slowing down her nausea a bit. Xiao Nua has always been the most calm. At this moment the face is also very ugly. Obviously that smelled smoked the two people for a long time to slow down. Slowed down, Lin Xiaojin put in a hand a few times in the mouth to finish eating. Delicious. Crunchy and sweet. After this perfect match, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua, two people, are still relatively successful. This is also Xiao Nua's has a dual system of supernatural ability. Double the energy, but also upgraded to level 7 times supernatural ability. Otherwise it is very difficult to want to control the dark beast for a short period of time. The dark beast is really hard. The laser sword in her hand has a gap. Kill a dark beast. Dig a dark bead will have to change a new weapon. Although the information on the dark beast hard, but also did not expect hard to this extent. Her hand laser sword is also intermediate weapons. Lin Xiaojin slightly frowned. Mental some worry. Although the space collection of a lot of weapons, but also cannot withstand such a large consumption. And some weapons are paid to buy. Lin Xiaojin's eyes slightly lit up. She suddenly thought that after she dug out the dark pearl, that dark beast's body started to melt into a thick asphalt. But the horn on its head didn't melt. This dark beast had hard skin on the outside, but the inside of its body contained this strong corrosive liquid. Once the body was damaged in one place, and the dark pearl was dug out, the entire body was melted by itself. Such a highly reinforced thing, if there is something to load it. Those dark beasts' corrosive liquid on dealing with other dark beasts is also a good way. Although this idea is good, but cannot be realized. That corrosive is too strong. Lin Xiaojin thought of the horns of those two dark beasts. She said to Xiao Nua, let's go back and take a look. Good. But when going back, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua, two people still prepared. Bring protective mask. Directly closed. Two people a moment without breathing is also fine. After bringing it on, Lin Xiaojin brought Xiao Nua back to the location where he had just killed the dark beast. The body of the dark beast has solidified into a pool of black liquid, suspended in midair. The liquid doesn't disappear even after death. So if someone accidentally touches it, it's a death sentence. Lin Xiaojin really saw that the two horns hadn't been melted, but they were also inserted amongst the liquid. These two horns really didn't melt. Lin Xiaojin said excitedly. You want to use its horns as weapons? Xiao Nua saw Lin Xiaojin's thoughts. That's right. Try it out. This dark beast's body is too hard. Its horn is even harder. So wouldn't it be better if its horn destroys its body? Lin Xiaojin's idea was good. But how was this thing going to be taken out? The horn was already stained amongst the solidified dark beast's melted blood. How strong was this corrosive? Lin Xiaojin had tried it. Lin Xiaojin thought for half a day and tried several times without being able to take this thing out. It seems that it can't be taken out, and can only find a way to meet the next dark beast before it melts, to cut off the horns of that dark beast, after tossing and turning for a few hours to no avail. But it was good to have a direction to go. They took up temporary residence on the planet that this dark beast had devoured. Not being able to fly through the universe for long periods of time, this planet was devoured by the dark beast only a small part. So it was still intact, only from the whole sky. There was a piece missing above. The people here actually lived as primitive inhabitants, who initially thought that the sky had collapsed and the entire sky was buried in darkness. These people are all similar to the appearance of savages. Our Chenlan star used to evolve like this. Although there were some differences, they were mostly pretty much the same. These people evolved like beastmen. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua didn't bother these people, but found a forest. Lin Xiaojin was looking for any rare food in the woods that could be transplanted into the space. So Lin Xiaojin's detectors kept detecting, and really let her find a good thing. Similar to Chen Lanqing's walnut tree. Eating fragrant and crunchy taste is also good. Lin Xiaojin all transplanted into the space. There are some other things. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua both hid in the tree. A wave of orcs had just passed by. The orc race here seemed to be very strict. That human-headed horse-bodied race just now are all very strong. Lin Xiaojin said. It's too chaotic here. Xiao Nua said. Indeed. They had already encountered no less than 10 battles in the few days they stayed here. The battles of the various orc races were very strong. And the two of them, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua, just became spectators. That is, they watched them as if they were traveling here. These days Lin Xiaojin summed up one sentence. The orcs are militant, but also the resources here are tight. In addition to the dark beasts devouring a corner of the planet, which makes them feel that the end of the world is coming. So they struggle fiercely. Want to grab more resources. Lin Xiaojin thought of that secret room in their Chenlan star with amazing defense, and wondered if it could resist the dark beasts. It was also unknown who had left it behind. Or was there a super strong person who had also stayed in Chenlan Xing a long time ago? Just like Lin Xiaojin traveling around the planet with Xiao Nua. This was all just blind speculation. When Lin Xiaojin saw another fight in front of her, she and Xiao Nua naturally chose to leave. Lin Xiaojin accidentally stepped on a small thing when she jumped down. Fluffy. The head is a small doll face, looks just 3 years old. But the body is all fluffy, like an emperor penguin without leg hair. Oh! The child actually cried. I didn't do it on purpose. Lin Xiaojin touched her head. A little embarrassed, Lin Xiaojin looked at the child to see that she was injured. But she shouldn't have stepped so heavily. Right? Not caring about anything else. Lin Xiaojin just took out a bottle of space water directly and fed it to the child. And the rest of the half bottle was given to it as well. Be good. You'll be fine after drinking this. Lin Xiaojin stroked Fluffy's head and said comfortingly. Soon. Lin Xiaojin heard movement. It was someone coming this way. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua, two people, looked at each other and left in a hurry. Soon panicked over to two people came. A man and a woman. Different from the child. Two people only limbs are fluffy. And the body are injured. Child. Not dead. The man said with surprise and excitement. In their fight, the child was seriously injured. So they hid the child here, which came to look for after a day. Originally with the heavy heart of the child certain death to find over. But the child didn't die. And all the wounds on his appearance actually recovered. This. The man was incoherent with excitement. I have to child. The woman hugged her child tightly, her eyes bearing tears. It was so lucky that their child hadn't died. What is this? The man saw the child clutching a half bottle of watery blue liquid. Some sister gave it to me to drink, the child said slowly. Sister? Of our race? The man continued to ask. The child shook his head and simply described Lin Xiaojin to his parents. The child only remembered Lin Xiaojin's pair of lavender pupils. This could be an immortal medicine. Our son has met a fairy, the man said excitedly. Then the husband and wife held their son and hurriedly kowtowed towards the sky. Then their mouths kept chanting thank you to the fairy for giving the medicine and saving their child or something like that. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua had already walked some distance away. But Lin Xiaojin's hearing was good. So she heard this part word for word. Couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then told Xiao Nua what she just heard again word for word. In that case, our Chenlong planet might have really had aliens appear in the past, and then evolved into us immortals? Lin Xiaojin laughed. She had now become an immortal in the mouths of other planets as well. But it was just a bottle of energy water. Nowadays, they didn't know how long this planet could survive. The dark beasts were devouring planets everywhere. And they just happened to kill the dark beasts today, saving so many people in the process. But there were so many dark beasts. It was not guaranteed that they would come again in a few days. Lin Xiaojin sighed softly. These were things they couldn't do anything about. In the past few days, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua also studied the dark bead. There was no sign of energy on the surface, just like a worn-out iron bead. But Lin Xiaojin intuited that it wasn't that simple. Even Lin Xiaojin also put this kind of into the space, but also did not happen any change. The two had tried several methods and hadn't researched it for the time being. But this thing was even harder anyway. Xiao Nua's level 9 Thunder System supernatural ability. Cohesion of the strongest battle force this bead are unharmed. Even a trace of cracks are not. Lin Xiaojin temporarily put away. She has decided that even if she wants to exchange things, this dark bead it will also keep a few more. If it wasn't researched now, it might be researched in the future. Not only did Lin Xiaojin think this way, but everyone else had also saved this idea. The two stayed on this planet for a few days. There were fights everywhere. Lin Xiaojin also collected a few waves of strange food, and a kind of yellow iron and left. This kind of yellow iron metal was still considered a first-class product, and it was not bad to leave it for Tuan Tuan to eat. The two of them were outside the galaxy, and although the network was able to work, there was still a certain delay. In the few months that they had been gone, the birth rate of Chenlong Star had increased again, and now more and more people were coming to Chenlong Star in admiration. Zhang Wan and the others had further raised the threshold for coming to live in Chenlong. Even so, there were still many people who stayed in Chenlong Star. There were even people who wanted to secretly investigate why Chenlong Star could promote fertility. Now almost all of the people from Chenlong Star's home planet were living on this side of the base. The zombies on the surface of Chenlangsing were all cleared away, leaving the sea beasts. And there were quite a few aliens who went to clean up the sea beasts. But the aliens weren't allowed to do so unless they paid for it. In these 2 to 3 months, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua had been wandering around outside, in which they had teamed up to solve 2 more dark beasts. One of them, Lin Xiaojin finally got a dark beast's horn. This dark beast's horn was a bit like a rhino's horn. This horn was even harder. The dark beast's melting liquid couldn't even melt this horn to know how hard it was. They had already got 6 dark pearls, which was already very slow. Originally, they would only run into a dark beast for a few days. To then these past few days, they ran into them all day. The dark beasts have become more numerous, Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. And the further they went, the more trash that floated around was more and more. Not only that, a large number of planets were only left with pieces of debris. Those dark beasts have all devoured here. Lin Xiaojin saw that there were still quite a lot of floating all kinds of debris, and a large area of the rubbish dump had almost all been silted up. At this time, Lin Xiaojin also discovered other people from the Galaxy Escort Squad, and their ships were all damaged as well. This dark beast isn't at all as easy as the escort people said. And we can't go back, the man gasped. Can't go back? How are we going to go back without the airship? Are we going to wait for the escort people to come and pick us up? Not only that, we've only traveled such a short distance. The dark beasts have already broken through here. There's only planetary debris left. I'm afraid it won't be long before the dark beasts reach our boundary. The outside of the galaxy was also very vast. They had only traveled 0.2% to get here. But there were only remnants of planets left here. Going forward, I'm afraid that the remaining remnants of this piece of debris is estimated that the planet or whatever would have been devoured long ago. However, they are hunting the dark beasts. The dark beasts themselves are also devouring each other. Encountering a powerful dark beast, they all have to die. A few people were fretting about how they were going to get back when a few dark beasts suddenly appeared in front of them running towards their direction. The several people hurriedly responded and fled. Perhaps in the next second, those few dark beasts just disappeared out of thin air. And when they looked behind them, a giant dark beast. The crowd was stunned. It really was a giant dark beast, comparable to a giant Godzilla. This is, said someone in shock. A high-level dark beast. No! They had seen medium-grade dark beasts before. And they weren't this big. This was a high-grade dark beast. Run! Now everyone didn't have the heart to stay for one stop. Lin Xiaojin reacted extremely fast, and didn't even have time to think more directly, pulling Xiao Nuo directly into space. The two disappeared into place. The dark beasts around the others were all swallowed into it. This is the king-level dark beast. This is the highest level dark beast. This is also the reason why the dark beasts have become less recently. Because they were all devoured by it. Its size kept getting bigger and bigger. And now it started to walk towards the galaxy. And everything around it was devoured by it as it passed by. Lin Xiaojin entered the space. Stunned. A second later they would probably be swallowed up. How did that dark beast get so big? Lin Xiaojin said nervously. That dark beasts devour each other. This is probably the biggest dark beast produced. Xiao Nuo said gruffly. Where exactly did this dark beast come from? It's going to keep devouring even more on this route. So it's only a matter of time before it devours its way into the galaxy. Lin Xiaojin frowned and said. Both of them were a bit silent. In order to figure out how exactly this dark beast was created, I'm afraid that they would need to find the truth. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo stayed in space and rested for 3 days. These 3 days the two people also studied the dark bead. But they still hadn't researched anything. At this moment, the star network has begun to chaos. A major crisis is about to occur in the galaxy. End-time dark beasts are about to break through the galaxy. The price of weapons and food went up like crazy. Various posts have appeared on the star network. And king-level dark beasts are coming towards the galaxy. The galaxy escort people had already sent heavy weapons to the galaxy's borders to resist. But even with all the posts appearing, there were most people who didn't care. After all, it hadn't hit their doorsteps yet. It's still a toss-up whether this dark beast can break through the boundary. That's right. Our intergalactic system is not those low-grade planets outside the galaxy. That's right. With our weapons, equipment, and alien ability levels, we'll have to fight this dark beast back even if it comes. At the beginning, no one cared. After a few days, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo came out of the space. The surroundings were quiet. There were no dark beasts anymore, including a few teammates they met. Looks like they've all been devoured, Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. This devoured even the rubbish in this area was swallowed clean. Lin Xiaojin decided to continue walking inside. She wanted to know where this dark beast actually came from. Remembering that the information given on the Galactic Guardian said that dark beasts arose from the cracks in the universe. And that dark beasts didn't just devour any object. They also devoured their own kind to strengthen themselves. It was more like a destroyer. In order to accelerate the speed of the flight, Lin Xiaojin still got on the airship with Xiao Nuo. But Lin Xiaojin's spirit was always on the lookout. If she found the huge dark beast, she would instantly enter space. But the airship traveled for a few days, and did not find a dark beast. Not only did not find a dark beast, even the planet was not there. Have all the planets here been devoured? Lin Xiaojin said in disbelief. But it was very possible. As they continued to fly, Lin Xiaojin also left behind teleportation points, and still didn't find any of the planets. All of them were black and blue rivers of stars. There was also some debris that proved that a planet had once existed here. What kind of monster is this? Actually able to swallow so many planets? Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. I'm afraid that the galaxy may not be able to stop it, Xiao Nuo said gruffly. Let's first look for that gap that the galactic escort is talking about, Lin Xiaojin said. The universe was too big, and it would be a needle in a haystack for them to look for it like that. The airship was on autopilot. Lin Xiaojin was also a little worried. Xiao Nuo still held the dark bead in his hand. Xiao Nuo had been studying this thing for the past few days. Even Xiao Nua used time to go back in time to check the dark bead. But he saw that it was just a darkness. He couldn't see anything. Just like this, they advanced another 2 months in the universe. And that huge dark beast had grown in size again. Even in size comparable to a small planet. It had already appeared outside the galaxy boundary. And countless ships and warships were attacking it. The devouring power of the gigantic dark beast was so powerful that it actually devoured those numerous battleships. However, the huge dark beast did not break through the boundary and went dormant. This made everyone unload a breath. Although they didn't know why this huge king-level dark beast would suddenly go dormant. But it also gave everyone a chance to catch their breath. Shalon planet. The aliens from their planet had all left one after another. And since the giant dark beast was in the galactic boundary, these people had each returned to their own planets. What are we going to do? Zhou Yingying also asked nervously. It would be great if there was an Ultraman to directly kill that dark beast. Xianli said. It's a good idea. But there's an Ultraman there? There are only big monsters. Zhou Yingying said breathlessly. I didn't expect that the Galactic Guard so many high-level weapons and huge power cannons would actually have no effect on it at all. Zhang Wang said with a frown. Not only did it have no effect. The beast had devoured countless people around it in one swallow. It was too terrifying. Everyone was now in danger. And some had even started to flee in their airships. If the situation is bad, we can only flee in the airship as well, Lin Xiaoran said. Staying here, there was no way for the planet to move away. And now that the dark beast was suddenly dormant, there was no guarantee that it would wake up that day. The galactic guards couldn't even block it, let alone their small planets. Their planets didn't have many people yet. Then we still have a few hundred people on Shenlong planet. Zhu Jingjing sighed. It would be good to be able to protect themselves at this time. If they hadn't entered the galaxy, I'm afraid that they would have been devoured outside the galaxy by now. Has Xia Jin contacted Xiao Nua yet? Xianli asked. Well, they are still outside. But they are able to come back even if they want to. Xia Jin stayed behind the teleportation point and also told us all about the location. So if there is an accident, we can also take a spaceship and use Lin Xia Jin's teleportation point to be able to find her. Lin Xiaoran said. The teleportation point that Lin Xia Jin left behind was not only the retreat that Lin Xia Jin left behind. It was also the back road that was left behind for them. If there was a breakthrough within the galaxy, they also escaped by traveling on Lin Xiaojin's left-behind teleportation point. This monster is dormant. So many weapons hitting it is like scratching an itch, Zhou Yingying said. The monster's sudden hibernation made the entire galaxy a lot safer for the time being. And there were various discussions on Starnet about how to destroy this big monster. Compared to the bustle within the galaxy, outside the galaxy where Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua were, it was very cold. Their spaceship had been flying for 7 days, and hadn't found a single planet, surrounded by black and blue star rivers. The planets are all gone, Lin Xiaojin said silently. So many planets, all devoured by that dark beast. This was too terrifying. Then who else would be able to deal with this guy? Xiao Nua suddenly felt the dark beast in his hand get hot. What's wrong? Lin Xiaojin asked as she noticed Xiao Nua's abnormality. Xiao Nua told Lin Xiaojin what he had just felt. But now the dark bead felt nothing again. Xiao Nua frowned. Lin Xiaojin also took out a dark bead from space. One in each hand of the two people, sitting in the airship, both feeling this dark bead. Two people stared like this for 2 hours. But there is no discovery. Just when Lin Xiaojin is ready to give up, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua both felt a burning sensation at the same time. I felt it, Lin Xiaojin said in surprise. They had been sitting there for 2 hours before they felt it. This burning sensation didn't disappear, but grew stronger and stronger. This thing is reacting around here, Lin Xiaojin said. The two of them got off the airship with the dark bead in their hands. This was surrounded by a black and blue river of stars. But if they were more careful, they would realize that the black and blue color was a little deeper here than elsewhere. Could this be the cosmic gap that the Galaxy Guardians are talking about? Lin Xiaojin guessed. I'll try. Xiao Nua finished speaking and used his second skill. Time rewind. Sure enough, this vicinity is where the dark beast was born. But they all came from there. Nothing can be seen around here, Lin Xiaojin said helplessly. You're a spatial ability. You should be a bit more sensitive to space. Try it, Xiao Nua said to Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin nodded and covered the surroundings with space, vaguely discovering an unstable place. Let's go. Let's go there and take a look. Lin Xiaojin led Xiao Nua to instantly move over. Lin Xiaojin brought Xiao Nua just teleported over. The spatial crack here was unstable. Lin Xiaojin only felt a strong attraction. Lin Xiaojin brought Xiao Nua and was directly sucked over. On the other side, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua suddenly lost track of each other. It's been several days since we couldn't contact Xiaojin and Xiao Nua. Lin Xiaoran was very worried. Could they have entered space? If they entered space, we can't contact them either. Xianli said. Lin Xiaoran nodded her head, could only think so. Perhaps they had encountered some danger and temporarily hid in space. Originally thought that Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua had disappeared for a few days at most. But it didn't occur to them that a month had passed and there was still no news of the two. Although people are worried, but also know that Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua, two people, should not be in danger. After all, Lin Xiaojin's spatial ability. After all, with Lin Xiaojin's spatial ability, they should not be in danger. 1 month. This sleeping monster suddenly woke up. Not only woke up, the whole size is 10 times bigger. It was comparable to a planet. The boundaries within the galaxy were directly destroyed by the dark beast. And entering the galaxy, this monster began to devour planets again. And there were already quite a few devoured planets within the boundaries of the galaxy. A large number of ships flew out of the planets to escape. This guy's strength was too powerful. It was simply not something that an alien could deal with. To be able to directly devour planets. What kind of power is this? The galaxy escort guard is dead or injured. Xianli. Lin Xiaoran hurriedly called Mu Shaozi back. This monster is too scary. I'm afraid it won't be long before we reach our planet. Mu Xiaozhuang said nervously. Right now most of the galaxy guardians dead or wounded have given up. The star network is also in disarray. However, this monster will sleep for a few days after devouring a planet within the galaxy. The planets within the galaxy are not like the planets outside the galaxy. The energy is huge. So this monster will go into a deep sleep. Now the price of spaceships in the galaxy went up straight away. A most ordinary spaceship was sky high. All the planets in the galaxy were starting to get chaotic. Everyone shouldn't go out for these few days. Lin Xiaoran said. Let's all be secret rooms. Especially the children. Xianli said. Now that the inner galaxy was also starting to get chaotic. The galaxy escort guard had lost most of its losses already, and couldn't care less. All sorts of star pirates started to break out. It was also fortunate that Shenlanqing was relatively weak and had a pitifully small number of people. So no star pirates came for the time being. The galaxy began to be in chaos because of the behemoth's attack. And there was no way for the planet to move unless it was organized by the sacred star. However, after the behemoth swallowed a few planets, the Holy Star Organization, the mysterious helmsman of the galaxy, still didn't make any moves. So now that the behemoth was sleeping, many people had already begun to flee, fleeing towards the outside of the galaxy. What do we do? Our Qilan star is close to the periphery. It won't be long before that giant beast comes over. Zhou Yingying said nervously. It took a lot of hard work to get the Qin blue star into the galaxy. And now we have to give it up again. Xiao Xiao. You know more about us in the escort information. What do you say now? Lin Xiaoran asked. Mu Xiaozhao shook his head and said. That giant beast can be said to not be strong anymore. It's not something that ordinary people can fight against. Now it was all rumored that it was a destroyer created by the universe. Who could fight it? This was a disaster for the entire universe. Now everyone's only hope might be the legendary Holy Star Organization. But nowadays, the Holy Star Organization had not moved at all. The Holy Star Organization is the only 6-star planet in the galaxy. And no one has entered the past Holy Star. There's still no news from Xiaojin and Xiao Nua. Xianli said with a frown. Can't wait any longer. Zhang Wish said. If they waited any longer, that giant beast would devour their planet, and they wouldn't be able to escape even if they wanted to at that time. What do you say, Wang Han? When Xiao Nua was not around, Zhang Wan still asked Wang Han out of habit. I also think we can't wait. Let's go. The airship that Xia Jin left for us, in addition to the teleportation point left behind, is enough for us to find them along the way. Wang Han said in a deep voice. Then let's go pack up. Zhu Jingjing said. What about the rest of the people in Shenlanqing? Xianli asked. Along with Ding Yunxian. The others are out of our hands. Zhang Wan said. They had a limited number of spaceships. So many people. And enough supplies to bring along. It was impossible to bring along the others. This problem is cruel, but it is reality. Zhu Jingjing said with a sigh. Hurry up and pack up. Wang Han said. There was no telling how long it would take to escape this time. The supplies definitely needed to be brought as much as possible. The planets were all devoured, and without supplies, they had no way to survive in the universe for a long time. We're going to be star wanderers in the future. Xian Li frowned. More or less confused about the future. It wasn't just Xian Li, the others were likewise. These 5 comfortable years. Qin Lanqing had also developed into what it was today. But it was all going to be destroyed again. Just to live. Why is it so hard? It's not just us. I'm afraid it's the entire galaxy. Mu Xiaoxiao said with a frown. Starships. Cosmic cabins had departed one after another. All fleeing the planet. Fleeing the galaxy. The universe was so big. And they didn't believe that the giant beasts could devour all the planets. They could only keep wandering in search of a new home for survival in the future. Uncle, did something happen? Can my dad, Mum still come back? Xiaochen asked, wrinkling his small brows. They were all 6.7 years old, and many things simply couldn't be hidden from them. Don't worry. Your mom and dad won't be in danger. Let's pack up and go get ready to find your mom and dad, Lin Xiaoran said. Xiaochen nodded. He knew his mother's space, and also felt that his parents were not in danger. It was them who were in danger now. The airship had a total of 2 searches. Enough to take them with them. Mainly supplies. Without Lin Xiaojin's space. They all needed to take the airship with them now. All kinds of nutrient solution also need to be prepared. And all kinds of food. Water do not bring. There is Xian Li. Bring water instead of taking up space. Within the galaxy, many planets have started spaceships escaping. And it is even hard to find a ticket. A few days later, the behemoth awakened. The volume actually increased again, devouring a few planets, and then fell into a deep sleep. Such frequency was increasing. People on many planets were no longer waiting, and didn't know when the behemoth would awaken, and had begun to flee. Every day, there were countless ships traveling out of the boundaries within the galaxy. In the past, they had all desperately tried to enter the galaxy. And now they were all desperately trying to escape from the galaxy. Zhang Wish and the others had also all packed up, and were ready to leave today. The fact that they were leaving didn't hide the hundreds of humans from Ding Yunxian and the others. You can't just leave. Ding Yunxian had a few other people representing him. In the 5 years they had spent here recuperating, their psychic abilities had also been enhanced. Yeah. What will we do if you all leave? The man behind Ding Yunxian said. If you guys want to leave, you also have to take us with you. After 5 years of development, they had all exchanged their star networks as well. And they had all heard about what was going on in the galaxy now. Outside their base there were dozens of people who were blocking them, constantly bickering. Because of the boundary, they weren't able to rush in. The people outside are making a scene, Xian Li said with a frown. How do they know we're leaving? Zhang Wish said with a frown. It could be that we've shut down the exchange of supplies for the past few days. They aren't stupid. Such big news is known to the Star Network, Zhou Yingying said. Don't pay any attention to them. Let's prepare our things and leave immediately, Wang Han said in a deep voice. At this time, they were all taking care of themselves, and they couldn't take anyone else with them. Although it was a bit cruel. It was something that couldn't be helped. They couldn't bring so many people with them. There were only 3 airships in total. They needed to bring people and enough supplies. This time, they didn't know how long it would take to find a suitable place to go out. So the supplies were especially important. Once food was scarce, they were afraid that they would have to starve to death in the planet again. Hopefully they would be able to find Lin Xiaojin and the others according to the teleportation point that Lin Xiaojin had left behind. After everyone packed up, they boarded the airships. There were 3 airships in total. The first one, Wang Han Zhu Jingjing took Zhuzhua airship, plus supplies. The second one, Zhang Wish Zhou Yingying 2 people. Behind them were also the supplies. The third airship was the highest ranked airship. But the space was small, and the supplies didn't hold much. Tuan Tuan, Blast Wind and Xian Li, Ai Tao Mu Xiao Xiao Xiao, Lucky Star, Xiaochen, and Lin Xiaoran traveled in this one airship. This airship was the one with the most people traveling in it. But it was also the safest. We came back here 5 years ago thinking that we would never leave again. Xian Li sighed. But he didn't realize that he would have to leave his home planet after 5 years. and that there was a possibility that he would never come back. The mood of the crowd was very heavy, as if they knew that once they left, they would never be able to come back. The 3 spaceships were connected by signals, and the hulls were automatically connected, so as to ensure that the 3 spaceships wouldn't get lost and wander off in the universe. The airship started up. They're gone! They're gone! Let's break the boundary together. They must have a lot of things they can't take with them. Thinking of the supplies that would be left behind inside the base. The crowd couldn't care less about frantically attacking the boundary. Ding Yunxian watched as the ship disappeared into Chenlan Star's atmospheric species. Obscure emotions in his eyes. Perhaps one wrong step is one wrong step. If he had chosen Zhao Rui at first, he would have been doomed to be abandoned by them. At this time, Ding Yunxian inexplicably felt some regret and sadness. They had long since drifted apart. What happened in the galaxy? Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo did not know. The 2 of them instantly entered a dark space. They only felt that they had been here for a day or 2. But outside? A month or 2 had already passed. The flow of time is different here. Xiao Nuo quickly noticed it. He was originally a time ability, and was already very sensitive to time. I also feel that the space here is strange. It's like we've entered another piece of space, Lin Xiaojin said. The 2 of them had the ability time and space. And now the 2 of them had entered a piece of darkness. And the dark bead in their hands was still glowing. Lin Xiaojin's space covered the surrounding space, which seemed to be isolated. But Lin Xiaojin was also able to feel the teleportation array she had left behind outside. The 2 didn't leave immediately, but continued walking in this mysterious space. The dark pearl feels like it's getting hotter and hotter, Lin Xiaojin said. Xiao Nu already felt a bit sizzling hot. In the end it was really a bit hot. The 2 couldn't help but send their hands at the same time. The dark bead fell in this space, and actually fused with this space. Fused? Lin Xiaojin said in surprise. How is this possible? What's going on? Could this space be the origin of the dark beast? Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo both thought of this at the same time. After thinking of this possibility, then this place is very dangerous. Let's go out first, Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. It always felt like staying here might run into a dark beast in a while. Xiao Nuo answered. Lin Xiaojin was ready to take Xiao Nuo out, and left her established space point here again, before the 2 of them instantly moved out with Xiao Nuo. Strange. The space point I clearly left is here. But this, something is different. After Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo came out, the space around them was obviously a bit different. It's the spatial flow rate, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin would come out only to realize that she had received a lot of messages on her StarNet message. It's brother in them, Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. We've obviously only been in for a while, but 2 months have actually passed outside. How could this time flow be so much different? Lin Xiaojin was surprised. Xiao Nuo also felt it. He was originally sensitive to time. What's going on? Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. Maybe that space is an other world? Xiao Nuo could only speculate as well. Both of them were a little confused about the strange space they had just entered. But they had just come out. And the main thing now was to pick up Lin Xiaojin and the others. They have already left the galaxy, and are coming over according to the teleportation point I left behind, Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin sent a message to Lin Xiaoran and the others. After 2 months, they finally got in touch. Contacted Xiaojin. Lin Xiaoran was also relieved. Great. Xian Li also said happily. But the star network is unstable. I'm afraid the connection will be broken at any time. Lin Xiaoran frowned and said. As long as we follow the teleportation point left behind by Xiaojin, we can find her. The teleportation point is very fast. I reckon we can meet up in a few days, Xian Li said. As long as they were able to meet up. It was good to say that with Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nu around, they could still feel more at ease. Now that there was a big chaos within the galaxy, the star network would be broken sooner or later. It was said that the star network was connected by the Holy Star Organization. And to be able to connect such a huge star network, their strength must not be underestimated. But the Dark Beast devoured so many planets. This Holy Star Organization didn't send anyone to organize it, which made everyone confused. The 2 of them, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nu, also instantly moved a few teleportation points to pull in the distance from Lin Xiaoran and the others. Through the star network, they also knew what had happened in the past 2 months. They didn't expect the Dark Beasts to break through the boundary and devour so many planets. Now the galaxies are starting to flee the journey. They've already passed through 23 teleportation points, and will soon be able to join up with us. Lin Xiaojin said. I hope they have a safe journey this way. What's wrong? Xiao Nuo saw that Lin Xiaojin didn't look too good. The teleportation points I left in the galaxy were all destroyed. Lin Xiaojin frowned and said, generally speaking, the spatial teleportation points that were established were very stable and hidden. It was impossible to be damaged. After all, the galaxy was so big that a small teleportation point was like a grain of sand that could not be noticed. How? Hearing this, Xiao Nuo also frowned, feeling unbelievable. Lin Xiaojin was on the star network, and it was intermittent and unstable. It's possible that the dark beasts are devouring and destroying the teleportation point I left in the galaxy as well. Lin Xiaojin could only think of such an explanation nowadays. Forget about that for now. Let's go and meet up with brother and the others first, Lin Xiaojin said. Xiao Nuo answered. Lin Xiaoran and the others had a smooth journey. According to the teleportation point left behind by Lin Xiaojin, they were soon able to get out of the galaxy within the galaxy. Along the way, although they also encountered other runaways, but fortunately there was no conflict. Everyone was fleeing. After all, it was just the beginning of the supplies were sufficient. And there was no looting conflict. There were even some forlorn looks. There were also some people who were not willing to flee their hometowns and chose to stay. There were also some who were forced to stay. But no matter what, fleeing was a road of no return. I miss Mom. Lucky Star couldn't help but say that it had been a long time since she had seen her mum. You'll see her soon. Xiaochen comforted Lucky Star and said. The galaxy Milky Way outside is so beautiful. Lucky Star said. The two children hadn't been out of the Chen Blue planet yet. And this was also the first time they had been out of the planet. And the galaxy outside was so beautiful. It is beautiful, Exionly said. But it was only beautiful for a while. The deeper they went, the more they stayed floating all kinds of rubbish. We've been out of the galaxy for so long. And we haven't seen a single planet, Zhou Yingying said with a frown. That giant beast actually devoured so many planets. How can we humanly be able to tackle it? I'm afraid it's just the gods. Zhou Yingying spat out. This kind of dark beast would either be a god or a dark devil. The universe will produce this kind. There must be another one. Right. All things are mutually exclusive. How come there is no out of this monster? The galaxy cannot organize this dark beast. I do not know whether this dark beast will swallow the whole galaxy. Then what will happen? All the people do not dare to imagine. Also cannot imagine. All they can do now is to live. Live in the present. Looking for a new space to survive in this cosmic ruin. But if the entire galaxy doesn't even have a planet anymore, then where are they going to survive? Are they going to wander around the galaxy for the rest of their lives? This one was the result of no answer. After 5 days, Lin Xiaojin finally felt his teleportation point. There's one more. They'll be here soon. Lin Xiaojin was a little excited to finally see them. Originally, he thought that they would be able to go back after hunting the dark beasts. But what he didn't expect was that the galaxy was gone. Things are unpredictable. The last teleportation point. The crowd finally met. Dad? Mom? Lucky Star saw Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo and waved his little hand. Lin Xiaojin's heart that had been hanging in the airship for the past few days relaxed when she saw it. The people met, and there was a sigh of relief. Lin Xiaojin kissed Lucky Star and touched Xiao Chen's little head. What should we do nowadays? There's definitely no way back within the galaxy. Zhang Wang frowned and said. We can only look for planets where we can land. Lin Xiaojin sighed. The universe was really big. There were many planets. Hopefully the dark beasts hadn't devoured all the planets. There would always be more. Now they could only look for a planet they could land on. It wasn't just them. The ones that escaped within the galaxy were all looking for a new planet. The dark beasts within the galaxy were still devouring. And even the speed of devouring had become faster. However, the energy of the planets within the galaxy was huge. And the behemoths were afraid that it would take some time to devour them. The outermost part of the galaxy were all starless planets. Then 1 star, 2 stars and so on. Chenlanqing was in the outermost part. It was likely that it had already been devoured. And the teleportation points Lin Xiaojin had left in Chenlanqing had all been destroyed. Thinking about this, Lin Xiaojin was more or less sad. Chenlanqing was their spiritual support. But nowadays in this environment, not only them, it was everyone who needed to leave their homes. Lin Xiaojin had always felt that it was impossible for six-star sacred star to have not moved at all for such a long time. The state of the star network is getting more and more unstable. The signal is already breaking, Xionli said. Although I don't know exactly how the star network was established. But such a huge interstellar network is ultimately disappearing. Now the situation was more or less not so good. Mu Xiaozhuang's face was a bit hesitant. Lin Xiaojin could see that Mu Xiaozhuang seemed to have something to say. Little good? What's the matter with you? Lin Xiaojin asked directly. In fact, Lin Xiaojin could also see that Mu Xiaozhou seemed to have something to say. But he didn't ask if Mu Xiaozhou didn't say anything. Mu Xiaoyu turned his gaze towards Zhou Yingying. At that moment, several people's gazes all looked towards Zhou Yingying. Zhou Yingying was a little uncomfortable by the sight of the crowd. What's wrong? Zhou Yingying said somewhat nervously. Sister Yingying, did your baby turn out to be, or are they twins? Mu Xiaoyu hesitated or said it. Everyone froze for a moment when they heard this news. Especially Zhang Wang. Zhang Wang's face was all a bit excited as he stared straight at Zhou Yingying. Everyone else was also happy. The few children were even happier that they had a little brother or sister. But before Mu Xiaozhuang had always looked at one. How did this suddenly turn into twins? But Zhou Yingying's face didn't look too good. It was safe for her to give birth to a child in Chenlengxing. But now this change had happened. The timing of having a baby now wasn't quite right. Zhou Yingying fretted one thing. Finally, there is something happy. Yingying, you don't need to be burdened. There's us. Lin Xiaojin patted Zhou Yingying's shoulder and said with a smile. Zhou Yingying listened to Lin Xiaojin's words. And although her heart was still a bit fretful, she relaxed quite a bit. Zhang Wang was still very happy and said happily. Oh my god! How did it become two? Xiao Nuo and Wang Han both had children. But he didn't. And had always been India's. Now he finally had a little baby. Although he did not know how it became two. Zhang wished to be excited. Before only thought of a child's name. Now need two. Mu Shishia's supernormal ability has always been no mistake. Just do not know how Zhou Yingying from a single child into a twin child. No wonder. Counting the days, it's almost time to give birth. But it's not even happening now. Zhou Yingying sighed. Normal. Xionli said. In the past, they Chen Blue Star 10 months pregnant. But now after entering the galaxy, the higher the rank the longer the pregnancy seems to be. Moreover, Zhou Yingying was originally a single fetus. And in the middle of it, she didn't know what happened to the variable strand actually turned into a double fetus. Little boy. You quickly look at the gender. Zhou Yingying said with some curiosity. A boy and a girl. Mu Xiaoyao hesitantly touched his head and said. It's really strange. I clearly saw one before. How did this turn into twins? Mu Xiaoyao was now somewhat skeptical of her own psychic abilities. Maybe she didn't see it when she left before? But nowadays, how could her supernatural ability not even be able to see a couple of babies? Maybe Zhou Yingying got pregnant later? This incident was just a small hiccup. But it still added a hint of doubt to Mu Shijiao's heart. The few of them could only take the airship to wander among the stars nowadays. The spaceship is small. Lin Xiaojin, Xiao Nua, and Xiao Baozi can still enter the space from time to time. But the others are not okay. Living in a spaceship for the rest of their lives. There was no sense of happiness. We've been flying for so long and still haven't seen a planet. Zhou Yingying frowned. Zhou Yingying's entire head grew big when she thought of having a baby in the spaceship. Don't worry. It will be found. Zhang Wan could only comfort Zhou Yingying. The star network was now intermittent and sporadic. And when the link was up, they saw the news within the galaxy. The behemoths were devouring at an increasingly blocky rate, and were getting stronger. The ship detected a small planet. Lin Xiaoran said excitedly. The others also received the news at the same time. Finally seeing a small planet after so many days. Maybe it really was a small planet. That's why those dark beasts neglected to lazily devour it. No matter how small it was. It was better than living on a spaceship all the time. If they knew that they would be wandering the stars one day, they would have to spend a huge amount of money on Noah's Ark anyways. Go! Several spaceships all began to land towards the small spaceship. The planetary gravity of this small star was heavier, and the atmosphere penetrated thicker. The gravitational force of this small planet is 5 times that of Chenlan star. Xionli was surprised to see the information roughly detected by the spaceship. 5 times the gravitational force meant that they were walking equivalent to carrying 50 kilograms of their own weight. Although it was a bit miserable. They didn't want to be picky when they could have a place to land. The temperature of the small planet was still suitable, and the environment was all dirt mountains, with no vegetation in sight. The airship slowly landed, although they knew that there was 5 times gravity. But nestled in the small airship was too unbearable. Once the airship landed, all of them couldn't help but get out of the airship. This feels like a full body weight. Zhang Wang was the first to get off the airship and instantly felt a wave of pressure. Lin Xiaojin didn't feel anything, but with such a heavy gravitational pull, she couldn't fly on the line and could only levitate. Everyone had put on defensive suits, but they could only resist part of the gravity. How is Ying? Lin Xiaojin asked. Zhou Ying was already having a hard time carrying the twins, but she also had to carry weight. It's fine. Withstand it. Zhou Ying's face was fine. Not too ugly. Only walking was a bit hard. The surroundings were mountains, and there were no plants or animals. Lin Xiaojin took out the intelligent construction line robot from space and built a bungalow in about an hour. There was no better place to go now, so they decided to stay here for a few days to see if it was suitable for long-term survival. Plus, Zhou Ying was about to give birth soon, so having a place to stay was still very convenient. Once the house was established, Lin Xiaojin took out the furniture from space. Lin Xiaojin released the green star to remodel the house, in which case the gravity would be reduced in this room, reverting back to the Qin blue star's settings. Although they were now in a wandering situation, the technology in all aspects were much better than before. At least life wouldn't be too difficult. Let's stay here for now, Lin Xiaojin said. The crowd didn't have any opinions. The conditions were much better now. Xianli remembered that when they first arrived at the Black Iron planet, the environment was harsh and their strength was poor. Now, although the environment of this planet wasn't good either, but they were strong nowadays, and all kinds of supplies were too much better than back then. The soil of this small planet has a high nutritional value. Lin Xiaojin detected it with a probe. But I don't know why the soil here was so high. But it didn't have any value being. Lin Xiaojin took a part of it and put it into the space for Green Star to analyze it. If this soil is put in their space, the plants they grow in their space will be even higher in quality. Lin Xiaojin get this answer. Take out the robot, keep digging soil. Digging almost Xian directly into the space. Her space can be said to have gathered the good things of various planets. Although this planet is a landing place, but the environment is too bad. In addition to this soil, the other is not suitable for human survival. Lin Xiaojin looked at the morning that had been following Xianli. This guy's adaptability seemed to be very strong. Not needing to breathe, not needing oxygen. Even if it was directly thrown in the starry sky, it was estimated that it could live well. Now Zhou Ying is pregnant with twins. Wait until she gives birth. Lin Xiaojin wants to go out to find if there is a suitable survival planet. Before they find it, they will have to live here. Although the star network is intermittent, but also received a lot of information. The behemoth devoured a lot of planets. Lin Xiaojin has always thought that the mysterious Sacred Star Organization will make a move. After all, it can organize the Starshine competition, relocating countless planets to enter the galaxy. Such a mysterious Holy Star Organization. Lin Xiaojin only thought it was similar to the Dark Beast. They lived here for nearly 2 months. The surrounding environment was transformed a lot. Although the environment is harsh, but they are technologically advanced. In addition to Xianli's water-based psychic abilities, and so on. Zhou Ying also successfully gave birth to a boy and a girl. Dragon and Phoenix babies. This night Zhang Wish was overjoyed. In this place for a long time have not been so excited. Taking advantage of this happy event, Lin Xiaojin also took out the wine everyone drank a lot. Tick-tock. They set up around the boundary actually have ringing sound. This planet, but there is nothing living things. How could someone break in? It's other spaceships. Mu Shishia's pupil shone with a strange light. It's probably the other escapees in the galaxy that have also discovered this place. Xianli guessed. Definitely. Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. The dark beasts had devoured planets, and had devoured their way into the galaxy. And thousands, if not hundreds of millions of spaceships had fled, looking for a new place to land. If they were able to find this place, naturally others would be able to as well. I'll go out and take a look, Lin Xiaojin said. I'll join you, Xianli said. The two of them, Wang Han and Xiao Nu, also went with them, and the rest of them stayed behind. Lin Xiaojin's few people went out and did find a few spaceships, all of which had also escaped from within the galaxy. All of them were exiles, and this planet was a masterless planet. They were able to find this place. And naturally the others could as well. Everyone was fleeing out. So no one took the initiative to make a move. Instead, they were very tacitly not interfering with each other. After another month, this small planet has come a lot of people. But other people are not as comfortable as Lin Xiaojin. They still have a house to live. They all set up their own temporary tents. Not everyone would bring construction-type robots. Most of them brought survival supplies. I didn't expect this small planet to have people from planets all over the galaxy living on it in just 2 months. Xian Li exclaimed. Yeah. They seem to have a whole bazaar in the south to barter for goods. Zhu Jingjing said. Now that the interstellar coins were no longer of much use. Material for material was the real deal. There are also some that have really become professional rubbish pickers surviving on the cosmic rubbish floating in the outer universe. It's been 2 months. And many planets in the galaxy have been swallowed up. But the star network still exists. Although the signal is very poor. But suddenly one morning, the entire star network suddenly disappeared. All disconnected. No one knew what happened. I don't know what happened within the galaxy. The star network is broken. Is it possible that that giant beast has swallowed the entire galaxy? Zhou Yingying said with a speculative frown. I've always been curious about how such a huge cosmic connection, like the star network, was made and how it disappeared. Lin Xiaojin said. It wasn't just Lin Xiaojin who was curious. Everyone else was as well. But then, they only knew that the star network was established by the Sacred Star Organization. What kind of planet is the Sacred Star? Is it true that no one has ever been there? Lin Xiaojin asked. Well, no. Even the Galactic Guardians don't know about it. And no one can enter that only 6-star planet. Mu Xiaoxiao said. It was too mysterious. But now that the galaxy had suffered such a catastrophe, why did the Holy Star Organization do nothing? It's not something we should consider nowadays. Lin Xiaojin said. Yes. It's good that they can live well now. They had been living on this planet for almost half a year. And during these half a year there were more and more people on the small planet. People from all planets lived here. But at first it was quite calm. Then it became very chaotic. Every day there would be fights to grab supplies. The people didn't know what was happening in the galaxy for these 6 months. Until a wave of people came here and said back word of what was happening in the galaxy. After that huge dark beast had devoured nearly half of the planet. Another huge star beast had appeared in the galaxy. A light and a dark, 2 huge star beasts fought in the middle of the galaxy, and no one knew the outcome because even the energy around the wave was destroyed the planets. It was also from that time that the entire star network broke and they were never heard from within the galaxy again. No one knows the result of the battle between them. Of course, there are curious want to send robots to check. But the entire galaxy shrouded a strong magnetic field. Anything that enters will be reduced to a piece of rubble. Now the galaxy has become a forbidden place. No one knows what happened inside. There are more and more people looking for this little planet now. Zhou Yingying said with a frown. More people means more things. A few of them are strong. And the first to find here, now in this area, is still considered a small force, yet no one dares to find them trouble. Zhou Yingying's 2 little babies. A boy and a girl. The little boy, named Zhang Yu. The girl for Zhang Yu. Xian Li took morning to go around outside. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo took the 2 children to explore the surrounding area in their airship. Mom, will we only be able to live on this small planet from now on? Xiaochen asked. Maybe. Lin Xiaojin couldn't say for sure. If only I could copy planets. A few more and we could live. Xiaochen said silently. Although what Xiaochen said was also too whimsical. As a mother, Lin Xiaojin didn't discourage Xiaochen. Good. Maybe you'll really be able to replicate planets when your powers are especially strong. Lin Xiaojin smiled and didn't take this matter to heart. Lin Xiaojin had a period of time where she would leave behind a teleportation point so that it would be convenient for them to return to the planet. No other planets were found around here. And the dark bead in his hand was not moving anymore. Xiao Nuo, do you still remember that space we entered last time? Lin Xiaojin said. Remember. Xiao Nuo nodded. That place was very strange. This time, the dark beast should have come from there. I think we're more like another universe space. Lin Xiaojin guessed. Another space? Xiao Nuo was a little confused when he heard Lin Xiaojin's words. That's right. I am also a spatial ability. Isn't my space another space? Lin Xiaojin said. Because she was the spatial ability. She was very sensitive to space. Lin Xiaojin guessed that there might be other cosmic spaces in this cosmic space of theirs. and that dark beast had come from another cosmic space. They stayed outside for about a planet, and returned to the small planet without finding anything. Now this small planet has become a meat and potatoes. It seems to be the only place to land. So now this planet is a mixed bag of fish and dragons. All planets. All forces. When Lin Xiaojin went back, he found that the residents seemed to be under attack. Just now a wave of people actually hit on our attention, Zhang Wish said with a frown. They must have seen Lin Xiaojin go out with Xiao Nuo. So they came to attack us, Zhou Yingying said. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo were very strong fighters, and thought that they had gone too, so they wanted to take the opportunity to sneak attack them. Are you guys injured? Lin Xiaojin asked. Zhang Wish has suffered some light injuries, but Anna has already been treated, Zhou Yingying said. No one else had suffered any injuries. Now that the planet's resources are strained, think about how many people escaped. This small planet is already stacked with people in just 2 months. Xi sighed. The place they chose in the first place was not bad. And there were Lin Xiaojin's construction robots, so they lived in a spacious place. The others weren't so lucky. This place was all mountain ranges, and most of the people living here had to make holes, instantly lowering themselves from a new world to the level of a caveman on the top of a mountain. However, in order to survive, there was no one to complain. There were also people who chose to continue to wander the universe. But there were also people who wanted stability, and didn't have enough resources to live here. Now that resources were tight, some people were even looking for resources, while floating in the universe. If this small planet becomes more and more overloaded with people, I'm afraid that there will be more and more snatching of resources, Lin Xiaoran said. It's not peaceful for us to live here either, Zhou Yingying said with a frown. But she also had to bring up 2 children now. It seems like we'll clear out the people around us first in order to live peacefully for a few days, Lin Xiaojin said in a cold voice. This time the strongest is the most honored. And it's time for there to be no law and order again. The people had experienced this long ago back then. And nowadays, they are well adapted to it. These people are afraid to fight. Naturally they won't dare to come to find us things, Xi also said with a cold face. Resources are strained, especially survival resources, Wang Han said with a frown. There was no shortage of survival resources for them. Lin Xiaojin's space was equivalent to a first-tier city. Not only that there were hundreds of elves inside. The few of them simply couldn't consume all the things they produced every day. In fact, if Lin Xiaojin took the supplies to recover them, there was no fear that they would not listen. But Lin Xiaojin did not want to do so. The more selfish one was until the time of danger to live. Boom! A cannon sounded. An alarm went off in front of their room, and the energy of the boundary was instantly broken. Someone's coming for trouble again. Zhang Wish couldn't help but curse. There weren't a few clean days on this planet. The people who came looking for trouble in the past, they didn't have a dead hand. They just drove the people away. Or some of them just ran away knowing that their power was unbeatable. Lin Xiaojin had a cold face, and went out with Xiao Nuo and Wang Han, and Zhan Wang to answer the battle. The rest of the people stayed behind to look after the children. As soon as Lin Xiaojin went out, she saw a few people with weapons in their hands facing them. The few people who saw Lin Xiaojin, they came out also did not panic, holding weapons in their hands towards Lin Xiaojin and them. This house of yours is well built. It will be where we live from now on, one of the men said loudly. Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but sneer when she heard this. A group of men letting a woman stand in the middle. How much of a wimp are you guys? There were even people who verbally attacked and mocked them. There was no lack of beautiful women in the cosmic galaxy. There were all kinds of beautiful women. But I'm afraid that Lin Xiaojin's kind was the only one. Lin Xiaojin moved her hands. She didn't love killing people. But I don't take offense if people don't offend me. So Lin Xiaojin does not take the initiative to kill, but send to the door. She will never let go. Lin Xiaojin's eyes cold as ice, as if through the skin straight into the heart, as if the frozen river. A few people see the cold down Lin Xiaojin, cannot help but the heart and soul vaguely trembling. Purple pupils under the as if the north wind in winter. Very cold, so that people do not shudder. Several people are also level 6 psychics, and have heavy weapons in their hands. How can they not want to be scared by a woman? In the next second, Lin Xiaojin appeared out of thin air in front of the person who had just spoken. And in her hand there was also a laser sword. Lin Xiaojin's figure flashed back and forth for a few seconds, and several people's chests were all barreled out with a large opening, and bright red blood gurgled out along their chests. Several people were stabbed by Lin Xiaojin without even reacting. The blood in their chests grunted and stayed. And their faces were even more terrified as they fell straight down. Lin Xiaojin instantaneous speed interval of less than a second simply did not give a few people's reaction time. Lin Xiaojin retrieved her laser sword. She knew that there were quite a few people hiding around here. If you want to hit us, you have to see if you have the ability, Lin Xiaojin said coldly. Roar Morning, who had been silent all this time, came over at this moment. This guy was a meat eater, and would eat any kind of meat. The corpses of these few people couldn't be wasted either, she said. These are all for you to eat. Right here. Morning was a little excited to see the meat. He was a guy who liked to eat dead meat, and not live ones. Morning this wave of bloody images for those who are hiding to see suddenly feel numb scalp. I don't mind if someone comes to my door to feed my family Morning. Lin Xiaojin's voice was extremely cold and penetrating. Those hidden people heard it clearly. Those hidden people couldn't help but shiver a little. They hadn't even seen how Lin Xiaojin had struck. These few were already dead. Dead is dead, right? There is also a person covered in bandages actually eat human flesh raw. This makes them look at the body shivering. I'm afraid that all of them will not come back to find Lin Xiaojin and their trouble. Lin Xiaojin was said to be an extremely powerful assassin. Warrior. And the evolution of space allowed her to instantly move even faster. Spatial coverage was able to give her a clear understanding of her surroundings. It was just that nowadays, with life in turmoil, none of them had cultivated much. Morning. Come and eat as much as you can. It just so happens that our family Morning is short of food, Lin Xiaojin said coldly. It's all the same shock and awe. Why does Lin Xiaojin look so threatening? Zhang Wish said in disbelief. In the past few days when Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo were not around, there were quite a few people who came to find them in trouble. And they solved them all. But there were still people who would come looking for them. Maybe you're not shocking enough? Wang Han said. They might not be as fast and ruthless and cold as Lin Xiaojin. I think it might be because of Morning. Nothing could be more shocking than seeing Morning's gnawed flesh and blood. Could it? They had all driven people away or seriously injured them before. And also sometimes killed people. But they hadn't done anything like Lin Xiaojin, who let Morning gnaw on the corpse after killing it. Lin Xiaojin's move to kill, and kill is really horrible. But the deterrent is still very effective. At least let them clean up a lot. Although the supplies are tight, these people also do not dare to find them in trouble for a while. At night, the crowd gathered together. Xiao Nuo and I have been all around for a few days, and we haven't found any other planets. Lin Xiaojin sighed. The universe is so big. If you can leave one planet behind, there will be a second and a third. I don't believe that Dark Beast can really devour all the planets. Zhou Yingying frowned and said. Yingying is right. The universe is so big. There might be other planets. Zhang Wan said. Stay here or find another home. Everyone was a little hesitant, but thinking that they would have to live here for the rest of their lives. Their hearts were unwilling. We'll leave here if we can't, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. That's what I think too, Zhang Wan said. Living here was too suffocating. It would be better to go wandering. Let's just think of it as going on an adventure, Xianli said. Cosmic wandering was also an adventure experience. But living on a spaceship is still a bit different from the ground, Wang Han said. Whether to wander or stay here was fine with him. But living on a ship was more or less stifling. That's why we're switching to a big airship, Lin Xiaojin said mysteriously. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo these days out is not without harvest. At least harvested a huge ship. Only some broken. Lin Xiaojin has long received the space. Green Star, they are in repair. What did you find? Xiaojin? Xianli saw the mystery hidden in Lin Xiaojin's eyes. A week. You guys will know in a week, Lin Xiaojin said with a smile. Not telling them directly. All of them didn't say anything. But they vaguely guessed that Lin Xiaojin must have found something good. Time passed quickly. This week they had a very peaceful week. Since Lin Xiaojin had solved a few people that day, there hadn't been any petty theft in the past few days. A week later, Green Star and the others had remodeled the giant ship. And when Lin Xiaojin took this out, a giant ship, Zhang Wish's eyes lit up. Not bad, Lin Xiaojin said with a smile. This was also their big haul out this time. This is the Galaxy Escort ship. Mu Xiaoxiao recognized it at a glance. Yes, Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin found this broken ship when she went out with Xiao Nuo, and it was estimated that it had received some damage from the attack. This medium ship was not good for repairing. Green Star and the others had long accepted the knowledge of all kinds of high technology within the galaxy in these 5 years. And these elves in Lin Xiaojin's space had very high IQs. So they quickly grasped all kinds of knowledge. The elves are also divided into a variety of. There are small teams specializing in mechanical assembly and maintenance. There are also small teams or research planning. There are also small teams or researching all kinds of medicine and so on. It could be said that they were equivalent to a legion of Lin Xiaojin. Awesome. Now there's no need to nestle inside a small airship. Zhou Yingying said excitedly. Mom, what a big airship. Zhu Zhu also couldn't help but say curiously. We'll go in later. Zhu Jingjing touched her daughter's soft hair. Zhu Jingjing's temperament was getting gentler and gentler. AI Tao had already been living in Shenlong Star for a few years, and had also long since integrated here. She really liked these friends. It was comfortable to get along. At first, she was a little nervous. Desperately leveling up. These herself useful will be able to stay better. AI Tao also regained some of her memories after leveling up. She remembered that she came from a planet outside the galaxy. Their planet was still in a very feudal state. She was still a county princess. Her memories were still a bit messy, and she hadn't fully recovered. It was also unknown if their planet was still around. The people boarded the ship, which was relatively spacious. One person to a room was no problem. The ship was piloted by one of the elves in her space. Although it could autopilot, but it wasn't very sensitive when it came to unexpected situations. The cockpit still needed someone. The ones here are also too comfortable, Zhang Wish said. Lin Xiaojin had the elves modify the entire interior of the ship, and the inside bed created some playful areas. However, the people were still very crisis conscious and usually worked hard to improve their strength, only relaxing occasionally. It was mainly the children, who loved to play. Mom, look at the fruit I copied today. The energy is already close to 50%, Xiaochen said excitedly. The apple that Xiaochen had copied had been measured and could have 50% energy, which was very impressive. Before, it was all 10 to 30%. Great. Lin Xiaojin touched her son's head and praised him. Xiaochen's replication system ability could replicate anything, but he had to completely depict the lines in order to replicate it, which was somewhat the same as his brother's ability to materialize. The difference was that his brother's materialization had a time limit energy limit, and Xiaochen's copy was a complete copy. Xiaochen was very happy to receive his mother's praise. The ship wandered in the empty universe. Unknowingly 2 months had actually passed. They had powerful supplies, logistics, or else they really wouldn't have been able to fly for so long. There's a planet up ahead, Lin Xiaojin said excitedly as she received a message from the elf detection. Once they heard that another planet had been detected, the crowd excitedly gathered around to look. There are actually 6.7 planets around here, Lin Xiaojin said. I told you that giant abyss couldn't have swallowed all the planets. The universe is so big, Zhou Yingying said excitedly. One of the planets was inexplicably somewhat familiar to AI Tao. Green Star, detect if these planets have any signs of life, Lin Xiaojin ordered. Good. Green Star answered, and then sent out several robots to collect on several planets respectively. About 20 minutes later, the contents collected back by the several robots were transmitted up. There were 6 planets in total. Only one of them was suitable for survival. The remaining 5 planets had 3 very harsh environments. There was also a planet that was badly damaged, and the remaining planet was able to survive. The ones that survived were some large monsters. Only one of the planets was survived by humans. You guys see, this planet is inhabited. Look at the style, is very similar to our ancient times, Xianli said. The crowd saw the data image transmitted back by the robot. This seems to be my hometown, AI Tao, who had been silent, said. Zhu Jingjing knew that AI Tao's memory had recovered some, but she didn't know exactly how much. You remembered? Zhu Jingjing asked with concern. Remembered part of it, AI Tao said. She remembered that their planet also had a portion of people with awakened abilities known as warlocks. And suddenly one day an unknown ship entered their planet and plundered quite a few people with healing abilities like her. Idamo had been sold into the galaxy, and as for the others, they had been out of contact. I wonder what happened to my family after all these years. Idamo sighed a little. Only now did AI Tao realize that it wasn't any celestial visitors either. It was just a line of cosmic Ronin. Let's go to your planet and take a look. Xianli laughed. AI Tao's planet was also a small planet that only had summer and winter. and the supplies were still relatively abundant. In fact, Lin Xiaojin found out later that only planets that had evolved star core energy could breathe life. Go! The spaceship directly entered the atmosphere. These planets outside the galaxy didn't have any boundary protection and directly penetrated. The environment is okay, Lin Xiaojin said. The entire planet was half summer and half winter, somewhat bipolar in appearance, rotating every 6 months. Ai Tao's mood was also a bit tense. She wondered if her family was still there. Her memories behind her were a bit fragmented. Maybe it was possible to remember them when she returned to her home planet. The airship landed in a plains canyon. Everyone got off the airship and Lin Xiaojin put it away in space. Tuan was still sleeping. Lin Xiaojin also directly put it into space. What fresh air, Zhou Yingying said comfortably. Although the airship could also create oxygen. This kind of oxygen that possessed life was different. We should summer this half of the planet, Lin Xiaojin said. This half of the planet was hot, and the temperature was estimated to be around 30 degrees. Everyone changed into lightweight clothes. Will we wear this as strange clothes? Xianli said with a smile. Most of our planet's clothing is traditional, Idao said. They would indeed attract some trouble dressing like this. This place was more like the ancient West, where the common people had coarse linen and the nobles had animal skins and other clothes. They landed on top of this large canyon. Lin Xiaojin, they stood at the edge of the canyon and could feel the power and charm of nature. The fresh air, quiet environment, and pleasant scenery brought peace and cleansing to the soul. This familiar environment was like returning to Qinlangxing. Let's go see this place, Lin Xiaojin said. The crowd was all a bit moody. There was finally a planet with a better environment for people to live on. They drove up in 2 cars and headed directly towards the town. On the way, they also encountered some strange animals. These were different from the ones they saw in Shinlan Star. A side of water and soil raised people, and a planet would naturally raise different creatures. We shouldn't drive a car if we go into the town. My planet is rather backward. I'm afraid driving a car will attract too much attention, Ai Tao reminded. Lin Xiaojin also felt that Ai Tao's reminder was reasonable. It was better not to be too eye-catching when just arriving on this planet. Lin Xiaojin put the car away, and the group began to walk towards the town, encountering other people on the way. Why are there always people looking back at us? Zhou Yingying frowned. Maybe it's the clothes we're wearing? Xianli looked at her own clothes. There was some mismatch with the clothes here. So Lin Xiaojin took out some Chinese clothes from the space, cut them short and modified them a bit. And the crowd changed into them, so that they weren't so otherworldly. However, the crowd's hairstyle some alternative. The most serious is the lucky star ahead of Barbie pink hair, and pink star eyes. Lin Xiaojin also had purple pink hair. She was able to control her hair color after her body genes reached level 7. But her pupil color was still lavender. The environment here is somewhat like a feudal dynasty, Xianli said. Yes, I remember that the planet is controlled by warlocks. And there are 4 major sects in charge of each of the north and south, Ai Tao said from her limited memory. She remembered that she was still a palm sheriff with a low status. She wondered how many years it had been since she was abducted. Did her family still know her? The few people didn't intend to enter the town directly but stayed outside the town. It's too big a target for so many of us to enter together, Lin Xiaojin said. There were too many people, adults and children. Not only that they looked very special. So Lin Xiaojin piloted a mini flying robot into the town to get a feel for the situation first. In about half an hour, the mini robot flew back, bringing back quite a bit of data. This place has really changed a lot, Ai Tao said, looking at the data description. This place is more like our ancient western region, Lin Xiaoran said. Western region? The others didn't know much about it somewhat. And the few children even less. Especially Little Bozy and Lucky Star. The 2 of them had little history of Shinlan Star. I think it's also somewhat similar. But this place is for taming beasts, Lin Xiaojin said. She could pretend to be a beast tamer when she brought Blast Wind with her. And generally the status of professions with specialties would be a bit higher. With their strength it could be said that they were considered the top here. But they had no intention of stirring up the storm here. They only wanted to familiarize themselves with this planet. And it was really fate that they were here now. After all, many planets outside the galaxy were already gone. Or else they were unsuitable for survival. And the ones that almost showed signs of life were even fewer. It was also top luck for them to find this place. But since there was a lucky star, Their luck had never been bad. After they had learnt the data about the place, the group dressed up again, and a few of them went into camouflage. I think Tay looks like a young Uyghur girl, Zhou Yingying said with a smile. That's right, Zhang Wang responded. A few girls changed into the Western region's clothing. All of them had an alternative and different kind of beauty. Red doesn't work. I remember that only noble women can wear red here, Ai Tao said as she thought of something. Lin Xiaojin was originally wearing a red color. When she heard Ai Tao's words, she changed to a lake blue Western ethnic style in order not to attract attention. Xiao Nu also followed Lin Xiaojin in wearing the same color. Zhu Jingjing chose a set of warm yellow clothes. Wang Han naturally followed his daughter-in-law wearing the same color. Zhou Yingying was a green set. Ai Tao chose pink. And Xian Li was aqua blue. Lin Xiaojin's brother, Lin Xiaoran, chose a black and white set. The several children also changed into their clothes. The crowd packed up and prepared to enter the city. The common currency here was a kind of crystal, which the robots analyzed and scanned out was actually diamonds. Lin Xiaojin also did not expect that the common currency here is diamonds, which are called gold stones here. Lin Xiaojin didn't have many diamonds, but he did have a lot of diamond rings and necklaces. In fact, they didn't need to buy anything. The things in her space were also enough for them to use. The town houses here were all built of wood, because of the hot weather in this hemisphere. So wooden houses were more prone to air ventilation and heat dissipation. Right? Ai Tao. What was the sect you stayed in before? Lin Xiaojin asked. Thinking that this is Ai Tao's home planet, more or less will have some understanding. Ai Tao shook her head a little embarrassed and said, I don't remember. I only remember that I was supposed to be a group master. That's great. County lords are also nobles if they are, Zhou Yingying said. Ai Tao shook her head and said, in our place the strongest is the most respected. Then won't we be ruling the planet when we get here? Zhang Wan said. Ai Tao nodded seriously. With their strength, taking this planet was a matter of minutes. Our purpose is to find a peaceful and comfortable environment to survive. And I think the dark beasts, and that holy beast in the galaxy. The next words Lin Xiaojin did not finish. She also thought of another space that she had unintentionally entered with Xiao Nuo. Lin Xiaojin didn't know how long she could stay here. Living in the present, working hard to become stronger, was the way to deal with various crises in the future. However, Lin Xiaojin was also worried now. With the instability of life, their strength was progressing slowly. Their survival was not guaranteed. It was much harder to cultivate in peace. Now that they had found a suitable planet to settle down, Lin Xiaojin would have to improve his strength next. Lin Xiaojin used to want to improve her body genes. After all, with high genes her all aspects would be improved. But now she wanted to improve her spatial supernormal ability even more. Xiaojin, are you worried that someone will find this place? Xian Li said. They were able to find this place. In the future someone might find it as well. There was no way to guarantee it, just like when they found that small planet in the first place. Lin Xiaojin shook her head and said, I think the dark beasts are from another dimension. But why they devoured the planet is unknown. You mean there is another space universe? Xian Li was a little puzzled. Lin Xiaojin couldn't say anything in a moment and said, let's go into the city first. The ship will naturally straighten out. Although Xian Li was puzzled, she vaguely felt that Lin Xiaojin seemed a little uneasy. The building materials of these town houses mainly used wood and stone. Focusing on locally sourced materials, wood was used to build the main structure of the house, while stone was used for the foundation and wall base. The roofs were covered with tiles to resist the rainy climate of the region. It was like they had traveled all the way over here through the ancient times of Chenlan Star's Miao tribe. The blistering wind that Lin Xiaojin carried made people think that Lin Xiaojin was the beast tamer, and passers-by had respectful gazes when they saw them. This tamed beast looked so powerful. The passers-by stopped to look at Gale. What species of tamed beast is this that we haven't seen before? Perhaps it came from the north? This tamed beast's eyes are scarlet. It looks so terrifying. It looks so majestic and powerful. These few people, they don't even look much like our side. Maybe they're from the north. Along the way Lin Xiaojin and the others always heard quite a few people talking about them. Even though they were now dressed to fit in, their temperament was still more or less out of place with this place. Beast tamers are very respected here in our area, Idamo explained. On this planet, the healer, who was known as the divine witch here, had the most respected status, followed by the beast tamer who could tame beasts. and the other two remaining were the agriculturalist, who could grow high-quality food, as well as the swordsmith. In the south, there are mostly agriculturalists and swordsmiths, while in the north, there are mostly beast tamers in the cold weather. AI Tao with your supernatural ability here should also be known as a witch. Witches are rare. Maybe if you ask around you can find out where your home is, Lin Xiaojin said. Yeah. Your status definitely won't be low, Zhu Jingjing also said with a smile. AI Tao nodded her head. Her psyche was still a little apprehensive. AI Tao rubbed her temples. She still had some memories that she hadn't cleared up. The memories were a bit messy. Sister Xiaojin, I found that people here have good physique, Mu Xiaozhuang said. Mu Xiuya's supernatural ability was perspective, which was like a scanner able to scan out human body traits. This was also a galaxy outside the galaxy, but it was much better than other planets. Let's hope this place isn't found by the other rangers. Xianli sighed. If it was found by other wanderers, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so peaceful. Xianli has reminded me. We've just found a planet that's good in every way. We don't want it to be destroyed, Lin Xiaojin said with a smile. Xiaojin, you have a solution? Xianli heard Lin Xiaojin's words, and felt that Lin Xiaojin had a solution. Lin Xiaojin nodded, then took out a shield made by Green Star from space. This is a shield. It can shield the signals of the entire planet, as long as those people aren't crashing, and they usually can't discover this place, Lin Xiaojin said. Great. At least there's a clean period of time, Zhou Yingying said. Not only clean days, but also protected this planet. Just because they didn't have the idea of occupying this planet to slave others, didn't mean others didn't. For the sake of peaceful days, Lin Xiaojin simply shielded the entire planet. Lin Xiaojin turned the shielding instrument on, and the orb-like instrument automatically flew into the sky. In the middle of a dark room in the south, a man's eyes snapped open. What's going on? The information number was disconnected. He had placed signal towers throughout the planet so that it would be easy to monitor the entire planet. If he found anyone with special psychic abilities, they would transmit information to him. But how did this get cut off? The mysterious man used to be a cosmic Ronin. His home planet was destroyed and he fled here. And he couldn't leave the ship even if he wanted to. The common currency here is diamonds. The crowd just wandered around the town, but still attracted a lot of attention. In the evening, they found a place to land and rented a house here. This is also the first time I've seen diamonds used as a universal currency. Xianli sighed. Lin Xiaojin sighed. They had stripped a lot of diamonds from their necklaces to rent this compound. Living here was like living in a small farmhouse. Wang Han, Lin Xiaoran, and Zhang Wan, a few men had remodeled the place, and they were planning to live here for a while. Lucky Star, Xiao Chen and Mu Xiao had never been to a planet like this before, and were all very curious about the environment here. So they wanted to go out and play. Lin Xiaojin thought that although these three were all children, they were capable of defending themselves on this low-class planet. Plus there was Lucky Star. However, Lin Xiaojin and Zhu Jingjing are both mothers, more or less will not be too assured. Mu Shubia also want to follow. Then Lin Xiaojin is naturally more assured. Several children have gone out, leading Zhou Yingying 2 little babies of a few months. When you 2 little ones grow up, you'll be able to go out and play with your older siblings, Zhou Yingying said as she touched the heads of the 2 little babies. Both Zhou Yingying and Zhang Wang were not fat, but giving birth to these twins was white and chubby. The 2 little babies seemed to understand what Zhou Yingying said and smiled adorably. There were things that Zhu Jingjing was still envious of. Lin Xiaojin and Zhou Yingying both had a son and a daughter. Or else we are having a son. Wang Han seemed to see out Zhu Jingjing's flowing eyes. What the hell? I just thought of how Wu Zhu was when she was a child. It would be so cute. I don't realize that she has grown up now. Zhu Jingjing sighed. Time passes so fast. Wang Han put his arm around Zhu Jingjing and smiled. This side? Lin Xiaojin also sent robots to check out this planet to see what qualities it had. And there are several other planets around here, although the environment is not easy to survive. But see if there is anything useful in the planet. Brother, I'm going to go to the surrounding planets with Xiao Nua to take a look. The children will be in your hands, Lin Xiaojin said. Good. Lin Xiaoran nodded. He was already used to this over the years. AI Tao planned to go out to check out his birth. Zhu Jingjing had Wang Han with her. She was too embarrassed to call. So she called Xianli. It just so happened that Xianli also wanted to go out and take a look around. So Xianli and AI Tao went out. Lin Xiaojin set up a teleportation point here where he could teleport directly to the outside of the planet without driving a spaceship. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua teleported to the outside of the planet. And they first chose the planet where large monsters could survive. The entire planet had rocks and gravel, most of which were endless deserts. And there were all kinds of large monsters on these deserts. The most seen were monsters that looked like scorpions. This kind of monster was extremely strong in survival. No wonder it was able to survive in the harsh environment here. Xiao Nua hunted one casually, and Lin Xiaojin used the robot to scan it. This scorpion's entire body is poisonous, Lin Xiaojin said as she scanned out the results. However, although this scorpion was all poisonous, it was useless to Lin Xiaojin. They stayed on these planets for about 7 days, and found a strange stone that contained a high level of energy. Lin Xiaojin put robots here to mine it. And next they went to the destroyed half of the planet. At first Lin Xiaojin wasn't interested in going to this destroyed half of the planet. But Xiao Nua wanted to go and take a look. So she followed. This destroyed half of the planet was all scorched earth. But there was a large depression in the middle. The destroyed half of the planet that I saw before was also sunken in the middle, Xiao Nua said. Lin Xiaojin thought back indeed. Lin Xiaojin said, "Let's fly in and take a look." Lin Xiaojin could fly by herself. But it was a bit of a struggle to bring Xiao Nua along. So Xiao Nua had to put on his flying machine. This should be the interior of the planet, Lin Xiaojin said. Generally speaking, the internal structure of different planets may differ greatly. A planet's interior consists of a variety of levels, such as the Earth's core, the mantle and the Earth's crust and so on. It is said that the more the inside of the planet inside will be harder. Although it is said that the inside of different planets have their own characteristics. But the harder the inside is right. That dark beast power is really powerful, Lin Xiaojin said with an exclamation. This half planet was also devoured by the dark beast. But why did it give up after devouring half of it? And the few planets around here weren't devoured, Xiao Nua said. Lin Xiaojin shook her head and didn't know what the reason was. But she was able to see what Xiao Nua was thinking. You want to use time rewind? Lin Xiaojin asked. Xiao Nua said. His supernatural ability didn't know if it could support backtracking over such a wide range. You and try it, I'll protect you, Lin Xiaojin said. But don't force yourself if you can't hold out. Lin Xiaojin was still very concerned about Xiao Nua's comfort. Good, Xiao Nua answered. Lin Xiaojin stood beside Xiao Nua, and a strange energy appeared around Xiao Nua on one side. This energy fluctuation was none other than time retrogression. As Xiao Nua took more and more time, Xiao Nua's forehead was covered in fine sweat. Xiao Nua, Lin Xiaojin softly worried. With such a large range, time retracing would be very energy-consuming. Suddenly Lin Xiaojin's eyes lit up as she thought of something and said, Xiao Nua, you borrow my energy. The two of them could borrow each other's power to a certain extent. Lin Xiaojin instantly felt her body was a bit empty. But Xiao Nua's time traveling back was able to continue, and traveled back in time at a much faster rate. Soon, they finally discovered that the planet had been gnawed half of the secret. Only after watching the entire process did Xiao Nua stop. Both of them had some ups and downs. Lin Xiaojin took out space water from space and handed it to Xiao Nua. She herself drank a large cup. The energy of the two people recovered some. Then Lin Xiaojin brought Xiao Nua into the space. Now the entire space was greatly changed. Almost like a town. It wasn't that the dark beast wasn't devouring other planets, but it was devouring them when a spatial vortex suddenly appeared and directly swallowed the dark beast into it. That spatial vortex was suddenly formed, surrounded by countless dark currents. And even with time regression, it looked quite terrifying. What exactly is that spatial vortex? Could it be similar to that space we went to last time? Lin Xiaojin was also just guessing. Spatial vortex. What kind of strange place is it in the end? The two stayed in the space for a while, and then went out of the space. Time traveling back, although they understood the reason why the planet around here wasn't devoured. But then, there was a bigger secret. Let's go back first, Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin was just about to respond when she felt that there was something wrong with the space around her. Xiao Nua looked at Lin Xiaojin, wrinkling her brows, and said, What's wrong with you, Xiaojin? Something's not right. Lin Xiaojin finished feeling some distortion around the space. She was a space alien, very sensitive to space. Let's go back to space first. Lin Xiaojin finished speaking and pulled Xiao Nua to try to enter her own space. The space around them instantly warped, and the spatial vortex they saw directly swallowed the two in. Lin Xiaojin only felt a burst of spatial turbulence. The suction of this space was so powerful. When they opened their eyes again, the two people, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo, were already separated by space. Xiao Nuo. Lin Xiaojin frowned. Frowning, there was no figure of Xiao Nuo. But Lin Xiaojin was able to feel that Xiao Nuo was in this space. Lin Xiaojin immediately used space coverage to check the surroundings. The two spaces actually repelled each other. It was the first time that Lin Xiaojin had encountered this situation. And it actually repelled each other. However, Lin Xiaojin was able to feel her own space. And was also able to take items from the space. And was also able to use spatial skills. But because of the spatial rejection, Lin Xiaojin could not enter her own space. Lin Xiaojin was a little anxious mentally. She was clearly able to feel that Xiao Nuo was here. But she couldn't see it with her naked eyes. Soon Lin Xiaojin calmed down. Now can feel Xiao Nuo is safe on the line. Lin Xiaojin looked at the space around him. Soon Lin Xiaojin felt that something was wrong. Am I inside a spatial dimension? Lin Xiaojin vaguely had this feeling. The interlayer between spaces had dimensions. And Lin Xiaojin had accidentally entered the interlayer of space when she brought Xiao Nuo to prepare to enter her own space. That is to say, her space and the space outside of the sandwich in the middle. Lin Xiaojin wanted to get out of this space, but found himself trapped inside. The same space belongs to a different dimension. So Lin Xiaojin can feel Xiao Nuo, but cannot get out. After struggling for half a day, Lin Xiaojin also has no way to go out. The mood is a little restless. Lin Xiaojin suppressed his emotions that are a little close to collapse. Although you cannot enter your own space, but still able to take something to eat from the space. Take out an apple. Crisp nibbles. Unknowingly Lin Xiaojin has nibbled 3 big apples. Only at this time to feel the mood of impatience better. After Lin Xiaojin finished eating the apple, he walked around in this space dimension, surrounded by silver-white substances that looked like water streams. These were the substances that formed the space. Lin Xiaojin suddenly understood something. Although her space was also formed and advanced, it was still immature. Perhaps it was the lack of this kind of substance. Lin Xiaojin used her own space to cover it, allowing her space to link up with this space. It was a bit risky for Lin Xiaojin to do so. But the result was something that Lin Xiaojin felt was worth it. The entire silver-white substance merged with Lin Xiaojin's space. And she could feel her space maturing and becoming incredible. In the past, the spatial ability was just a space on its own in the alien's brain area. But Lin Xiaojin let her space absorb this spatial silver-white substance. Lin Xiaojin didn't even know that it was extremely dangerous to do so. But by mistake, 1 in a million, Lin Xiaojin actually succeeded somehow. Lin Xiaojin's space was crazily absorbing spatial dimensions. And her entire space was undergoing constraining changes. Lin Xiaojin even felt that she would be able to easily open other spatial dimensions in the future, equivalent to having a spatial gate. On the other side, Xiao Nuo was also being entered into another dimension. He was similarly able to feel Lin Xiaojin. And he was even able to use the power of time and space to retrace his steps to see what Lin Xiaojin was doing. Lin Xiaojin is so adventurous. Xiao Nuo's face darkened as he retraced out that Lin Xiaojin was actually absorbing these things, fearing that Lin Xiaojin was in some kind of danger. However, Lin Xiaojin's approach suddenly inspired him with his power of time. Time and space. Originally a family. Space contains time. Time also contains space. Lin Xiaojin was able to absorb, could he not as well? Xiao Nuo also tried this power of time, but he was not able to absorb it as easily as Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin fused these silver-white substances into her space, and the entire space emitted a rumbling and changing sound. Lin Xiaojin told Little Cloudy and the others not to go anywhere else for the time being. The Wood Elf's tree was simply rooted in Lin Xiaojin's space, and at the moment, it felt the space enter an inexplicable force, which made Lin Xiaojin's space even stronger. The silvery white substance around her was absorbed by Lin Xiaojin. But Lin Xiaojin still felt that it wasn't enough. But she was now able to easily enter and exit this kind of spatial latitude. This was also considered good news. Not only that Lin Xiaojin's space had expanded again, she could even control the size of the space. If her space was a world, then she was the creator of this world. Lin Xiaojin came out of the spatial dimension and found Xiao Nuo, noticing that Xiao Nuo was trying to absorb the energy around him. But it was absorbing it very slowly. Unlike Lin Xiaojin, who was absorbing it very quickly. Xiao Nuo. Lin Xiaojin shouted excitedly. Xiao Nua also heard Lin Xiaojin's voice, and the two hugged each other tightly. That feeling of knowing that the other person was right here, but being unable to touch them was still very uncomfortable. Soon the two people's mood calmed down. Xiao Nua told Lin Xiaojin that he was also trying to absorb the energy here. Only it was very slow. Likewise Lin Xiaojin. The entire space has many dimensions. It seems like that dark beast came in from another space dimension. Lin Xiaojin guessed. That dimension produced this dark giant beast. Lin Xiaojin's control over the space around her had melted into one. She had absorbed the spatial matter, and no longer knew exactly how many levels her space was. Let's go. Let's go out, Lin Xiaojin said. She was now able to freely travel through spatial dimensions. Lin Xiaojin took Xiao Nua out, as she felt the teleportation point she had left behind. Lin Xiaojin took Xiao Nua out, and the two of them went out to look at the surrounding galaxies. Here. This is within the galaxy, Lin Xiaojin said somewhat incredulously. She had clearly been sucked into another spatial dimension with Xiao Nua outside of a distant galaxy. And now after coming out, she was inside a galaxy. This surrounding galaxy was indeed intergalactic. And the nebulae within the galaxy were different from those outside the galaxy. That's right. It's within the galaxy, Xiao Nua said with certainty as he looked at his surroundings. Although he was also a little puzzled as to how he and Lin Xiaojin had ended up in the galaxy. Not only that, what was in front of her was precisely the Qin Blue Star. Qin Blue Star actually hasn't been devoured. Lin Xiaojin was surprised. All the surrounding planets had been swallowed up. But Qin Lanqing was the only one left behind. Let's go back and take a look, Lin Xiaojin said. Good. Xiao Nua was also very curious about this. The two people directly penetrated through the atmosphere of Qinlan Star and directly entered it. Lin Xiaojin's spatial coverage was now able to cover the entire Qinlan planet. All the life on Qinlan planet is actually still there. Lin Xiaojin was surprised. In that case, wouldn't they be able to return as well? Although all the lives on planet Qinlan existed, it was as if they had all turned pale overnight. And the breath of life on the entire planet Qinlan had become very weak. What's going on here? Lin Xiaojin looked at all of Qin Lanqing's life force being rapidly depleted. Even Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua were able to feel that the flow of life in Qin Lanqing had become even faster. Lin Xiaojin was not afraid. Her genetic vitality was very high. But Xiao Nua would not be able to resist if he stayed here for a long time. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly took Xiao Nua and left Qin Blue Star. Although Qin Blue Star was not devoured, the flow of space inside had changed differently. Xiao Nua looked at the Qin Blue Star and thought. He could control time. If he could space time flow rate, then it would be stronger. But time flow rate was different from backtracking and pausing. It was something that needed strong energy support. Let's go to other places to take a look, Lin Xiaojin said. Good. Xiao Nua answered. The two of them, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua, wandered around the galaxy and found that many planets had disappeared. Sure enough, many of the planets had been swallowed up. That dark beast Lin Xiaojin could be sure was that this creature had come in from other dimensions. The galaxy was dead silent, without any living things. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua drove their spaceships and wandered around the galaxy. Lin Xiaojin said, I'm afraid that there's not a single living thing left in this galaxy. Not far away were two huge ones that looked like a planet. What is that? Lin Xiaojin said in surprise. Lin Xiaojin tried to use the ship to scan it, but the ship got the message that it couldn't scan it. Let's go over and take a look. Lin Xiaojin was a little curious. She intuited that the two planet-like things in the distance were definitely not simple. Good. Xiao Nua answered. The two piloted the airship carefully towards what looked like two huge planets in front of them, and went over. It looked quite close, but the distance was still very far away. As they got closer and closer, what they saw became more and more real. This is not a planet. This is a dark beast. Lin Xiaojin was surprised and a little shocked. Not only Lin Xiaojin, but even Xiao Nua was shocked. This huge, larger than the size of a planet, was actually a dark beast. But at this moment, the dark beast was not moving. Lin Xiaojin was actually a little nervous. Was it immediately fleeing? Or stay and continue to check? Just when Lin Xiaojin was a little nervous and indecisive, Xiao Nua's calm voice came out from the side and said, It's dead. Dead? The dark beast actually died? Although Xiao Nua's control over time was not yet fully in control, he was able to clearly sense the flow of time around him. This dark beast was dead. But although it was dead, The flow of time around it was actually static. Lin Xiaojin also calmed down at this moment. She piloted the airship in a circle and finally saw the head of this dark beast. It was indeed dead. Who killed it? Lin Xiaojin questioned. Such a powerful dark beast that had devoured countless planets. Who could kill such a dark beast? Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo both had questions in their heads. But the next thing Lin Xiaojin saw was another planet. And Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo drove their spaceships to follow it. This one was with a dark pattern of a golden yellow planet on the outside. This was the highest ranked planet within the galaxy. The Holy Star. Although none of them had ever been to the Holy Star. But the appearance of the Holy Star they had all seen on internet pictures. No one had ever been to the Holy Star. And no one from the Holy Star had ever come out. It turned out that the Holy Star was not a planet, but a huge monster? The sacred star was incomparably mysterious within the galaxy. It could almost be said to be the center of the galaxy. All the planets surrounded this sacred star. However, when Lin Xiaojin looked at this sacred star's appearance, no one would have thought that the sacred star would actually be a huge monster. A golden yellow monster. Did it die with a dark beast? The only thing Lin Xiaojin could think of was this explanation. The two huge bodies were silently suspended in the air. Dead silent. But this dark beast actually didn't melt when it died? She remembered that killing dark beasts before would all melt. The dark pearl behind it. Lin Xiaojin said, as she suddenly thought of something. She remembered that every dark beast had a dark pearl after it died. And as long as the dark pearl was taken, the dark beast would die. This dark beast already looked dead. But the body didn't perish. It was very strange. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo went to this dark beast's huge body, which was equivalent to a whole huge planet. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo searched on it for almost a week without any dark beads. The higher the rank of the dark beast, the smaller the dark bead would be. And this dark beast of such a large rank, how many dark beads would it have? Not found. Lin Xiaojin was a little lost. Let's go to whichever sacred star to take a look, Xiao Nuo said. Good. They left from the dark beast's body and flew to the Holy Star. No one would have thought that the sacred star would actually be a huge monster. No wonder no one could enter the sacred star. Both Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo flew around the Holy Star, and neither of them found anything. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo both stopped. A mysterious force trapped them both. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo looked at each other. This power they could feel did not harm them. It only trapped them. Then, their minds appeared in another white space. This is... Lin Xiaojin frowned. Both Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo's bodies were illusory. Not solid at all. We've entered a kind of space? Xiao Nuo said. No. Not a space. Lin Xiaojin said with certainty. If it was space, she wouldn't be unable to sense it. Knowing that Lin Xiaojin was able to travel through spatial dimensions nowadays. This is... Lin Xiaojin could be sure that this wasn't space. But she didn't know where this was. This is my spirit world. A pale voice came through from the surroundings. Who are you? Lin Xiaojin asked with a frown. Spirit world? This was extracting their souls. How was this done? Lin Xiaojin didn't dare to imagine. I am this star beast in front of you. The voice that came out was somewhat old. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo looked at each other. Both of them had some incredulity in their eyes. Star beast? Lin Xiaojin muttered, seemingly not quite understanding star beasts. Dark beast. Star beast, what was this all about? Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo were both confused. Dark beast, it hasn't completely died. Now it's just trapped by me. It will continue to devour once it wakes up here again. Star beast's pale voice spoke. Why would it devour? Lin Xiaojin asked. All of this, they didn't know what was going on. Only then did the star beast begin to tell them that it was born along with this universe. It could be said that this universe was its parent. Humans had lifespans. Planets had cycles. And the universe had reincarnation. It's just that their fate is not good. They were born in the moment of the universe's reincarnation. And when it really dies, the universe will also slowly wither. The energy will dissipate a little bit. This process will also have a few hundred years. Only in this case, they want to improve their strength is much more difficult. And even with the disappearance of the energy, their energy will also follow the fading. This dark beast is a creature from the previous latitude. They specialize in devouring such planets within the universe that are nearing the end of their reincarnation to grow their energy. It can be said that the star beasts are the guardians of this universe. The entire network within the galaxy was also spread by the star beast's mental power. so it knew anything that happened to the planet. Lin Xiaojin being able to be dragged into another latitude and being able to arrive here was also all arranged by the Star Beast. Your space already has the beginnings of a cosmic element. It's very likely that another cosmic world will be formed. The Star Beast said with some hidden anticipation. Form another cosmic world? What was the meaning of this? The Star Beast's words made Lin Xiaojin's head a little confused. But it vaguely made Lin Xiaojin seem to have opened the door to a new world. Star Beasts are equivalent to the guardians of this world. According to Lin Xiaojin's meaning, Star Beasts are similar to Zeus God or something like that. Maintaining the operation of this planet? The Dark Beast was from another world dimension. It hasn't completely died yet. I've temporarily trapped it. The Star Beast said somewhat despondently. But I know that its power is not completely gone. Star Beast said meaningfully. It still struggles. But I can only bind it. The Star Beast said with some fatigue. Its power is limited. But it did its best to buy us more time. Now, we must seize the opportunity to find a way to remove this threat. If it wakes up again, then all the remaining planets in this universe will be devoured as well. The Star Beast sounded like an incredibly old man. What do you want us to do? Lin Xiaojin asked. The Star Beast had long since noticed Lin Xiaojin. And it could be said that it was the entire star network. So no one had any secrets in front of him. It had come to pay attention to many spatial adepts over countless epochs. But none of them could reach Lin Xiaojin's level. So you're helping me enter another spatial latitude and draw energy? Although Lin Xiaojin was asking rhetorically, he also vaguely felt that his guess was good. Yes. Although your spatial world has taken shape, it still lacks energy. So I pulled you into the spatial latitude. Star Beast didn't deny it. What do you want me to do for you? Lin Xiaojin said with a slight frown. Pull me into your space. The Star Beast said slowly. Pull into my space? Lin Xiaojin frowned. She knew very well what kind of strength the Star Beast was. Although in her space, she was the master of the space. But the Star Beast was so huge that if she pulled the Star Beast into her space, then everything in her space would have to be emptied before she could do so. Lin Xiaojin was very hesitant when she heard the words of the Star Beast. She said, It's possible. But nowadays your body is too huge. I'm afraid that my space won't be able to fit you in. Lin Xiaojin's space today was at most the size of a first-tier urban area. And this Star Beast in front of her was a huge planet. How could her space fit? You can devour the energy of the Dark Beast. Devour its energy, and it will die completely. The Star Beast said slowly. Lin Xiaojin was puzzled as to why the huge Star Beast in front of her wanted to enter her space. The Star Beast seemed to sense Lin Xiaojin's confusion as it said, This universe is silent. I don't care if I will be devoured by the Dark Beast. I will dissipate. Only if you enter into your world will I not dissipate. But if you enter into my space, then I can say what I want. Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. After all, in her space world, she was the master. The Star Beast was silent for a moment and slowly said, Compared to being trapped in your space world, it's more preferable than returning to nothingness. After all, your cosmic world is a newly born prototype. In the middle of this incomparably vast cosmic world, shedding one's skin is a hopeless matter. Reincarnation is even more void and reachable. There is no such thing as rebirth. No reincarnation. One's life force is only once. And when one dies, one will be turned back into the energy of this world. Including the Star Beast is also. It does not want to die. It still wants to advance. The Star Beast's advancement will need a more powerful universe world to be able to do. Although Lin Xiaojin's universe world was only a prototype. At the moment, the Star Beast had no other choice. If it wanted to live, it needed to reside in another world. It was born in this universe world. It can't detach itself from this world. The moment it detaches itself, it will also dissipate. Its own energy will return to the original universe. Once a person dissipates, they are completely dissipated. Thinking about this, Lin Xiaojin's mood is a little heavy. There is no such thing as a person dying and coming back to life. Dying is dust to dust, earth to earth. The Star Beast has lived for so many years. And I don't know how many epochs it has lived. It doesn't want to die yet. Not to mention people like Lin Xiaojin, who have only lived for more than 20 years. Doesn't it mean that the longer you live, the less interesting it is? The longer you live, the more you are afraid of death. Some people who want to die and are not afraid of death always think that there is a next life and a rebirth. But the Star Beast too understand, however. Death is completely gone. If feel uninterested, it will sleep. It will also be transformed into a star network to experience all of life. The star beast saw Lin Xiaojin still some hesitation. It said, "You now first remove the dark bead of the dark beast. You can absorb its energy. Your space will expand. So I will be able to enter your space." Okay. Lin Xiaojin saw that the star beast was so insistent on entering her space. She wasn't continuing to say anything. Such a large planet like star beast placed in her space was unbelievable to think about. The dark beast was trapped by the star beast and hadn't completely died out yet. Now she first listened to the star beast to take out the dark beast's dark pearl. Such a planet-sized body of the star beast wants to find the dark pearl is very difficult. Hope Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo, two people, can cooperate to complete. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo came to their senses in an instant. Everything that just happened was real. Looking at the huge dark beast corpse in front of them, they wanted to get the dark beast's crystal bead. They had to enter the dark beast's body. "I will help you with the illusion, but it can only last for a maximum of 10 days. You have to find the dark bead within 10 days. The dark bead is in the body of the real dark beast." The star beast's last voice fell on Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo. Illusion? Lin Xiaojin was a bit puzzled. There was still a need for illusion to enter a dark beast's corpse. With a surge of power, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo were both pushed into the corpse of the dark beast. The dark beast's corpse was huge, was bigger than a planet. And inside it also contained a huge space, just like the star beast's corpse. "Xiao Nuo, how did you turn into the dark beast's appearance?" Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but say, as she watched Xiao Nuo turn into the appearance of a dark beast. She had wanted to raise her hand, and found that her hand had also turned into a dark hoof. We've all turned into dark beasts. Lin Xiaojin saw her own appearance through Xiao Nuo's eyes. It was only at this time that he thought of the star beast's words to disillusion the two of them. Yes. Xiao Nuo also had some appearance of not being too used to finding the ground on all fours and feet. And the two stood still for a while, both looking at each other dumbfounded. "Right. We have to find the real dark beast here to find the dark pearl," Lin Xiaojin said, as he thought of the hints the star beast had given them. The real dark beasts. It's easy to say, it's hard to find. Every single one of them is a dark beast. That one would be the dark beast that carries the dark pearl. This should be the space where the dark beasts live. There are many dark beasts in it. And Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo are both hidden in it. So many dark beasts. That one would be the dark pearl. Lin Xiaojin fretted. Not only Lin Xiaojin was worried. Xiao Nuo was also very worried. The two people's time to stay here was also limited. They couldn't stay here all the time. The two people transformed into four-legged beasts. Walking was more or less uncoordinated. It took 2 days for the two people to adapt to the rules of this place. And they also discovered something. These dark beasts had a very low IQ. And just wandered around. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo also quietly killed a few dark beasts. All of them were silent, and did not attract other movements. These dark beasts were easy to kill, as they didn't have any consciousness. And these dark beasts couldn't drop dark beads. Now I'm afraid there's only one way to kill these dark beasts, and see which one can drop the dark pearl. Lin Xiaojin could only think of this stupid solution now. Before there was any other way. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo could only do this. They had been killing for almost 3 consecutive days, and had lost count of how many dark beasts they had killed. Not right. Xiao Nuo stopped. "I think something is wrong." Lin Xiaojin frowned. These dark beasts are some constant stream. They had killed a lot of dark beasts in this one place. But still so many would pop up again. If this went on, they would only be wasting time, not being able to finish killing them at all. "Don't kill them first. Let's explore the whole place," Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. These dark beasts couldn't be killed. They had to find another way. Lin Xiaojin responded. Xiao Nuo tried to use his second skill time. Strange. Xiao Nuo discovered something strange. After Xiao Nuo absorbed the energy, his control over time was exquisite. Time was a very magical thing. He could control it and view the time flow back. And the time flow back here was all focused towards one place. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo had been together for many years, and had experienced many things together. And the two people's special abilities were connected. Xiao Nuo found out, at the same time Lin Xiaojin saw it. "What did you discover?" Lin Xiaojin asked. Xiao Nuo nodded, and told Lin Xiaojin about viewing the time flow back. Time flow back was similar to space, a thing that could not be seen or touched. Under Xiao Nuo's perception it was transparent. Everyone would be wrapped in time and space. "Let's go take a look," Xiao Nuo said. "Good. The environment here was more or less the same. It was all pitch black land. And there were all kinds of identical dark beasts. Except that these dark beasts were like human cells. Next to each other, and with no sanity. The space here is in the body of the dark beasts. Lin Xiaojin has curiosity, and also wonders if the body of the star beasts are also so many small star beasts. They walked for nearly 2 whole days. The number of dark beasts around is getting less and less. Walk to the end is a dark cave. This surrounding also in not a dark beast. Over here, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. Xiao Nuo sensed that the end of the time flow stopped here. Lin Xiaojin looked at everything around him. Nothing changed. Something as nebulous as time flow rate sounded was something only Xiao Nuo could perceive. The flow of time in this space flows all the way here. Xiao Nuo explained. Lin Xiaojin looked around and saw that there weren't any dark beasts all. Let's go up and take a look, Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin silently followed behind Xiao Nuo. The dark beast's body hid a huge space. She herself also possessed a space that belonged to her. But it suddenly occurred to her whether this space was also equivalent to her body. This thought made her feel a little incredulous. Her space could also serve as a place of existence. And she herself was able to enter it. So it couldn't be her body. It was likely that this spatial latitude was created by her spiritual power. Lin Xiaojin put down her doubts. The most important thing now was to obtain the dark bead that this huge dark beast possessed. This is the place. Xiao Nuo could feel the difference in this place. But Lin Xiaojin didn't feel anything. Would there be dark pearls here? There were actually no dark beasts here. Lin Xiaojin felt confused. They walked to the center of the space, and suddenly felt an attraction. There was nothing around them. But dozens of dark beasts suddenly appeared. Where did these appear from? Asked Lin Xiaojin with a frown. These dark beasts did not attack Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo, but scattered away. The two had been here for 2 days, and found that every 3 hours, a batch of dark beasts would be generated here again. This seemed to be a rebirth area for the dark beasts. Where the dark beasts they killed here would be resurrected again. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo killed all of these reanimated dark beasts, but still found no trace of the dark pearl. Where exactly was the dark pearl? The star beast said that the dark pearl was hidden in the middle of these dark beasts. But with dark beasts constantly arising here, they couldn't tell where exactly the dark pearl was. Let me try backtracking, Xiao Nuo said. Lin Xiaojin looked at Xiao Nuo with some concern at this, as time backtracking would consume a lot of energy. However, there was no better way for them to continue spending time here now. Xiao Nuo began to use time retrace, and soon his body was surrounded by a white light that was visible to the naked eye. Xiao Nuo. Lin Xiaojin looked at him worriedly as his face turned pale. This was, after all, the inside of the dark beast's body, not the outside space. Suddenly, blood oozed from the corner of Xiao Nuo's mouth. Xiao Nuo. Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but rush forward and feed him energy. Xiao Nuo had consumed too much energy. Using time regression here was 2 times more consuming than in the space outside. What was going on? Now that they had no better way, Lin Xiaojin could only keep channeling energy to Xiao Nuo. Only the two of them could channel energy to each other. The energy connection they had established in the beginning. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Nuo's face became even paler, and Lin Xiaojin's face also began to gradually turn white, even though her body genes were several times that of Xiao Nuo's. Nowadays, she was also unable to withstand this kind of depletion. Suddenly, the entire space began to tremble, and Xiao Nuo and Lin Xiaojin's energies unexpectedly began to merge together. What's going on here? Lin Xiaojin frowned. Eventually, Xiao Nuo stopped. Just now, when he was performing time regression, he couldn't stop at all, as if he was attracted by some sort of vortex. The two of us merged our energies with each other, giving birth to a brand new force. Lin Xiaojin marveled. There had never been such a miraculous situation in the past, and being able to borrow each other's energy had already surprised them. But they never expected that this time, their energies would actually merge into one. Space-time energy fused into one. Space-time, Xiao Nuo said slowly. Out of accident, Xiao Nuo and Lin Xiaojin's energies unexpectedly fused together. They paused, and this kind of energy could only be displayed when the two of them released it together. By mistake, the energies of both Xiao Nuo and Lin Xiaojin fused together. The two stopped. This kind of energy could only be released by 2 people together, though the energy of the two of them produced a new energy. Space and time. This kind of energy was rare. Both Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua were immersed in this strange energy. I just don't know how to use it. What's so special about it? Could it be that we can really travel through time and space? Lin Xiaojin was a bit unrealistic. This question really puzzles me. What's so special about it? Could it be that it's possible for us to actually travel through time and space? A hint of impracticality surged in Lin Xiaojin's heart. Traveling through time and space had always been a distant fantasy for Lin Xiaojin. The Star Beast had once said that time could not be changed, and that there was no second chance to start over, nor was there the possibility of rebirth. Xiao Nua shook his head and said, "Theoretically it can't. There are us in the past and the future. We traveled through the past. Or the future, then what about ourselves?" "That's true." Lin Xiaojin nodded. "We can travel into other temporal latitudes. But it's easy to lose ourselves that way." Neither Lin Xiaojin nor Xiao Nua would take the risk. "Let's do this now, or find the Dark Pearl first. Turn around and we'll study our new ability with this fusion," Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin's psyche was still quite concerned about this new ability, and was more or less curious. But she also knew that now was not the time to be curious. This place was very strange, able to allow Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua's abilities to fuse. The Dark Pearl might be hidden here, but Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua both just couldn't discover it. Suddenly Xiao Nua thought of something and said, "Xiaojin, try using spatial latitude to look around." The dark beasts were from another latitude, and the time flow of this place flowed towards here. Lin Xiaojin's eyes lit up when she heard Xiao Nua's words and randomly checked her surroundings with spatial coverage. Sure enough, she found a point where Xiao Nua had previously noticed that the time flow was different. Lin Xiaojin had the ability to travel through spatial dimensions from absorbing energy before. So at this moment Lin Xiaojin was also able to enter. Lin Xiaojin led Xiao Nua directly into the spatial dimension, and there was only a miniature version of the dark beast in the pitch-black environment. Lin Xiaojin looked at this miniature dark beast and said uncertainly, "This is the Dark Pearl. This unknown space should the space dimension hidden in the body of the dark beast." Xiao Nua released the thunder net to easily capture the mini-god dark beast. ZZZ. The mini dark beast wanted to struggle, but was still caught firmly by Xiao Nua's power grid. Xiao Nua's lightning energy directly increased into purple. At that moment, the body of the mini dark beast also dissipated into a black bead. "This should be its dark bead. It's really hard to find," Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin just put the dark bead away. The whole space started to collapse. The dark bead was taken down by them, and the body of the dark beast also started to dissipate. The entire dark beast's body began to collapse. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly took Xiao Nua and left the dark beast's body. After they came out, their bodies returned to their original state, and the entire huge planet-like body of the dark beast began to dissipate little by little. This is just a period of the current crisis. The dark beasts are surviving from the cosmic dimension. There will be dark beasts born in the future to engulf these universes that are about to go into decay. Lin Xiaojin got the dark bead and remembered that the star beast had said that she could only grow her space if the energy of the dark bead was absorbed. But how was this dark pearl going to be absorbed? Just as Lin Xiaojin was wondering, a miniature light version of the star beast appeared in front of her. "You can just use your body to absorb the dark bead. The process will be a bit long," the star beast said. Solely, the star beast had still had a few decades left. Lin Xiaojin stared dazedly at the miniature light version of the star beast. The unexpected answer left her a bit at a loss for words. She carefully lifted the dark bead and gently touched her skin, and the dark bead was directly inhaled into Lin Xiaojin's body. She felt a vague discomfort in her entire body's meridians, a numbness and some soreness, as if there was an electric rod constantly stimulating her body. Lin Xiaojin was also able to feel how strong the energy contained in this dark pearl was. It could be said that this was a very powerful chance. Just as the star beast had said that she would not be able to finish absorbing this dark pearl for a while. I don't know how long it would take to completely absorb this dark pearl. After Lin Xiaojin obtained the dark pearl, the body of the dark beast completely dissipated, leaving only a huge star beast body. Lin Xiaojin established a teleportation point next to the star beast. This dark pearl, her body didn't know how long it would take to finish absorbing it, and she couldn't stay here and wait all the time. So she was prepared to go back with Xiao Nua first. Wait until she completely absorbed the dark bead. After the space expanded, she would put the star beast into the space. Nowadays, there is no more intergalactic or extragalactic. The intergalactic system also relies on the energy of the star beast. Now that the star beast's energy is weakening, The magnetic field of the energy around here has also become weakened beyond measure. If the star beasts entered her space, the energy brought with them, wouldn't it also make the living beings in her space grow? Thinking of this, Lin Xiaojin was somewhat vaguely looking forward to it. The Dark Pearl couldn't finish absorbing it for a while, and there was no use for them to stay here. So they prepared to go back to find Lin Xiaoran and the others. Star Beast. How many planets are left in this universe today? Lin Xiaojin asked. 25,809. And there are only 3,580 living planets. Star Beast said. The Star Beast had fought with the Dark Beast for so long, and had consumed a lot. This cosmic era is also almost over. And by then, these planets will be wiped out with it. Star Beast said. Conservation of energy. Everything returns to nothingness, then respawns. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua were ready to go back and retreat. When Lin Xiaojin's dark bead was completely absorbed, she would return here to put the Star Beast into her space. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua teleported back. This time back and forth has been a month. Also do not know Little Bun, Lucky Star how they are. Waiting for them to go far away. Lin Xiaojin brought Xiao Nua into her own space. In the space outside all their everything will be known by the Star Beast. But in Lin Xiaojin's space, Lin Xiaojin is the master of this world. No one else can pry. Do you think what the Star Beast said is true or not? Lin Xiaojin asked. Lin Xiaojin knew that Xiao Nua also felt that there was something wrong with the Star Beast. And Xiao Nua said, it's possible that what it said is true, but it's a bit far-fetched for it to enter your space world. Lin Xiaojin nodded. She felt the same way. It could be said that the Star Beast was connected to this universe, and it always felt that there was something wrong with it wanting to enter her space alive. Lin Xiaojin couldn't say what was wrong, but intuition. Her intuition had always been spot on. The Star Beast wanting to enter her space wasn't such a simple thing. The boat will naturally straighten out. First wait for me to absorb this Dark Pearl, and see to what extent my space can actually grow, Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin returned to her home planet, although it was not her homeland. However, during the years of wandering the universe, she had been feeling uncomfortable, as if she had lost contact with the Earth. The universe was vast and boundless, like a dreamy and bewildering painting. Only at this moment, when Lin Xiaojin saw the rolling hills and flowing rivers in front of her, did she feel a hint of comfort? The dark beads on her body were constantly releasing energy, and by absorbing this energy, Lin Xiaojin's body felt as if it was being electrocuted every moment, and a tingling sensation arose. Lin Xiaojin had just arrived at the planet ready to go find Lin Xiaoran and the others, when suddenly the energy from the dark bead surged into her body. What's going on? Didn't it say that the energy of the Dark Pearl would slowly melt into her body? How did this suddenly surge in large quantities? Lin Xiaojin only felt that Zhou Shen was very uncomfortable, and her body felt like it was being frozen a little bit. Xiao Nu immediately noticed that Lin Xiaojin was out of sorts and nervously said, "What's going on?" Lin Xiaojin opened her mouth. Words couldn't come out. She only felt that the skin of her mouth weighed 1,000 pounds. Her body genes had never felt cold since it was transformed, but she just felt very cold at the moment. Every cell in Lin Xiaojin's body was becoming slow, freezing one by one. In a quarter of an hour, Lin Xiaojin's entire body was frozen. She was conscious, to the point that she couldn't move. It was equivalent to a vegetable. Xiaojin, Xiao Nua said nervously, immediately channeling energy towards Lin Xiaojin. But it couldn't be channeled in at all. The image of the miniaturized star beast manifested from Xiao Nua's watch. The body of the star beast was unable to move, but its consciousness was able to resurface on any electronic product. Don't forget, the Star Beast was the Star Network. What's going on here? Xiao Nua tried his best to calm himself down a bit, but looking at the Lin Xiaojin, who was as frozen as ice, his entire body couldn't help but tremble. Lin Xiaojin's body is special. Actually, the entire body absorbs the energy of the Dark Pearl. Don't worry. It's not life-threatening, the Star Beast said quickly, and a force of starlight entered Lin Xiaojin's body. Lin Xiaojin's eyes could move and sense, but her entire body couldn't move. Only until she completely absorbs the energy of the Dark Pearl can she recover, the Star Beast said. Xiao Nua heard that Lin Xiaojin's life was not in danger, which slightly reassured him. But he didn't know when Lin Xiaojin would be able to absorb it completely. This time the Star Beast didn't know either. It had originally expected it to slowly absorb away within 20 years. It could be 3 to 5 days, or 3 to 5 months, or 3 to 5 years, the Star Beast said. but it actually didn't have a bottom. It was also possible that Lin Xiaojin hadn't been able to withstand the Dark Beast's immense energy bursting into flames. Star Beast does not want to see Lin Xiaojin burst and die. If Lin Xiaojin died, wait until this universe is silent, it can only follow the annihilation. Unless it also want to darken into a Dark Beast. Become a Dark Beast that only knows to devour. No consciousness, that is even more terrible. Lin Xiaojin, although the body cannot move, but still able to hear the words of the Star Beast. She will not be able to move for 3 to 5 years? This is not a vegetable. Lin Xiaojin's mood is a little broken. But it could be 3 or 5 days. Or 3 or 5 months. Lin Xiaojin couldn't move, and couldn't fetch anything from space. So Xiao Nua could only hold Xiao Nua and walk. Xiao Nua also contacted Lin Xiaoran. Fortunately, the transport was also left behind in the first place. At most 20 minutes Lin Xiaoran, they were able to rush over. Lin Xiaojin can't move her whole body. She can only let Xiao Nua hold her. All the cells in her body seem to be frozen in half. The energy of the Dark Pearl is constantly going to her cells. Just like cancer cells keep multiplying rapidly. 20 minutes later, Lin Xiaoran came over with little Bozy and Lucky Star. Daddy. Mummy. Lucky Star said excitedly. Both children hadn't seen their parents for several days, and naturally missed them greatly. Lucky Star's character was lively and active, so he pounced over at the first time. But after seeing that Lin Xiaojin was being held by Xiao Nua, and didn't move at all. Usually when Lin Xiaojin saw Lucky Star, she would raise it high and kiss it. Lin Xiaojin was able to hear Lucky Star's words, and her eyeballs moved slightly. But she couldn't be distracted nowadays. The 2 types of cells in her body seemed to be fighting. Mom? What's going on? Xiaochen said nervously, when he saw Lin Xiaojin being held by Xiao Nua. Lin Xiaoran also looked at Xiao Nua, nervously waiting for Xiao Nua's answer. It's not life-threatening. It's a long story, Xiao Nua said mainly. Several people heard that there was no life-threatening situation. Then, their hearts dropped and said, on the way. Xiao Nua then told Lin Xiaoran and the others. So, Xiaojin can't move for the next few months. Lin Xiaoran said. Yes. I will take care of her without moving an inch, Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. Exionly accompanied Ai Tao to look for her family. Recently this planet was also not quiet. Lin Xiaoran, they were sure that there were outsiders here as well. Zhu Jingjing and Wang Han brought Zhu Zhu in this planet. After all, it is a new planet civilization. The crowd is more interested. Originally, Lin Xiaoran was also playing outside with her 2 little ones. And immediately came over after receiving Xiao Nua's message. Mom, hurry up and be able to move. This planet is fun, Lucky Star said in Lin Xiaojin's ear. This planet was a beast-taming planet. There were many strange and weird animals that Lucky Star liked very much. Your mom will be able to move soon. Xiao Nua comforted Lucky Star and said. Back in the courtyard they had rented in the beginning. Xiao Nua settled Lin Xiaojin down. And Blast Wind stood guard at the entrance. In the evening, Zhu Jingjing and the others all rushed back one after another. Xiao Nua also briefly explained the matter to the crowd. Then we won't even go out recently, Zhu Jingjing said. Xiao Nua shook his head. There was no need for so many people here. Besides, Lin Xiaojin was not for a day or 2. It was likely to be months or years. Lin Xiaojin's life is not in danger. Don't worry, Xiao Nua said. The crowd heard that Lin Xiaojin's life was not in danger, that's why they all felt relieved. Besides, in this indigenous planet now no one can hurt them. A month later, Lin Xiaojin still can't move. Not only can't move, the whole body is like wrapped in a layer of ice worms completely wrapped Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin initially cannot move the body. But the eyes can see. Ears can also hear the sound. But now, the eyes cannot see. The sound is not heard. The Buddha was plunged into the darkness. The 2 types of cells in the body were constantly fighting. Lin Xiaojin couldn't care less, and devoted herself to it. Lin Xiaojin didn't know how much time had passed. Sometimes when she felt that her body's energy couldn't hold out, a warm energy would enter her body. The energy of this dark pearl was too powerful, devouring countless planets. If it wasn't for Lin Xiaojin's strong genes, it would have been devoured cleanly. Every moment Lin Xiaojin struggled again. This kind of without a strong willpower simply could not survive. Even Lin Xiaojin had wanted to give up a few times. But the warmth in her body had supported her. This is not only a physical grind, but also a spiritual grind. Without the concept of time. As if trapped in a black box. She didn't know how long it had been. Countless times she wanted to give up. But Lin Xiaojin didn't choose to give up. She couldn't give up. She knew that once she gave up it was permanent darkness. When will Mum wake up? Ah. A whole year has passed now. Lucky Star frowned. Lin Xiaojin hadn't woken up. And Xiao Nua was the one who accompanied Lin Xiaojin every day. Dad has obviously looked much more tired this year, Xiaochen said. Let's continue to look for beast crystals. I heard that there are beast crystals being auctioned off again. Didn't Dad say that beast crystals are also helpful to Mum? Lucky Star said. This planet had unique beast spirits containing unique energy that could help Mum. Let's go then, Xiaochen said. In the recent year, Lin Xiaoran had brought her 2 children outside to search for beast crystals. And everyone else had helped in the search as well. This planet was similar and completely different from their blue star. More like an ancient cultivation planet. So it was kinda new for them to live here. That planet had the characteristics of every planet. And this planet was no exception. That day, Lin Xiaojin was suddenly able to hear voices. Though only faintly. After a few more days, her eyes were able to feel a vague light. But it was like her cells were frozen. Xiaojin. Natsujin. That voice seemed to have traveled through the barriers of time and space, haunting Lin Xiaojin's ears. Her heartbeat accelerated, and she could feel a warm force gradually melting her body, giving her a ray of life. It was the call of love, the call of her family, making her no longer lonely and lost. In that hidden light, she took her first step onto the path of recovery. At this moment, Lin Xiaojin's body was covered in what looked like half-wrapped in silkworms. Layer after layer, the cells in Lin Xiaojin's body finally became active and began to divide and divide and divide. Lin Xiaojin peeled off the body layer after layer of white silk-like things. This thing is very sticky. Lin Xiaojin tore open half a day. She was now like, Xiaojin? The voice carried a hint of delight and a hint of incredulity. Lin Xiaojin crawled out from inside the chrysalis and saw the huge white remaining shell on the bed. Xiao Nuo. Lin Xiaojin's voice was soft and sounded a little strange. Lin Xiaojin directly pounced on Xiao Nuo's body. Lin Xiaojin then realized that she was out of place. What's going on here? Lin Xiaojin looked at the fact that she could only reach Xiao Nuo's thighs. Shrunken? At this time, there was a loud noise outside the door. It was Lin Xiaoran. Xiao Nuo hurriedly took off his jacket and directly wrapped it around Lin Xiaojin's body. The shrunken version of Lin Xiaojin. Xiao Nuo wrapped her in one jacket. Although the one who came in was Lin Xiaojin's brother. But after all, there is also a difference between men and women. Xiaojin? Lin Xiaoran came in and was also startled. In front of him, this was 7.8-year-old child, is the appearance of Lin Xiaojin as a child. Not only that, a head of dense black hair to the point of no change, directly mopping the floor. The pupils of the eyes were still lavender, and the skin became more blown and palpable. How did I shrink? Lin Xiaojin cried without tears. Lin Xiaojin's space was now in a closed state. The energy of the space was too strong. Perhaps it had something to do with her body. When her body recovered, her space would also recover. That is, it was a two-way street. When the space completely finished evolving, Lin Xiaojin's body would also be able to recover. An hour later, Lin Xiaojin completely accepted her present appearance, but looked at Xiao Nuo, who was taller than herself, and Lin Xiaoran. It's more or less strange for me to look like this. Lin Xiaojin sighed. It's cute. Lin Xiaoran laughed. Xiao Nuo often didn't have time to take care of himself because he had accompanied Lin Xiaojin for a long time. And it was Xiao Nuo who channeled the energy when Lin Xiaojin's energy became weak. So it was visible to the naked eye that he had paled a bit. Lin Xiaojin's side recovered. Xiao Nuo also deliberately tidied himself up. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo like this. It was more like a loli and an uncle. Lin Xiaojin's long hair was also combed up by Lin Xiaoran, who often combed Lin Xiaojin's hair when she was a child. Xiao Nuo looked at Lin Xiaoran comb Lin Xiaojin's hair. Mental secretly also want to learn. As if the daughter of the lucky star's hair is also Lin Xiaoran to comb. I look like this by my son and daughter. No, I don't know if they can accept it. Lin Xiaojin was a little worried. She was like a little loli now. You are their mother. No matter what you become, this point won't change. Don't worry, Lin Xiaoran said. In fact, the probability was that Lin Xiaojin couldn't pass the psychological barrier. No matter what. The fact that you can wake up nowadays is the best result. Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaoran nodded. He knew how much Xiao Nua had given in this year. You guys have a good chat. I'll go tell Xiao Chun and Lucky Star the news, Lin Xiaoran said. Both of them had psychic abilities. And this time, there was still Zhu Jingjing and Wang Han following on this planet. There would be no danger. Lin Xiaoran left space for two people. Lin Xiaojin looked at Xiao Nua and wanted to hug Xiao Nua, but ended up not being tall enough. Xiao Nua directly picked up Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin kissed toward Xiao Nua's face and said, Hubby, it's been hard on you for this period of time. Lin Xiaojin's height shrunk, and her voice even turned into a soft childish tone. Xiao Nua's face was a bit less natural. He was a bit like a lewd lowly uncle like this. The two people chatted for a while, and didn't do anything. Xiao Nua's energy had regressed a lot in this year's time. Lin Xiaojin directly transmitted energy to Xiao Nua. Xiao Nua instantly regained his energy. Lin Xiaojin had absorbed the powerful energy of the Dark Pearl. The cells in her body had changed drastically. She could even forcibly absorb other people's energy nowadays. And when the space opened after she had completely digested it, she was now very much looking forward to what it would be like when the space opened. Although the space was closed, the elves in the space were still connected to Lin Xiaojin. The two chatted for a while. Xiao Nua also rechanged into clean clothes. The energy was restored. Xiao Nua's whole body was in high spirits. Xiao Nua, Xiaojin, Zhu Jingjing came with a message saying that the two children have lost contact. Lin Xiaoran hurriedly came in. What? What's going on? Lin Xiaojin said nervously. She had just climbed out of her sobriety, and the first news she heard was that something had happened to the children. It says that they are in the North Mountain Range. Fell into a deep hole. Wang Han has followed them in. Zhu Jingjing, on the other hand, was outside with Zhu Zhu not going down. Let's go. Let's go take a look, Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin's space was closed. She had left a land traveler behind when she left at that time. And the North Mountain Range was a large distance away. Although there was no land traveler, Lin Xiaoran figuratively came out. Lin Xiaoran instantly materialized a bright retro car, and the three of them got into the car and rushed towards the North Mountain Range. The speed of the car is very fast. Even Lin Xiaoran directly figurative out of the wings of the aircraft. But the aircraft is too complex. Although he can figurative out, but not yet able to carry people flying. In less than an hour's time, they had arrived at the North Mountain Range. A huge hollow in the middle, like the vortex of a black tornado. The hollow looked bottomless, exuding a mysterious and bizarre aura. Anna, Lin Xiaojin shouted. Zhu Jingjing looked at the arriving Xiao Nua and Lin Xiaoran, as well as a child. You guys finally came. Wang Han and the others have been down there for almost 3 hours and haven't come up yet, Zhu Jingjing said nervously. This child is? Zhu Jingjing looked at Lin Xiaojin. There was a familiar feeling. I'm Lin Xiaojin, Lin Xiaojin said calmly. Ah! Zhu Jingjing looked at Lin Xiaojin in surprise, somewhat incredulous. Zhu Zhu looked at Lin Xiaojin's body like her own. Clearly a child. She was surprised. Godmother? I'm speaking after this situation. Lucky Star and Xiao Chen. They're inside? Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Yes. We came here to look for beast crystals. As a result, this place suddenly collapsed. 2 children fell down. Wang Han told Anna to wait up there, and also immediately followed down. Zhu Jingjing quickly said, Brother, I'll go down and take a look. Lin Xiaojin said that he was going to jump down. I'll go too, Lin Xiaoran also said. He was also uneasy about his 2 nieces and nephews. I'll go by myself. Don't worry. No one can hurt me with my current strength, Lin Xiaojin said calmly and confidently. I'll go with you, Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin never refused. She and Xiao Nua were together no matter what happened. And there was no need for Xiao Nua to say it. You guys wait here, Lin Xiaojin said. You guys be careful, Lin Xiaoran admonished. Godmother, be careful. Zhu Zhu also followed. Actually, Zhu Zhu also wanted to follow. She could have used her supernatural ability to split to go. But she was afraid of trouble, so she didn't ask. In the middle of the whirlpool, the strong wind blew. People could not open their eyes. If ordinary people were afraid to go in, they would be blown unconscious. But this level of Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua did not affect them in the slightest. Lin Xiaojin not only can go down, but also can fly. But she cannot hold Xiao Nua. The two height difference is not a little bit. Xiao Nua can only hold her. This is really a combination of lowly with uncle. Lin Xiaojin's ability to fly with Xiao Nua no problem. And even her flight speed can be compared to the speed of the car. Lin Xiaojin's space was in a closed state. So she couldn't use the space coverage to locate the two children's position. So she could only view it with her naked eyes. This place is actually able to raise such a big whirlwind. Lin Xiaojin said, feeling a bit incredulous. Lin Xiaojin had just finished speaking when she realized something was wrong and said, "No. There's actually a small space in here. Sometimes spaces collided and would squeeze out another space." Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua then directly entered this small space. Once the two entered, the entire space was grass green. "Another new guest has entered my space." An old man who was as old as a skeleton frame said excitedly, "This little friend is really good looking. My favorite thing is children." The old man said excitedly when he saw Lin Xiaojin. "This space is yours?" Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. As soon as she entered, she was able to feel the obvious rejection. This space had an owner. "Oh, you're actually able to detect that?" The old man's gaze towards Lin Xiaojin was a little different. Lin Xiaojin also didn't want to have multiple nonsense with him and said, "Where is the person you captured? Don't leave if you come. Stay here and live on," the old man said. Lin Xiaojin, although the space was closed, but still able to perceive that this small space was only 1,000 square feet large. Surviving in this place would suffocate to death. The old man in front of him couldn't leave. Living here alone was just too lonely. Xiao Nua couldn't look at the old man in front of him. His brows slightly wrinkled, directly condensed a thick lightning bolt, and released it towards the old man, who knew that the next second the old man disappeared into thin air. "Here I am the master. No one can harm me," the old man said confidently. But in the next second, he was slapped in the face. Lin Xiaojin directly locked onto the old man in front of him. "You? How are you able to lock space?" An unbelievable gaze emerged from the old man's eyes. How could space be locked? What kind of power was this? Lin Xiaojin directly locked space, trapping the old man, simply ignoring the old man's surprised curiosity. "Let's go find our son and the others," Lin Xiaojin said to Xiao Nua. "Good." The two searched up in space. The son and daughter must be trapped somewhere. That old man, on the other hand, was trapped in place, unable to move a muscle. This space was not bad. A bit of a paradise. It seemed that the old man was also a spatial adept. But how could others enter her space? This is the point that Lin Xiaojin a little puzzled. And actually able to enter the people. Her space in addition to him, and Xiao Nua and son. Other people cannot enter. After finding her son, she could ask the old man what was going on. The two of them walked for a while, and soon found their son and daughter. "Dad." Xiaochen saw Xiao Nua with an unbelievable face, and then randomly revealed a very excited expression. Lucky Star was also very happy to see Xiao Nua at first. But after seeing that Xiao Nua was also holding a cute-looking little girl, she immediately turned her little mouth aggravated. And what's even stranger, the little girl in front of her actually had the mark of the lucky kiss that she had given to her mother. Xiaochen happily ran to Xiao Nua, followed by the puzzled and aggrieved Lucky Star. "Dad, you're finally here. Uncle Han is trapped," Xiaochen said in a hurry. "Little bun," Lin Xiaojin called out excitedly when she saw Xiaochen and Lucky Star. Lin Xiaojin jumped off Xiao Nua in a hurry and went straight up to try to hug little Baozi. Xiao Baozi frowned, looking at the girl in front of her, who was about the same size as herself, actually wanted to hug herself. But inexplicably looking at the girl in front of him is a little close. "It's good that you guys are fine," Lin Xiaojin said reassuringly, seeing that both children were unharmed. "How did you get my mum's lucky kiss?" Lucky Star ran over and looked at Lin Xiaojin with an exasperated look. "Who are you?" Xiaochen heard Lucky Star's words, and also looked at Lin Xiaojin with some hostility. "I'm your mother. I woke up. Only my body shrunk," Lin Xiaojin said somewhat helplessly. "He really is your mum," Xiao Nua said solemnly. Lucky Star and Xiaochen both looked shocked, looking at Xiao Nua's serious and earnest look, and then looking at Lori Lin Xiaojin's motherly and soft look. "Mom?" Xiaochen was a little bit unable to call out to the little lowly in front of him, the little girl who was about the same height as him. My body shrunk after I woke up. So when the fruitful time recovers, I'll become my original self," Lin Xiaojin said. When Lucky Star heard Lin Xiaojin's words with Xiao Nua, she wrapped her arms around Lin Xiaojin at this time. "Mom, I really missed you this year. Good boy. Lin Xiaojin touched the back of her daughter's head. Xiaoqin is more or less still a bit uncomfortable, but also knows that this little lowly in front of her is her mother. Dad? Mom? Xiaoqin called Lin Xiaojin now that this little lowly looks like this little lowly. The word mom is somewhat unavailable. Eh? Lin Xiaojin let go of Lucky Star to look at Xiaoqin. Quickly go save Uncle Han. He's trapped. Lucky Star, and I tried many ways but couldn't save him, Xiaoqin said with some anxiety. Wang Han immediately jumped down after them in order to save the two of them. And as a result, he was also trapped here. That old man didn't hurt the two kids. But Wang Han's uncle's supernatural strength was also very strong. But he couldn't seem to use any of his abilities here. Uncle Wang Han was trapped by the old man and could not move. The old man also said that as long as they are obedient, they will not kill the old man. Lin Xiaojin directly used spatial transfer to move the old man in front of them. Wow! Mummy, how did this happen? Lucky Star looked at Lin Xiaojin in surprise. It's you. This stinky old man. Who caught us in here? Lucky Star cursed as she pointed at the old man in front of her. Where did you trap the other person? Lin Xiaojin coldly asked the old man in front of her. Only that her body was small nowadays, and her voice was a child's voice. So it didn't sound lethal. The trapped old man didn't speak. Both eyes closed, pretending to be deaf and dumb. Not speaking? Lin Xiaojin sneered. Then it's not much use, Lin Xiaojin said coldly. No one else seemed to understand what Lin Xiaojin meant when she said this. Lin Xiaojin called the two children to her side. Then said, this space is of average quality. But let me try my new ability. One of Lin Xiaojin's new abilities, after she became sober, was fusing spaces. She could fuse spaces that were of a lower grade than her. This old man's rank wasn't as high as hers. And fusing this small space was a breeze. But after all, it was the first time. Lin Xiaojin had thought that she wouldn't be able to encounter it. But she didn't expect that someone would come so soon to let her practice coming. After fusing the space, the entire space would naturally belong to her. And where Wang Han was would naturally be clear. Lin Xiaojin finished speaking. A faint energy in the center of her eyebrow. And neither of the two children could feel anything. Xiao Nua, who has the time ability, including the connection with Lin Xiaojin. He vaguely has some feelings. The one who felt it most strongly was the old man in front of him. The old man who had just been motionless at the beginning of Lin Xiaojin's fusion instantly opened his eyes. You're robbing my space, the skeletal old man said nervously. Snatching? Heh. Lin Xiaojin looked at the old man in front of him with disdain. So it's kind of like that. Lin Xiaojin fused this space. Then this space belonged to her space. It was equivalent to her having a main space with a sub-space underneath. How can you? The skeletal old man stared incredulously with wide eyes, desperately trying to fight Lin Xiaojin for control. But how could he earn his way past Lin Xiaojin? A fool's dream? Not long after the ownership of the entire space fell to Lin Xiaojin's body, the old man's head, a green fire drilled out, was absorbed by Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin's main space absorbed the dark pearl is now being upgraded in the closed state. Just how this subspace can also be used. Although the skeleton old man was extracted from the space. But Lin Xiaojin did not kill him. After all, the two children were not injured. You can go out. Lin Xiaojin gave a thought. And the old man was directly kicked out by space. The old man just came out and saw the different scenery around him. Although he lost his spatial ability, he came out. The old man lost his voice and cried out. He ate an extremely special energy many years ago that mutated his spatial ability. But at the same time, he couldn't leave his own space. In his own space, he could live for a very, very long time. And so whoever touched the boundaries of his space, he would pull the person into his space. Now he actually came out. But at the same time, he lost his space. There was a give and take. He had lived too long in his own space. But not outside. The whole flow of time was not the same. The old man's body quickly became even more stooped again. His entire waist couldn't be lifted up. And his hair became even more gray. All of this Lin Xiaojin naturally didn't care about. Nor did he care. This space is not bad. There is a special energy. Xiao Nua, did you feel it? Lin Xiaojin asked with a smile. Not bad. The flow of time in the entire space was even slower than the outside space. It was like Xiaobazi. Lucky Star felt that he had already been here for almost 1 month. But outside was just a day. The time ability that Xiao Nua possessed was very rare. to the extent that Lin Xiaojin had met so many people. He had not heard of anyone within the galaxy who could control time. There was no one else except Xiao Nuo. So Xiao Nuo's time alien ability was extremely special. Not to mention their combined skill ability space-time. The space-time skill was rather illusory. And up until now Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo hadn't figured it out. Lin Xiaojin accepted the space, and naturally knew where Wang Han was in the first place. Wang Han was trapped in a four-sided black hole, while Lin Xiaojin moved Wang Han over. If she was already the owner of this space. Xiaochen. Lucky star. The first thing Wang Han, who was rescued, saw was the two children. His psyche was relieved. He couldn't see anything happen to these two children. Uncle Han. The two children said joyfully. Wang Han also saw Xiao Nuo. Both of them were brothers. There was no need to say anything more. We can go out now, Lin Xiaojin said. Mom, can we still come back in after we go out? Lucky Star asked. There were many fun places in this space. So I guess that old man was too bored and that's why he made this space whole. Of course you can. Lin Xiaojin laughed. Her main space Lucky Star couldn't enter. This subspace could still be entered. Mom's space is the most fun, Xiaochen said subconsciously. Lin Xiaojin's main space had all sorts of people accompanying him. Humph. It's not like I can go in. Mom, why can brother go in and I can't? Lucky Star said with a crying face. An aggrieved look that was very heartbreaking to look at. Hearing this, Lin Xiaojin didn't know how to speak. She just touched Lucky Star's head and said, in the future this space you can come in any time. Lin Xiaojin's fingers separated out a trace of transparent imprint and directly branded it onto Lucky Star's brow. In this way, Lucky Star could be able to directly enter her space without her consent. But others could not. This entering her space at any time did not need to go through her consent at any time. But there was also a spatial limitation. Great. Great. Lucky Star was very happy. Wang Han on the side was surprised. Why would they call a child mom? Soon he understood. But the gaze in his eyes towards Lin Xiaojin was surprised and unbelievable. Both children would not recognize Lin Xiaojin wrongly. Wang Han was also a bit unbelievable. But also believed. Blast Wind also followed down in the beginning. Trapped by the old man. Cannot fight but able to trap people in their own territory. The crowd also no longer stay in the space more. Outside Zhu Jingjing and Zhu Zhu waiting. Lin Xiaojin led the crowd out of the space. That old man could not come out because the time difference was too much. There was a layer of time barrier. If other people enter, they can only go in and not out. But Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo have the power of time and space together, and can travel through time and space at will. So this time barrier does not work for them. After the crowd came out, they saw Zhu Jingjing and Zhu Zhu. A large and small group surrounded by several men. It's her. It's her. Cured that kid. That stumpy arm grew straight back. A ragged middle-aged man was nervously pointing at Zhu Jingjing and said, You are the healer? A powerful man said. Next to him, there was actually a ferocious tiger. Zhu Jingjing frowned, intuiting that some of them were coming from a bad place. She was a healer, but she had no attacking powers. No hands. And she also had her daughter with her. Zhu Jingjing didn't deny or immediately refuse. Although she didn't have attacking psychic abilities. But she also had equipment. Zhu Jingjing silently took out a laser gun from her backpack. Zhu Zhu also felt that a few men didn't seem too friendly. Especially since a few of them had abnormally vicious animals next to them. None of which were as cute as Tuan Tuan or as heroic as Blast Wind. That's right. Zhu Jingjing said calmly. She was long ago, not the little girl who met the zombies at the beginning. Zhu Jingjing protected Zhu Zhu behind her, and calmly looked at the several men. Since you are a healer, come with us, the man said with a cold face. Zhu Jingjing knew that this country seemed to be always looking for healers. Just like Ai Tao was also a healer. As long as there were people with healing psychic abilities, they would be offered to the aliens. My mom won't go with you. Zhu Zhu glared. Soft voice, but very firm tone. Then it's up to you. The man put in cold words. How is it not up to us? We don't want to know. A cold voice came out. Though it was only a child's voice. Not far away. Lin Xiaojin's few people had just come out from the space, when they bumped into these few surrounding trying to be unfavorable to Zhu Jingjing. Dad. Zhu Zhu saw Wang Han happily shouting her dad. Brother Chen. Sister Star. Zhu Zhu waved her hand excitedly. A few people followed the voice and looked behind. But it was just 2 people and 3 children. Instantly relaxing. There was no threat. I advise you guys to be smart. Before the man could finish his latter words, the blast change behind him leapt up in a single bound. The animals beside the several men instantly became shivering. In the animal world, the scent of the strong was even more keen. This is several levels of training beasts. The men couldn't help but ask with their faces pooped. Blizzard was now a level 8 gold system, and he wasn't sure how to calculate the level of this planet's training beasts. Brothers, don't be afraid. Even if it's a high-level training beast, so many of us are not afraid of it alone, the man said calmly. In the end, it was just a beast training. Go on. Blast wind. Lin Xiaojin's voice was soft and sheepish, yet full of pressure. Everyone was a little nervous. After all, this beast's level was more powerful than theirs. They didn't just train the beast. The owner could also have the ability to follow the beast. But they were still killed in seconds by Blast Wind. Blast Wind's claws were indestructible. Several of the beast trainers had suffered minor injuries. Why aren't you leaving yet? Staying as rations? Lin Xiaojin looked at them impatiently. You wait. If you offend our sacred Star City today, you won't have any good fruit to eat. The man's face was pale, and his mouth was still speaking harsh words. Lin Xiaojin originally didn't want to pinch these mosquitoes to death, but this mosquito was still going to be buzzing twice. So she frowned slightly. Not waiting for her to strike, an extremely fast lightning hit the man directly, instantly electrified into flying dust. If you do not look closely, thought that he disappeared in place, smoothly resolving a few mosquitoes. Zhu Zhu directly ran over happily. Xia Jin. Zhu Jingjing was still a bit uncomfortable seeing such a miniature Xia Jin. Soon, they returned to the residence, and soon Zhou Yingying and Zhang Wang also returned. They hadn't gathered like this for a long time. A huge table was set up in the courtyard. A few children were playing on the side, while Blast Wind was leisurely lying on the doorway. In the middle was a prepared hot pot. Lin Xiaojin's space was closed, and things were not yet accessible. This is good wine found from my place. The taste is really good, Zhang Wish said, as he held a large wine jar. Yeah, this planet's style is pretty good. I want to raise a beast that still trains, Zhou Yingying said with a smile. Today we have to celebrate that Lin Qingxia is finally sober. A few people were very messed up in the courtyard, as if they were returning to the feeling of being in Xinlanxing. A month later, Lin Xiaojin's space was finally unlocked, and she had just unlocked her own space when the Star Beast had already contacted her. Lin Xiaojin took Xiao Nua and teleported to the Star Beast's side. The energy of the Dark Beast that your space absorbed is enough to bring me into your space. Right? The Star Beast said with some excitement. Not bad. Now Lin Xiaojin's space was completely sublimated, and the entire space was like a dark cosmic river. Lin Xiaojin felt her space. No. Her space had become a miniature growing universe. Her original place had evolved into a small planet, and the space had a second layer that she had absorbed the old man's space from before. The first layer of space other than the three of them other people couldn't get in. But the second layer of space other people were able to get in. Only the second layer of space was a bit small. But Lin Xiaojin had managed to find a way to expand this layer of space. The flow of time and space in the second layer did not make sense with the space in her current layer in reverse. Since you want to enter my space so badly, then as you wish, Lin Xiaojin said expressionlessly. Now that she had absorbed the Dark Beast, her space had long since ceased to be an ordinary space, and was a growing universe. The Star Beast didn't know why it wanted to enter her space. It didn't know what exactly it had in mind. But as long as it entered her space, then it was her call. Lin Xiaojin was confident of this. The Star Beast seemed a little impatient. It still struggled to shrink its body a little. Lin Xiaojin directly took the Star Beast's entire body into her space. To be honest, this was the first time she had ever collected such a large thing. Luckily, her space was much larger nowadays. When the Star Beast was out of this space, the space around it shifted in a way that was visible to the naked eye. The moment the Star Beast entered her space, she felt that something was wrong. You want to devour my space? Heh. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. It knew that this Star Beast hadn't paid any proper attention when it wanted to enter her space. As long as I devour your space, I will become the master of your space. Not living, not dying, not perishing, and never having to have the chance to be devoured again, the Star Beast said as it revealed its original face. I think with you devouring the Dark Pearl, the space will become large. Just enough for me to be able to come in. The star beast's original body transformed into a golden-colored unicorn in Lin Xiaojin's original body, and faced off against each other in Lin Xiaojin's space. Lin Xiaojin had devoured other people's space, and in order to devour space one needed to destroy its spirit. I didn't expect your space to be so large. It even has a model of a small universe already. It's really good. Lin Xiaojin frowned, wanting to drive the star beast out of the space, and found that the star beast's power lay against her. Want to devour me? Lin Xiaojin snorted coldly. She had the guts to take the star beast into his space. She wasn't afraid of the star beast's mischief. Xiao Nua, come in and help me. Lin Xiaojin finished speaking and directly took Xiao Nua into the space as well. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua energy merging was the rare power of space and time. What kind of power is this? The star beast felt this power and was instantly a little uneasy. Lin Xiaojin possessed the space that controlled everything. Xiao Nua possessed the time that changed everything. And the power of the merging of the two was space-time. Star beasts and dark beasts of the struggle would have been too dueling injured. Lin Xiaojin was able to absorb some of the injured dark beasts. Then the same injured star beasts, she was also able to absorb off. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua used the power of space and time to directly trap the star beast. But it was broken free. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua's combined space-time had the ability to purify. The star beast felt this special energy as if it was directed at the energy that restrained it. Want to escape? Don't forget that this is my space. It's easy to come in but hard to go out. Lin Xiaojin sneered. The star beast directly used its huge body to destroy Lin Xiaojin's space. Those who were birthed from her space were directly transferred to the second space by her. Those houses on the continent of the space were destroyed by the star beast. The two people were merging again. It was her space. She just slowly can consume the star beast to death. Finally the two people purified the spirit of the star beast. Only the white mist-like star beast remained. Xiao Nua, you quickly absorb this. This is the star beast's spiritual energy, Lin Xiaojin said with some excitement. After purifying the star beast's spiritual energy, Lin Xiaojin didn't need this thing anymore. Her spirit and body had long since fused into one. Her body was very strong. The speed of cell destruction was very slow, but the speed of division was very fast. Even if she was injured, she would be healed in an instant. This thing called spiritual power didn't have much effect on Lin Xiaojin. Xiao Nua is naturally aware of this, and did not refuse Lin Xiaojin. Xiao Nua directly in Lin Xiaojin hungry space to absorb the spiritual power of the purified star beast. This absorption is also afraid that it will take a long time. So Lin Xiaojin let Xiao Nua absorb it in the space. The house on the space continent was destroyed quite a lot. Lin Xiaojin moved the little clouds they moved from the second space, and still need to resurvive again. What was left was a golden-colored planet suspended in space. This was the body of the star beast. The star beast was completely purified, and this body became a dead thing. But Lin Xiaojin placed it above the continent, looking like a round sun as well. 10 years later, Lin Xiaojin was also not expecting Xiao Nua to take 10 years to absorb the star beast's spiritual energy. In these 10 years, Lin Xiaojin's space had initially formed a small world, and even the continent had quite a few people surviving. These people were all conceived and survived by the elves in her space. And she had used the power of time and space to break through the boundaries of space, so that Zhu Jingjing, Zhou Yingying and all of them were also able to enter her space, and even wanted to come in for a long-time lucky star. The planet where they had survived in the first place had also been taken into Lin Xiaojin's space, and none of those people had the slightest feeling. Over the years Lin Xiaojin also collected those that looked good in the universe to absorb all cradled tightly in her space. Lin Xiaojin found that with more and more planets, her universe instead became more and more perfect. The universe outside was also gradually collapsing, and those planets were also equal to the ones she had rescued in. This universe was hers, and it was still slowly growing. I think, Lin Xiaojin, we can make a god for ourselves like in the film. Xian Li suddenly thought of something and said, couldn't agree more. We are now in Lin Xiaojin's space. No one can beat us. Are we gods? Zhou Yingying said with a smile. To think that they had named themselves the Avengers. Then I'm the god of fire. Uh-huh. Zhang Wish laughed. Then I'm the water god? It doesn't sound good. Goddess of ice, said Xian Li. The god of wind. Wang Han. The body of blessing, Zhu Jingjing. Then I am the goddess of luck, said Lucky Star cheerfully. Goddess of blessing, Zhou Yingying. Her auxiliary faculty could help people. so it was okay to call her bestow blessings. Right? Then I'm the creator? Lin Xiaoran said. His figurative disguise was considered a creation. Right? Space goddess Lin Xiaojin? Brother Xiao. Are you the god of thunder, or the god of time? Zhang Wan said. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nu both smiled at each other. Held hands then said. We are one in space and time. Big finish. Thanks for the support. Your likes and subscriptions are my motivation to update.